Welcome, wanderer of the wasteland, to the complete chronicle of Fallout 2, a tale of tribal destiny, desperate quests, and the struggle to save a dying village in the shadow of nuclear winter. Tonight, we'll traverse the entire journey of the Chosen One, from humble beginnings in Arroyo to confronting the ghosts of pre-war America in the heart of the Enclave. Settle in, make yourself comfortable, and let the wasteland wash over you. There's no need to remember every detail. Just let the story carry you through irradiated deserts and forgotten vaults. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin this journey through the post-nuclear world of 2241. The village of Arroyo had known better days, though those days existed only in the memories of the oldest inhabitants and the stories passed down through 2 generations of struggle and survival. The year was 2241, 80 years since the Great War had ended civilization as humanity knew it, and the small tribal community that clung to life in the high desert of Northern California was dying by degrees that could no longer be ignored or rationalized as temporary hardship. The crops that sustained the village had begun to fail in ways that defied the agricultural knowledge accumulated through decades of careful cultivation and adaptation to post-war conditions. Plants that should have thrived in the soil that the tribe's founders had worked so hard to prepare instead withered before reaching maturity, their leaves yellowing and curling despite adequate water and careful tending. The Brahmin that provided meat and labor grew thin and listless, their milk production dropping to levels that threatened the nutrition of the village's children. But it was the sickness that spread through the population that truly marked the depth of Arroyo's crisis. What began as a persistent cough in a handful of individuals had spread throughout the community, leaving even the strongest warriors weakened and struggling to perform the daily tasks that survival demanded. The tribal healers could identify no cause for the malady, no herb or remedy that provided more than temporary relief from symptoms that seemed to worsen with each passing week. The elder of Arroyo, grandmother to the young warrior who would soon be tested in the Temple of Trials, felt the weight of her people's suffering as a physical burden that pressed down upon her aged shoulders with crushing force. She was the daughter of the Vault Dweller himself, that legendary figure who had emerged from Vault 13 decades earlier to save his vault from drought before being exiled for the changes his exposure to the wasteland had wrought. Her father's stories of the Vault and its miraculous technology had shaped her childhood, filling her dreams with visions of gleaming metal corridors and devices that could transform barren Earth into fertile paradise. Among those stories, one device had captured her imagination above all others: the Garden of Eden creation kit, spoken of in hushed tones as the ultimate tool for rebuilding civilization from the ashes of the old world. The Gecko was described as containing everything necessary to establish a thriving settlement, from seeds bred for maximum yield to water purification systems, from construction materials to the knowledge needed to use them all effectively. It was, in the parlance of the old world, a complete civilization starter kit designed by Vault Tech to enable Vault Dwellers to reclaim and terraform the wasteland. The Elder's father had sought such a device during his time in the wasteland but had never located one, instead finding other ways to ensure his vault's survival, and ultimately choosing to lead a group of dissidents into the wilderness, rather than remain in the vault that had exiled him. Those dissidents had founded Arroyo, building their village through decades of back-breaking labor and sacrifice, creating something that approached sustainability through sheer determination and the half-remembered knowledge of pre-war agriculture and engineering. But sustainability was not the same as prosperity, and the margins that separated survival from extinction in the post-nuclear world were thinner than most inhabitants of more established settlements could comprehend. The current crisis had pushed Arroyo beyond those margins into territory where hope itself began to seem like a luxury the tribe could no longer afford. Children went to bed hungry more nights than not, their parents choosing to forego their own portions to ensure the young ones received at least minimal nutrition. It was in this context of desperation and dwindling options that the elder experienced the vision that would determine the fate of her entire people. The dream came during a period of deep meditation, enhanced by the sacred herbs that Hakunin the shaman had prepared according to the old rituals passed down through tribal tradition. In the vision, she saw the bridge of death spanning a chasm of infinite depth, and upon that bridge stood a figure in the familiar garb of a vault dweller, holding aloft a device that glowed with the promise of salvation. The vision was accompanied by a certainty that transcended normal intuition or hope, a bone-deep knowledge that the Gecko existed and could be found, that the salvation of Arroyo lay not in better farming techniques or hope for rain, but in recovering the technology that the old world had created specifically for situations like this. The elder knew with absolute conviction that somewhere in the wasteland, probably in one of the vaults that dotted the pre-war landscape, a Gecko waited to be claimed by someone brave enough and capable enough to venture into the dangerous world beyond Arroyo's protective canyon walls. The question then became not whether the Gecko could be found, but who should be sent to find it. The journey would be dangerous beyond measure, requiring someone who combined physical prowess with intelligence, adaptability with determination, courage with the wisdom to know when discretion served better than valor. The tribe's future would rest upon the shoulders of whoever accepted this quest, and failure would mean not just personal death but the slow extinction of an entire people. The answer presented itself with a clarity that suggested divine providence, or perhaps simply the recognition of what the elder had known all along. Her grandchild, descendant of the vault dweller and bearer of that legendary bloodline, would have to face the Temple of Trials and prove themselves worthy of the title Chosen One before embarking on the quest that would determine whether Arroyo survived to see another generation. The Temple of Trials was an ancient structure that predated even Arroyo's founding, its origins lost to time but its purpose clear in tribal tradition. Every warrior of the tribe had to pass through the temple to be considered a full adult, facing its challenges and emerging either victorious or not at all. The exact nature of the trials varied based on who told the story, but all versions agreed that the temple tested body, mind, and spirit in equal measure, separating those worthy of the tribe's respect from those who had not yet earned it. The young warrior who would soon enter the temple carried the burden of expectation that came from being the grandchild of legend, the great-grandchild of a vault dweller who had reshaped the wasteland through actions that seemed superhuman in their scope and consequence. But this warrior was also young, barely past the threshold of adulthood, with the naivety that came from having lived an entire life within the protective confines of Arroyo's canyon walls. The wasteland beyond was something spoken of in stories, a place of danger and wonder that existed more as concept than reality. On the morning of the trial, the village gathered to witness the departure of their potential chosen one. Hakunin the shaman performed the blessing ceremony, anointing the young warrior's forehead with sacred oils, while chanting prayers in a mixture of English and the tribal language that had evolved over Arroyo's 80 years of isolation. The words spoke of protection and guidance, of the ancestors watching over their descendant, of the spirits of the land lending their strength to one who walked in service of the people. The elder herself presented the warrior with the items that would be carried into the temple. A spear of tribal make, its point hardened in fire and sharpened to lethal precision. Healing powder derived from the medicinal plants that grew in Arroyo's gardens. And most importantly, the Vault 13 flask that had belonged to the vault dweller himself. The flask was empty now, but its significance transcended its utility as a water container. It was a symbol of lineage and destiny, physical link to the past that connected this moment to the day 80 years earlier when a young vault dweller had first stepped into the wasteland to seek a water chip. Cameron, a young man of roughly the same age as the warrior being tested, stood near the temple entrance with poorly concealed resentment etched across his features. He had passed through the Temple of Trials himself only months earlier, earning his place as a warrior of the tribe through the same challenges that now awaited the Elder's grandchild. But Cameron's success had been overshadowed by the prophecy of the Chosen One, his achievements rendered mundane by comparison to the destiny that apparently awaited another. The relationship between Cameron and the Chosen One had been complicated since childhood, marked by the kind of rivalry that develops between young people who are constantly compared to one another. Cameron possessed genuine skill and courage, qualities that would have made him a candidate for the Gecko quest under different circumstances. But he lacked the bloodline, and apparently the favor of fate that had marked the Elder's grandchild as special. The resentment that had simmered for years was about to boil over within the confines of the temple. The Temple of Trials revealed itself to be a structure built into the living rock of the canyon walls, its entrance a darkened doorway that seemed to absorb light rather than merely lacking it. The air that wafted from the opening carried the smell of age and stone, mixed with subtler scents that suggested the presence of things living and perhaps things dead. The warrior who stepped across that threshold left behind the sunlight and the gathered villagers and entered a place where only personal capability would determine survival. The first chamber of the temple presented a choice that would establish the pattern for all that followed. A direct path led forward into darkness, while a smaller passage branched to the side, less obvious, but potentially offering an alternative to whatever waited ahead. The Chosen One moved forward cautiously, eyes adjusting to the gloom while ears strained for sounds that might indicate danger or opportunity. The temple had been designed as a test of multiple skills rather than pure combat ability, a fact that became apparent as the first chamber revealed its nature. Pressure plates in the floor, connected to ancient mechanisms that would release swinging logs or spring-loaded spears if triggered by careless footwork. The patterns of safe passage had to be deduced through observation and careful testing, each step forward representing a small victory of perception and patience over hasty action. Rad scorpions, the mutated descendants of pre-war arachnids grown to terrifying size through exposure to radiation and the strange evolutionary pressures of the post-war world, had made their home in the temple's deeper chambers. These creatures were not the massive specimens that veterans of the wastelands sometimes encountered, but they were still formidable opponents for a young warrior armed with only a spear and limited combat experience. Their chitinous shells turned aside glancing blows, requiring precise strikes to vulnerable joints and the underside of their bodies to inflict meaningful damage. The combat that ensued as the Chosen One encountered the first rad scorpion was brief and brutal, a learning experience that taught the difference between training exercises with fellow tribe members and actual life or death struggle against an opponent whose instincts were honed by millions of years of predatory evolution. The spear's point found its mark in the creature's underbelly, and the rad scorpion's death throes nearly took the young warrior's eye as a serrated claw whipped past with lethal speed. Cameron appeared in the temple's second major chamber, his presence a surprise that quickly transformed into hostility as he stepped forward to block the path. The resentment that had marked their relationship spilled forth in words laced with bitterness about prophecy and destiny, about elder grandchildren receiving advantages that others had to fight for without recognition or reward. Cameron demanded that the Chosen One turn back, that they abandon the quest and allow someone more deserving to pursue the Gecko. The confrontation offered multiple paths to resolution, each reflecting a different aspect of the warrior's character and problem-solving approach. Violence was always an option in the wasteland, and Cameron was prepared to back his words with action if necessary. But diplomacy too had its place, and the Chosen One could attempt to reason with a rival whose anger stemmed from legitimate grievances, even if his current course of action served no one's interests. For those with sufficient skill in speech and sufficient understanding of human nature, Cameron could be convinced that his resentment was misplaced, that the role of Chosen One came with burdens that outweighed whatever privileges it might confer. The young man wanted recognition and significance, wanted to matter to his tribe, and to feel that his life had purpose beyond simple survival. The Chosen One could offer him that recognition, could acknowledge his skills and his worthwhile, also helping him see that derailing the quest to save Arroyo served only his wounded pride at the expense of everyone's future. Alternatively, for warriors who had observed carefully and thought creatively, Cameron could be bypassed entirely through the same side passages that offered alternatives to other challenges in the temple. The structure's builders had apparently valued cleverness as highly as combat prowess, rewarding those who looked for options beyond the obvious. A young warrior who took the time to search thoroughly could find routes around confrontations rather than through them. The final chamber of the temple contained the artifact that would prove the trial's completion, an ancient key that had to be retrieved from a locked chest, its mechanisms requiring either the technical knowledge to pick the lock or the raw strength to smash the container open. The chest itself sat upon a raised platform, surrounded by the bones of those who had failed previous attempts at the trials. There remains a sobering reminder that these tests claimed lives even from among Arroyo's own people. Emerging from the Temple of Trials with the key in hand meant crossing back into sunlight that seemed impossibly bright after the darkness of the structure's interior. The gathered villagers erupted in celebration as the young warrior appeared, their cheers echoing off the canyon walls with the kind of desperate joy that comes from people who have been holding their breath without realizing it. The elder stepped forward to accept the key and to speak the words that would formally recognize her grandchild as the Chosen One. The ceremony that followed combined elements of tribal tradition with half-remembered vault dweller customs, creating something unique to Arroyo and its particular history. The Chosen One was anointed again by Hakunin, this time with oils mixed with water from the last remaining stores, symbolizing the purity of purpose that should guide the quest ahead. Gifts from the villagers were presented: additional healing powder, a leather jacket crafted from Brahmin hide, dried meat for the journey, and most precious of all, a handful of bottle caps that represented the tribe's meager wealth. The bottle caps themselves were artifacts of the old world's economic system, their value in the wasteland having been established through the same mysterious process that determined all currency's worth, collective agreement that they represented a stable medium of exchange. Arroyo's isolation meant that the tribe had little use for caps internally, but the Chosen One would need them in the settlements to the south where barter and currency exchange were the norms. Hakunin's blessing took on additional weight, as the shaman explained that he would maintain a spiritual connection to the Chosen One throughout the journey, using his mastery of the mystical arts to send visions and warnings when danger or important information needed to be communicated. These visions would come during sleep or meditation, moments when the conscious mind lowered its barriers and allowed the spiritual realm to communicate more directly. The shaman's face, as he spoke of this connection, showed the strain that such prolonged mystical effort would exact, but he accepted the cost without hesitation. The elder's final words to her grandchild were private, spoken in the brief moments before departure as the two stood apart from the celebrating villagers. She spoke of her father, the Vault Dweller, of the burden he had carried when he ventured into the wasteland to save Vault 13, of the exile he had faced when his success made him too different from those he had saved for them to accept his continued presence. She spoke of the pride she felt in her grandchild's success in the temple, but also of her fears for what lay ahead in a world that had grown no kinder or safer in the 80 years since her father's journey. Most importantly, the elder spoke of Vault 13 itself, the control vault that had functioned exactly as designed until a simple mechanical failure. A broken water chip had set in motion the events that led to Arroyo's founding. The Gecko, she explained, might well be found in that same vault, or if not there, then in one of the other vaults that the old world government had scattered across the landscape. The search would require traveling to Vault City first, a settlement built by the inhabitants of Vault 8, where records might exist that could point toward Vault 13's current location. The journey south would take the Chosen One through Klamath first, a small settlement of trappers and survivors that represented the nearest outpost of wasteland civilization. The elder had heard reports of Klamath through the occasional trader who braved the journey to Arroyo, and while the descriptions painted a picture of a rough and dangerous place, it was at least a known quantity compared to the vast unknown that stretched beyond. As the Chosen One prepared to depart, carrying the weight of tribal expectation along with the physical supplies that would sustain the journey's early stages, Hakunin approached one final time. The shaman's eyes had taken on the distant quality that indicated he was perceiving things beyond normal human senses, and his words came slowly as if being received from somewhere far away. He spoke of a darkness approaching from the west, of metal birds that carried death beneath their wings, of men in armor who served a vision of America that had died with the bombs but refused to stay buried. These warnings were cryptic in the way that mystical pronouncements often were, their meaning obscured by the symbolic language that the spiritual realm apparently preferred over direct communication. The Chosen One filed them away as information to be considered later, when context might make their significance clearer. For now, the immediate concern was beginning the journey, taking those first steps beyond Arroyo's protective canyon walls into the wider wasteland. The path south led initially through terrain that was at least somewhat familiar from hunting expeditions and resource-gathering trips that Arroyo's warriors made regularly. But familiarity lasted only for the first few hours, before the landscape shifted into territory that the Chosen One had never personally traversed. The high desert gave way to more varied terrain as elevation decreased, introducing vegetation that differed from the hardy plants that survived in Arroyo's harsh environment. The first night in the wasteland brought lessons about the difference between sleeping in a protected village surrounded by fellow tribe members and sleeping alone under stars that offered beauty but no warmth or security. Every sound in the darkness became a potential threat requiring investigation. Every rustle of wind threw brush a possible predator stalking closer. Sleep came in fits and starts, never deep enough to be truly restful, leaving the young warrior to greet dawn with relief that survival had been achieved and trepidation about how many more such nights lay ahead. The encounter with wild geckos on the second day provided both danger and opportunity, as the mutated lizards that had become common throughout the wasteland proved aggressive enough to attack, but also valuable enough in their hides to make the combat worthwhile. The tribal spear continued to prove its worth as a weapon, though the Chosen One was beginning to understand that the wider wasteland might offer superior equipment to those who knew where to look and could afford to acquire it. The smoke from Klamath's fires became visible on the horizon during the afternoon of the third day, a sign of human habitation that provoked mixed feelings of anticipation and anxiety. The settlement would represent the first real test of the Chosen One's ability to navigate wasteland society, to communicate with people who did not share Arroyo's cultural framework, to acquire information and supplies through trade rather than communal sharing. The tribal warrior approaching Klamath's outskirts carried not just the responsibility of finding the Gecko, but also the burden of representing Arroyo to a world that might view tribal peoples as primitive or naive. The weight of destiny rested heavy on young shoulders as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the wasteland in shades of orange and red that mimicked the nuclear fire that had consumed the old world. The Chosen One stood at the threshold of the known and the unknown, having passed the first trial but facing countless more in the journey ahead. Arroyo's salvation lay somewhere in the vast expanse of post-war California, waiting to be found by a warrior whose only real qualifications were bloodline and determination. But determination, as the Vault Dweller had proven 80 years earlier, could carry a person remarkable distances when fueled by the desperation of loved ones, depending on success. The story of the Chosen One was just beginning. The first chapter, written in the stones of the Temple of Trials. The next, to be inscribed in whatever waited within the trapper town of Klamath. The journey south from Arroyo had consumed 3 days of cautious travel through terrain that grew less familiar with each passing mile. The high desert that surrounded the tribal village gave way to more varied landscape as the Chosen One descended from the elevated canyon country into the broader valleys and foothills of Northern California. The change in elevation brought changes in vegetation and wildlife, introducing the young warrior to species of mutated creatures that had never ranged as far north as Arroyo's isolated home. Wild geckos became a common sight along the trail, their scaled bodies catching sunlight as they basked on rocks or scurried through the brush in search of prey. These creatures bore only superficial resemblance to the small lizards that had existed before the war, having been transformed by decades of radiation exposure and accelerated mutation into something both familiar and alien. Most were roughly the size of large dogs, with powerful jaws capable of delivering crushing bites and surprising speed that made them dangerous opponents for the unprepared traveler. The first encounter with hostile geckos taught the Chosen One lessons about wasteland combat that the Temple of Trials had only hinted at in its controlled environment. The creatures attacked with the single-minded aggression of predators that had learned humans could be prey as easily as any other animal wandering the post-war landscape. The tribal spear proved effective enough against their scaled hides when properly wielded, but the combat left the young warrior breathing hard and bleeding from multiple scratches where claws had found exposed skin. But the geckos also provided the first real opportunity for resource gathering that the wasteland offered to those willing to take it. The hides of the dead creatures could be harvested with careful knife work, their tough leather potentially valuable to traders and crafters who worked with such materials. The Chosen One spent time learning the proper technique for skinning the animals, wasting several hides through inexperienced cuts before developing sufficient skill to extract intact pelts that might actually command decent prices in settlement markets. The meat too was edible once properly prepared, though its taste was strange to someone raised on Brahmin and the cultivated plants of Arroyo's gardens. The Chosen One made camp on the second night and attempted to roast gecko meat over a small fire, discovering that the flesh was tougher and gamier than familiar foods, but still provided nourishment that would extend the dried provisions carried from home. Survival in the wasteland would require adapting to new foods and new methods, learning to extract sustenance from whatever the environment provided. The smoke from Klamath's cooking fires became visible on the afternoon of the third day, rising in multiple thin columns that suggested a settlement of reasonable size rather than a simple camp or way station. The sight provoked mixed emotions in the young tribal warrior who had never before visited a wasteland town or interacted with people beyond Arroyo's small community. Stories from the occasional traders who reached the village had painted pictures of settlements both fascinating and frightening, places where opportunity and danger existed in equal measure. Klamath revealed itself gradually as the Chosen One approached from the north, buildings emerging from the landscape like bones protruding from Earth. The architecture was typical of post-war construction, combining salvaged materials from the old world with new craftsmanship that ranged from competent to barely adequate. Sheet metal walls patched with wood, concrete foundations cracked but still functional, windows covered with everything from actual glass to translucent plastic to simple wooden shutters, all spoke to the pragmatic approach to shelter that characterized wasteland settlements. The town's primary industry announced itself through the prevalence of drying racks where animal pelts were stretched and cured, through the smell of tanning chemicals that carried on the wind, through the conversations of residents that centered on trap lines and gecko populations, and the relative value of different hide qualities. Klamath was a trapper town, its economy built on harvesting the mutated creatures that populated the surrounding wilderness and processing their remains into goods that could be traded to merchants from larger settlements. The first person the Chosen One encountered upon entering Klamath proper was a young woman named Arden Buckner, daughter of one of the town's prominent trapping families. She stood near the entrance to the settlement, with the wariness that wasteland dwellers learned early, her hand resting casually near a knife at her belt while she evaluated the approaching stranger. The tribal garb and obvious youth of the newcomer seemed to ease some of her suspicion, though her greeting remained guarded in the way of people who had learned that courtesy did not preclude caution. Arden proved willing to answer basic questions about the settlement, once she determined that the Chosen One posed no immediate threat to Klamath's peace or prosperity. She explained the town structure, pointing out the key locations that a visitor might need. Maida Buckner's general store where supplies could be purchased, the Golden Gecko bar, where information and alcohol flowed in equal measure, Vic's former residence, though the trader himself was currently absent under circumstances she described as unfortunate. It was this mention of Vic that captured the Chosen One's full attention, as the Elder had specifically mentioned seeking out a trader by that name who might have information relevant to the quest for Vault 13. Arden's face clouded when pressed about Vic's whereabouts, her expression suggesting that the subject touched on darker aspects of wasteland life than simple commerce and trade. She explained that Vic had been taken by slavers several weeks prior, dragged south to a place called the Den, where human beings were bought and sold, like Brahmin or any other commodity. The revelation that slavery existed as an accepted institution in parts of the wasteland struck the Chosen One with visceral revulsion that tribal upbringing had not prepared them to mask or moderate. Arroyo's society, for all its hardships and limitations, treated every member as a person with inherent value and dignity. The concept of humans owning other humans, treating them as property, to be traded for profit, violated fundamental assumptions about how communities should function. But Arden's matter-of-fact delivery made clear that such moral outrage was not widely shared, that slavery was simply another aspect of wasteland economics to those who had grown up accepting it as normal. The conversation with Arden also revealed the existence of another tribal person in Klamath, a man named Sulik, who had come from a different region of the wasteland in search of his sister. This information immediately marked Sulik as potentially valuable, both as a source of information about navigating wasteland society from a tribal perspective and as a possible companion who might share the Chosen One's journey, at least temporarily. Arden directed the young warrior toward Maida Buckner's establishment, where Sulik could usually be found working off a debt he had incurred through some unspecified transaction. The interior of Buckner's general store demonstrated the eclectic nature of wasteland commerce, its shelves stocked with an seemingly random assortment of goods that actually reflected careful curation based on what travelers and locals most frequently needed. Pre-war canned goods sat beside freshly tanned gecko hides, ammunition boxes stacked near bags of seeds, tools both salvaged and newly forged competing for space with medical supplies and bottles of murky liquid that might have been water or might have been something considerably less wholesome. Maida Buckner herself was a weathered woman whose age was difficult to determine. As wasteland life had a way of adding years to appearances, while the necessities of survival kept people functional, long past the point where pre-war citizens might have retired. She greeted the chosen one with the professional courtesy of a merchant who recognized potential customers regardless of their origins or apparent wealth. Her eyes catalogued the tribal gear and weapons, with the practiced assessment of someone who spent their life evaluating the value of goods both for purchase and sale. Sulik stood behind the bar that occupied one section of the establishment, his tribal heritage evident in the bone decorations woven into his hair and the patterns that had been painted or tattooed onto his exposed skin. He was older than the chosen one by perhaps a decade, his face carrying the kind of weathering that came from extended exposure to wasteland hardships. But his eyes held intelligence and something like hope, qualities that had apparently survived whatever experiences had brought him from his distant homeland to this small trapper town in Northern California. The conversation that developed between the two tribal peoples carried weight beyond its surface content, as each recognized in the other someone who understood the particular challenges of navigating a world built by people with fundamentally different cultural frameworks. Sulik spoke of his sister Anna, who had been taken by slavers, of his pursuit of her captors across vast distances, of the debt he had incurred to Maida Buckner when his resources ran out in Klamath and he needed supplies to continue his search. He had been working for Buckner for weeks now, the interest on his debt growing faster than his labor could pay it down. The mention of slavers again brought the conversation back to the den and to Vic's captivity, creating a confluence of interests that suggested a possible alliance between the two tribal warriors. Sulik possessed experience with wasteland travel and combat that the chosen one lacked, while the younger warrior had resources and a sense of purpose that might benefit someone who had been treading water in Klamath for too long. The proposal that they travel together was made and accepted with the kind of efficiency that characterized people who recognized compatible goals and complementary capabilities. But Sulik's debt to Maida Buckner required resolution before he could leave Klamath, and the merchant woman proved unwilling to simply forgive the amount owed regardless of the circumstances or the justice of Sulik's cause. The wasteland operated on principles of transaction and reciprocity rather than charity, and Buckner's store existed because she understood those principles and adhered to them consistently. She would release Sulik from his obligation for 350 bottle caps, a sum that seemed astronomical to the chosen one who carried perhaps a tenth of that amount as total wealth. The alternative to immediate payment was performing services that Buckner deemed equivalent in value to the debt owed, and she had several tasks available for anyone willing to accept the associated risks. The simplest involved dealing with rats that had infested the town's old residential district, creatures that had grown large and aggressive through the same mutational processes that had transformed geckos and rad scorpions. The more complex and dangerous option required investigating a mysterious refinery that had appeared in the wilderness outside of town, a structure that seemed to operate without human presence, but produced refined goods that suggested advanced technology at work. The chosen one opted to address the rat infestation first, both to gain experience with wasteland problem solving and to earn the caps needed to free Sulik more quickly. The residential district that Buckner described turned out to be a collection of buildings that had been partially abandoned as Klamath's population declined from its immediate post-war peak. The structures showed signs of prolonged neglect, their interiors dark and filled with the detritus of lives interrupted when residents moved to more central locations or died without heirs to claim their possessions. The rats that had claimed these abandoned spaces were indeed transformed by mutation into creatures considerably larger and more dangerous than their pre-war ancestors. They moved in packs, their collective intelligence suggesting a kind of hive behavior that made them more formidable opponents than individual size would indicate. The combat that erupted when the Chosen One entered the first infested building was chaotic and close quarters, the tight confines preventing effective spear use and forcing reliance on a knife for personal defense. The rats fought with the desperate ferocity of creatures defending their territory, their teeth capable of inflicting serious wounds despite their relatively small size compared to geckos or other wasteland predators. The Chosen One emerged from the first building, bloodied and breathing hard, having learned harsh lessons about the importance of environmental awareness and the disadvantages of being surrounded by multiple opponents in confined spaces. The subsequent buildings were approached more carefully, with attention paid to entry points and potential escape routes should the situation become untenable. The clearance of the residential district consumed the better part of a day, the work proceeding building by building as the rat population was systematically eliminated or driven deeper into structures that the Chosen One lacked the means or motivation to fully explore. By the time Major Buckner's inspection confirmed that the task had been completed satisfactorily, the young warrior had accumulated additional combat experience and a newfound respect for the dangers that even relatively mundane wasteland creatures could pose under the right circumstances. The payment for rat extermination reduced Sulik's debt significantly, but did not eliminate it entirely, leaving the question of how to acquire the remaining caps necessary to secure his freedom. The refinery investigation that Buckner had mentioned as an alternative remained available, and the merchant woman's description of the site suggested that it might contain valuable salvage or information worth considerably more than simple rat clearing. The decision to pursue this more challenging task was made with the understanding that increased risk often correlated with increased reward in wasteland economics. The journey to the refinery took the Chosen One and Sulik, who was permitted to leave town temporarily for this task, into wilderness that showed signs of pre-war human activity. Old roads, cracked and overgrown but still visible, suggested that this area had once been developed for industrial purposes. The refinery itself, when it finally appeared, was a structure that seemed impossibly intact for something that had survived the nuclear war, its metal walls showing minimal rust and its general appearance suggesting functionality rather than ruin. The approach to the refinery was complicated by the presence of geckos in greater numbers than either warrior had encountered before, their territorial aggression making it clear that the area around the structure had become a kind of den or gathering place for the creatures. The combat required to reach the refinery's entrance was extended and exhausting, pushing both fighters to their limits and depleting healing supplies that would need to be replenished in Klamath before any further adventures could be contemplated. The interior of the refinery revealed the source of its unusual preservation and apparent functionality. The structure was built into and connected with underground facilities that had been protected from the worst effects of the nuclear war by layers of earth and concrete. More remarkably, automated systems continued to function after more than a century of neglect, powered by generators that had been built to run for decades without maintenance. The purpose of the refinery became clear as the exploration progressed. It had been designed to process biological materials into useful chemicals, its automated systems continuing to perform their programmed functions long after the human operators had died or fled. The discovery within the refinery of a golden gecko, a rare variant of the common species that possessed hide of exceptional quality and value, provided both challenge and opportunity. The creature was larger and more aggressive than typical geckos, its combat prowess marking it as an alpha specimen that would command respect in any environment. The fight to bring it down tested both warriors' skills to their limits, with Sulik's combat experience proving invaluable in coordinating attacks and preventing the creature from focusing its full attention on either individual fighter. The golden gecko's hide, once properly harvested, represented wealth significantly beyond what common gecko pelts could provide. Maida Buckner's eyes lit with genuine interest when the trophy was presented upon return to Klamath, her merchant's instincts immediately calculating the premium that collectors and crafters would pay for such a rare material. The value she placed on the hide exceeded the remainder of Sulik's debt by a comfortable margin, leaving the two warriors with both freedom of movement and a small surplus of caps to fund the journey south toward the den. But before departing Klamath, the Chosen One took time to explore the settlement more thoroughly and to gather information that might prove useful in the challenges ahead. The Golden Gecko Saloon proved to be the information hub that such establishments typically were in wasteland settlements, its patrons loosened by alcohol into sharing knowledge and rumors that ranged from useful to completely fabricated. The conversations overheard while nursing a drink at the bar painted a picture of the wider wasteland that was both fascinating and intimidating. The den was described as a haven for criminals and slavers, a place where law existed only as enforced by whoever possessed the most firepower at any given moment. Vic was known to some of the older trappers as a reliable trader who had worked the route between Klamath and more southern settlements for years. His capture by the slavers, generally regarded as unfortunate but unsurprising, given the dangers of solitary travel through lawless territories. The advice offered regarding any attempt to free Vic ranged from paying whatever ransom was demanded to staging a rescue to simply forgetting about him and finding another source for whatever information or goods he might have provided. Vault City was mentioned frequently in these conversations, described as a place of advanced technology and rigid social hierarchy where citizenship was difficult to obtain but provided access to medical care and resources unavailable anywhere else in the wasteland. The city's leaders were characterized as arrogant and xenophobic, viewing themselves as the true inheritors of pre-war civilization, and everyone else as mutated savages, barely deserving of acknowledgement. But their medical technology was apparently genuine, and their willingness to trade for goods they could not produce themselves created opportunities for those willing to tolerate their attitudes. The conversations also touched on darker subjects that introduced the Chosen One to threats that Arroyo's isolation had shielded the tribe from knowing existed. References to the Enclave were made in hushed tones, describing men in advanced power armor who appeared without warning in flying machines, who took people and were never seen to return them, who seemed to serve some agenda related to genetic purity and the restoration of pre-war America. Most speakers dismissed these stories as exaggerations or confusions with other groups, but a few insisted with the conviction of eyewitnesses that the Enclave was real and represented a threat that no one yet fully understood. The departure from Klamath came on a morning when the sky showed the peculiar color that suggested distant storms, the light taking on a quality that veterans of wasteland travel read as warning to seek shelter before conditions deteriorated. But the urgency of the quest and the need to press forward while supplies and determination lasted overrode caution about weather, leading the two warriors to set out despite the atmospheric warnings that more experienced travelers might have heeded. Sulik proved to be a valuable companion in ways beyond simple combat support. His experience with wasteland travel, providing knowledge about navigation, resource gathering, and threat assessment that would have taken the Chosen One considerably longer to learn through trial and error. He spoke as they walked, sharing stories about his home tribe and his sister Anna, painting pictures of a culture that shared some similarities with Arroyo but differed in significant ways, shaped by different environments and different challenges. The talking spear that Sulik carried was a source of both amusement and mystery, as the tribal warrior claimed to communicate with the weapon in ways that provided guidance for important decisions. Whether this represented genuine mystical connection or simply Sulik's method of externalizing his own intuition remained unclear, but the Chosen One had grown up with Hakunin's mystical practices and was not inclined to dismiss such claims as mere superstition. The wasteland was strange enough that almost anything seemed possible, and the boundaries between psychological technique and genuine supernatural phenomenon were difficult to establish with certainty. The journey from Klamath to the den required several days of travel through increasingly barren terrain, the landscape showing signs of heavier war damage than the relatively preserved areas around Arroyo and Klamath. Craters from nuclear strikes created pockmarks in the earth that had filled with stagnant water or remained as depressions that collected toxic runoff. Skeletal remains of pre-war buildings jutted from the ground like broken teeth, their steel frameworks twisted by heat and blast effects into sculptures of destruction that served as monuments to the war's devastation. The random encounters that punctuated the journey introduced the Chosen One to the variety of threats that wasteland travelers faced beyond simple wildlife. Raiders operating in small bands attacked lone travelers or small groups, seeking to steal supplies and equipment rather than engaging in the kind of organized slaving operation that had apparently taken Vic. These raiders were dispatched with a combination of combat skill and tactical thinking, their deaths teaching lessons about human opponents that differed significantly from fighting mutated animals. The first distant view of the den came as the two warriors crested a rise and looked down into a valley where the settlement sprawled in chaotic fashion. Unlike Klamath's relatively organized layout, the den appeared to have grown organically and without planning. Buildings added wherever space existed, without regard for streets or districts or any kind of rational organization. Smoke rose from multiple locations, some clearly from cooking fires or industrial processes, but others suggesting less controlled combustion that might indicate recent violence or ongoing conflicts. The approach to the settlement revealed the depth of its dysfunction and the darkness that characterized its society. Bodies hung from posts at irregular intervals, their desiccated remains serving as warnings or territorial markers depending on interpretation. People who were clearly addicts stumbled through the streets in various stages of intoxication or withdrawal, their attention focused inward rather than on the environment or the strangers passing through. The smell of human waste and chemical processing mixed with cooking food and unwashed bodies to create an olfactory assault that made breathing through the mouth preferable to nose. The den's layout divided roughly into eastern and western sections, though the divisions seemed to be based more on gang territories than any official planning. The eastern side appeared marginally more controlled, its buildings showing signs of maintenance, and its streets patrolled by armed individuals who wore matching insignia, suggesting organized security rather than random violence. The western side felt more chaotic and dangerous, its buildings more dilapidated and its inhabitants more openly hostile to strangers whose purpose and affiliations remained unclear. Mom's Diner occupied a position near the center of the den, its relatively clean exterior and welcoming atmosphere marking it as an anomaly in the surrounding decay. The woman who ran the establishment was exactly what her nickname suggested, a maternal figure who seemed to care for the den's inhabitants in ways that had nothing to do with profit or personal gain. She fed the hungry, sheltered the desperate, and maintained an island of basic human decency in a settlement that had otherwise abandoned such concepts as impractical luxuries. The conversation with Mom provided crucial information about Vic's location and the structure of power in the den. The slaver named Metzger operated from the eastern side of the settlement, his operation protected by both his own guards and his connections to larger criminal organizations that had interests in maintaining the den as a neutral territory where their various illicit businesses could operate without interference. Vic was being held in Metzger's slave pens, awaiting sale to whoever offered the best price for a trader with knowledge of northern routes and settlements. The options for securing Vic's freedom were presented with brutal clarity. Pay the asking price, steal him during a moment of inattention, or eliminate Metzger and his guards through combat. Each approach carried its own risks and potential consequences, with payment being the safest but requiring resources the chosen one did not possess, theft being possible but likely to create permanent enmity with the den's power structure, and combat being the most straightforward but also most dangerous, given the number of armed guards protecting the slaver operation. The chosen one's decision to confront the slavers directly rather than seeking alternative approaches spoke to both the moral outrage that tribal upbringing had instilled and the naive confidence of youth that had not yet learned how quickly violence could spiral beyond control. Sulik's agreement to participate in such a direct assault reflected his own hatred of slavers, born from his sister's capture, and his frustration at months of fruitless searching. The two warriors prepared for combat with the understanding that they were likely outnumbered and outgunned, but also with the determination that sometimes moral necessity outweighed tactical wisdom. The assault on Metzger's slaver guild was brief, brutal, and ultimately successful despite the significant disadvantages the attackers faced. The element of surprise provided crucial advantage, as the guards had grown complacent through operating in a settlement where their power was rarely challenged and never by only two individuals. The combination of Sulik's combat experience and the chosen one's developing skills proved sufficient to overcome superior numbers, though both warriors sustained injuries that would require healing before any further adventures could be contemplated. Vic emerged from captivity expressing gratitude mixed with bewilderment, unable to fully comprehend why two strangers would risk their lives to free someone they had never met. The explanation about Arroyo and the quest for the Gecko seemed to satisfy his curiosity, while also creating a sense of obligation that would bind him to the chosen one's journey, at least temporarily. He possessed information about Vault City and the general location of Vault 13, knowledge that made him valuable beyond simple companionship and which justified the risks taken to secure his freedom. The aftermath of the Slaver Guild's destruction revealed complications that the heat of combat had prevented the warriors from fully considering. Metzger's organization had connections throughout the den and beyond, creating enemies who might seek revenge for his death. The slave pens had contained not just Vic but others who were now freed but without resources or clear destinations, their liberation creating a humanitarian situation that demanded attention even as it complicated any plans for quick departure from the settlement. But the den also offered opportunities for those willing to explore its shadowed corners and interact with its morally compromised inhabitants. The settlement contained merchants who asked no questions about the origins of goods they purchased, information brokers who sold knowledge to anyone with caps to spend, and individuals with problems that required solving by people with skills in violence and intimidation. The chosen ones spent several days in the den taking on various tasks that provided both experience and resources while learning about the complexities of wasteland society. The discovery of Smitty's garage and the revelation that functional vehicles could still be obtained and maintained in the post-war world opened possibilities that had not seemed real until that moment. The car that Smitty had been working on required parts and payment to complete, but its potential to transform travel from a dangerous multi-day trek into a relatively quick and safe journey justified whatever costs might be involved in securing it. The young warrior filed away this information as a priority to pursue once sufficient resources had been accumulated. The den's darker entertainments were observed but generally avoided, as the Chosen One's tribal upbringing had not prepared them to find pleasure in the kind of chemical escapism or violent spectacle that the settlement's inhabitants used to make their lives bearable. But understanding these aspects of wasteland culture proved important for navigating social situations and predicting how different groups might respond to various stimuli or pressures. Knowledge was survival in the post-war world, even when that knowledge concerned subjects that provoked disgust or moral revulsion. The departure from the den came with mixed feelings of relief at leaving its oppressive atmosphere and concern about the enemies created through the Slaver Guild's destruction. Vic accompanied the Chosen One and Sulik southward, his knowledge of the route to Vault City providing guidance that made travel more efficient and less prone to wandering into dangerous territories. The three companions had been forged through shared combat and shared purpose into something approaching a functional team, each bringing different skills and perspectives that complemented the others. The wasteland stretched ahead with all its dangers and possibilities, the young warrior from Arroyo growing more experienced and confident with each challenge overcome and each lesson learned. Klamath and the Den had provided crucial education about how post-war society functioned, about the mixture of cooperation and exploitation that characterized human interaction when traditional social structures had collapsed. The path to Vault City and ultimately to the Gecko remained long and uncertain, but the first steps had been taken and the journey had truly begun. The departure from Klamath had marked the Chosen One's first real steps into the wider wasteland, but it was the journey toward the den that truly revealed the post-war world's character. The landscape between the two settlements bore scars that ran deeper than simple neglect or the passage of time, showing evidence of concentrated destruction that spoke to the war's deliberate targeting of population centers and infrastructure. Craters that had once been buildings or military installations pockmarked the terrain, their edges softened by 80 years of erosion, but still clearly visible as wounds that would take centuries more to fully heal. The random encounters that punctuated travel through this damaged territory introduced threats that Arroyo's isolation had prevented the Chosen One from experiencing directly. Small bands of raiders operated in the ruins, preying on travelers and caravans with a predatory efficiency that suggested extensive practice. These were not the organized slaver operations that had taken Vic, but rather opportunistic criminals who survived by taking from others what they lacked the skills or inclination to produce themselves. The first such encounter came without warning, as the Chosen One and Sulik followed what remained of a pre-war highway, its cracked asphalt providing easier walking than the surrounding terrain. Three figures emerged from behind the skeletal remains of vehicles that had been abandoned when their engines died during the electromagnetic pulses that accompanied the nuclear strikes. The raiders wore mismatched armor pieced together from salvage and carried weapons that ranged from crude clubs to firearms of uncertain reliability, but their confident approach suggested they had successfully intimidated or overwhelmed enough previous victims to believe this encounter would follow the same pattern. The combat that erupted when negotiation proved impossible was brief and educational, teaching lessons about human opponents that differed significantly from fighting mutated animals. Raiders possessed intelligence that allowed them to coordinate attacks and adapt tactics based on their opponents' responses, making them more dangerous than creatures that relied purely on instinct. But they also possessed the human weaknesses of overconfidence and poor discipline, qualities that could be exploited by fighters who maintained composure and thought tactically rather than simply reacting to immediate threats. The raiders' deaths provided the Chosen One's first experience with looting human corpses, an activity that proved more disturbing than harvesting gecko hides or claiming supplies from abandoned structures. These had been people with lives and histories, reduced to bodies and the possessions they had carried. The practical necessity of taking their weapons and ammunition competed with moral discomfort about profiting from death, creating an internal conflict that would recur throughout the wasteland journey. Sulik's matter-of-fact approach to looting suggested he had long since resolved whatever moral qualms might have troubled him in earlier encounters. He explained that the raiders had made their choices and accepted the risks associated with attempting to rob travelers, that taking their possessions after defending oneself was simply practical resource management in an environment where supplies meant survival. The logic was sound even if it failed to completely silence the discomfort that the Chosen One felt while searching through pockets and removing equipment from cooling bodies. The distant skyline of the den became visible on the second day of travel from Klamath, a smudge of smoke and vertical structures that grew more defined as the kilometers passed. The settlement's reputation had preceded it through the stories shared by Klamath's residents, painting a picture of a place where lawlessness and exploitation had become the organizing principles of society. Unlike Arroyo's communal cooperation, or even Klamath's rough but functional trading economy, the den apparently operated on pure predatory capitalism, where everything had a price and nothing was prohibited if the right palms were greased with sufficient caps. The approach to the settlement revealed signs that confirmed and expanded upon its dark reputation. Bodies hung from posts at irregular intervals along the main approach road, their state of decomposition suggesting they had been displayed at different times, rather than as part of a single mass execution. Some showed signs of violence that had killed them, while others appeared to have been hung alive and left to die slowly from exposure and dehydration. The intended message was clear. The den was a place where certain behaviors or affiliations would result in public execution, though what those behaviors might be remained deliberately ambiguous to maximize the warning's psychological impact. The people visible on the den's outskirts presented a different kind of warning about the settlement's character. Individuals in various stages of chemical intoxication wandered without apparent purpose, their attention focused inward on whatever altered states they had purchased or stolen. Some begged for caps or food with the desperate intensity of addicts whose next fix represented the only thing that mattered in their narrowed worlds. Others simply sat or lay in the dirt, too far gone into their chemicals to notice or care about their surroundings or their own degradation. The settlement's layout revealed itself gradually as the Chosen One and Sulik passed through the outer zones toward what appeared to be more central and controlled areas. The den had grown organically rather than through planning. Buildings added wherever space existed without regard for streets or organization. Narrow alleys twisted between structures, creating a maze-like quality that would favor residents who knew the territory over visitors trying to navigate unfamiliar ground. The architecture combined salvaged materials with new construction in ways that suggested pure functionality without any consideration for aesthetics or durability beyond immediate needs. The division between the den's eastern and western sections became apparent through subtle shifts in atmosphere and the behavior of people encountered in each area. The eastern section felt marginally more controlled, its buildings showing signs of maintenance, and its streets patrolled by armed individuals wearing matching leather armor, marked with symbols that suggested affiliation with some kind of organized gang. These guards watched strangers with professional suspicion rather than open hostility, their presence creating a sense that violence was regulated rather than random. The western section, by contrast, felt actively dangerous in ways that put both warriors on high alert. Buildings here were more dilapidated, many showing fire damage or structural collapse that had never been repaired. The people visible on the streets moved with either predatory purpose or fearful hurry, creating an atmosphere where stopping to ask questions seemed likely to invite either robbery or violence. Sulik's hand remained near his weapon throughout the passage across the western den, his body language communicating readiness for combat at any moment. Mom's diner emerged as an unlikely oasis of normalcy in the midst of the den's pervasive dysfunction. The building's exterior was cleaner than its neighbors, its windows intact rather than broken or boarded, its entrance marked by a hand-painted sign that welcomed customers rather than warning them away. The smell that drifted from inside was cooking food rather than chemicals or waste, creating an olfactory beacon that suggested the possibility of a hot meal in a place where such comforts were apparently rare. The interior of the diner continued the impression of being somehow separate from the surrounding settlement, its tables cleaned, and its floor swept in defiance of the dirt and decay that characterized the den's other establishments. Mom herself was a woman whose age was difficult to determine, but whose maternal nature was immediately evident in how she greeted customers and moved through her establishment. She welcomed the Chosen One and Sulik with genuine warmth that seemed impossible given the environment, offering food and conversation with equal generosity. The meal that Mom provided was simple but well prepared, consisting of Brahmin stew and bread that had been baked recently enough to still be soft. The cost was reasonable enough to suggest that profit was not Mom's primary motivation in running the diner, an impression that strengthened as she chatted with other customers and made sure everyone had enough to eat, regardless of their ability to pay full price. She was, the Chosen One came to understand, someone who cared for the den's inhabitants in ways that had nothing to do with personal gain or social status. The conversation with Mom about Vic's whereabouts revealed her intimate knowledge of the den's power structures and criminal operations. She spoke carefully, her words chosen to provide information without directly condemning anyone in ways that might get back to people who could make her life difficult. Metzger, the slaver, operated from a compound in the eastern section, she explained, his business protected by both his own guards and his connections to larger organizations that valued the den's role as a neutral territory for various illicit trades. Vic had been in Metzger's custody for several weeks, Mom continued, held in the slave pens while Metzger negotiated with potential buyers who might value a trader's knowledge of northern routes and settlements. The asking price was supposedly substantial, reflecting Vic's value as someone with marketable skills rather than just another body for hard labor. But Metzger was also known to be a businessman who would negotiate if presented with compelling offers, or whose security was not as impenetrable as he liked potential rescue attempters to believe. The warning Mom offered as the two warriors prepared to leave the diner was delivered with genuine concern rather than mere cautionary formality. Metzger was dangerous and well protected, she explained, and attempting to free Vic through violence would likely result in the deaths of everyone involved, including the person they were trying to save. She suggested seeking alternative approaches, perhaps working to earn the caps needed to purchase Vic's freedom legally, or finding leverage that could be used to negotiate his release without bloodshed. But the Chosen One's tribal upbringing had not prepared them to accept slavery as a legitimate institution deserving of legal respect and careful navigation. The moral revulsion that the entire concept provoked made the idea of paying a slaver to release his victim feel like complicity in the system itself, like acknowledging that human beings could legitimately be bought and sold if the proper forms were observed. Sulik's agreement was immediate and unequivocal, his own hatred of slavers having been forged through his sister's capture and the months of fruitless searching that had followed. The reconnaissance of Metzger's compound revealed a structure that had been fortified against exactly the kind of assault the two warriors were contemplating. High walls, constructed from salvaged metal and concrete, surrounded a central building, with guard posts visible at strategic points and armed men patrolling the perimeter at irregular intervals. The main entrance was a heavy door that appeared to be barred from the inside, with a small window allowing guards to inspect visitors, before deciding whether to grant access. The slave pens themselves were visible through gaps in the wall, their chain-link fencing and locked gates making clear that escape without outside assistance would be nearly impossible. Vic was visible among the other captives, his distinctive trader's coat marking him, even at a distance. His condition appeared reasonably good given the circumstances, suggesting that Metzger maintained his inventory in saleable condition rather than abusing merchandise that represented potential profit. The plan that developed through observation and discussion was necessarily crude given the limited resources available and the time constraints imposed by not knowing when Vic might be sold and moved beyond reach. The direct assault approach that both warriors favored required creating a distraction that would draw guards away from their positions while allowing entry into the compound through a section of wall that appeared less reinforced than the compound main entrance. The distraction chosen was fire, always a terrifying threat in settlements built largely from salvaged wood and other flammable materials. The execution of the plan began at nightfall when darkness would provide cover for movement, and when the smoke from a fire would be more visible and alarming to the compound's occupants. The Chosen One moved into position near the weakest section of wall, while Sulik circled to the opposite side of the compound, where wooden structures provided fuel for the fire he would start. The waiting in darkness with heart pounding and muscles tense taught lessons about the terror that preceded combat, the way fear could be both paralyzing and motivating, depending on whether it was channeled toward action or allowed to fester into panic. The smoke from Sulik's fire drew immediate reaction from Metzger's guards, their shouts of alarm audible across the compound as they rushed toward the apparent threat. The distraction worked exactly as planned, pulling defenders away from their posts and creating the window of opportunity needed for the Chosen One to scale the weakened section of wall and drop into the compound's interior. The landing was harder than anticipated, the ground studded with debris that threatened ankle injuries, but adrenaline and youth combined to allow recovery and movement toward the slave pens. The lock on the pen's gate proved more resistant to simple force than hoped, requiring precious seconds of work with improvised tools. While guards began to realize that the fire might be a diversion rather than the actual threat. Vic's face showed confusion, transforming into hope as he recognized that rescue was being attempted, though he remained sensibly quiet, rather than calling out and drawing attention to what was happening. The other slaves watched with expressions ranging from desperate hope to resigned fatalism, understanding that their own chances of rescue depended entirely on whether this insane assault somehow succeeded. The moment when the lock finally gave way and the gate swung open was immediately complicated by the return of guards who had abandoned the fire upon realizing it was contained and posed no real threat to the compound's main structures. The combat that erupted in the narrow space between slave pens was vicious and close quarters, the Chosen One's spear proving awkward in tight confines, while Sulik's club work demonstrated the effectiveness of blunt force weapons in confined spaces where there was no room for finesse or distance fighting. Vic's contribution to his own rescue was immediate and practical, the trader grabbing weapons from fallen guards and distributing them to other slaves who chose to fight for their freedom rather than passively awaiting whatever fate the battle's outcome would bring. The liberation of the slave pens had suddenly become a full-scale uprising, with Metzger's guards facing opponents who fought with the desperate ferocity of people who had nothing left to lose and everything to gain. The battle for the compound lasted perhaps 20 minutes of objective time, but felt like hours of subjective experience, each second stretched by the intensity of violence and the constant awareness that death could arrive with any blow or bullet that found its mark. Metzger himself fell defending his office, the slaver dying with an expression of outrage that someone had dared challenge his authority in his own territory. His death, marked the psychological turning point of the battle, as his remaining guards lost the will to continue fighting for an organization that no longer had a leader to enforce loyalty or distribute rewards. The aftermath of combat revealed the full scope of what the two warriors had unleashed through their assault on the slaver compound. Metzger's organization had been destroyed, his guards dead or fled, his captives freed but without resources or clear destinations. The compound itself was damaged but not destroyed, its walls and structures still standing even if many of its occupants were now corpses cooling in the night air. The other slaves looked to the Chosen One with gratitude mixed with confusion, uncertain about what freedom meant in practical terms when they had no caps, no homes, and no protection from the den's other predatory elements. Vic's gratitude was effusive but also practical, the trader immediately understanding that his rescue had created obligations that would bind him to his rescuers, at least temporarily. He possessed information about Vault City and the general location of Vault 13, knowledge that had presumably motivated his rescue beyond simple humanitarian impulses. His willingness to share that information and to accompany the Chosen One on the journey south was both genuine appreciation for his liberation and pragmatic recognition that traveling with capable fighters would improve his own survival. Chances in the wasteland, the explanation of Arroyo's crisis, and the quest for the Gecko provided context that helped Vic understand the larger forces that had resulted in his rescue. He knew about Vault 13 from the canteens he had been trading, those distinctive containers that bore the Vault's number, and had apparently been scavenged from somewhere and sold to traders like himself, who recognized their value as curiosities. He had sold several to Arroyo's people over the years, never knowing that these transactions would eventually lead to someone coming to save him from slavery. The night after the assault was spent in Mom's diner, where the maternal proprietor provided shelter and medical attention without asking too many questions about the evening's violence. Her expression suggested she understood what had happened, and possibly even approved, though she was too wise to say anything that might be overheard and reported to people who might take issue with Metzger's death. The den's power structures would undergo reorganization now that the Slaver Guild had been eliminated, creating opportunities and dangers that would play out over weeks and months to come. The morning revealed the full complexity of what the Chosen One had created through the decision to attack the slavers rather than pursuing alternative approaches. Freed slaves had scattered throughout the den, some attempting to leave the settlement entirely, while others remained without clear plans or destinations. Metzger's former guards were regrouping and attempting to claim leadership of what remained of his organization, creating potential for violence as different factions competed for control. The den's other power brokers were watching these developments with interest, calculating how Metzger's absence might create opportunities for their own expansion. But there were also opportunities for the Chosen One to further explore what the den offered beyond its obvious dysfunction and criminality. The settlement contained merchants who asked no questions about the origins of goods they purchased, a quality that proved useful for converting looted equipment and salvage into caps. The prices offered were lower than what honest merchants in more lawful settlements might pay, but the convenience and lack of scrutiny made the discount acceptable for someone trying to build resources quickly. The discovery of a Brotherhood of Steel outpost within the den came as a surprise, given the organization's reputation for operating from secure facilities rather than embedding themselves in chaotic settlements. The outpost consisted of a single member, a man who watched the Chosen One's approach with the kind of professional assessment that suggested military training and extensive experience evaluating potential threats. His presence in the den was apparently related to intelligence gathering, observing the settlement's criminal networks and their connections to larger wasteland organizations. The Brotherhood members' recognition of the Chosen One's quest and connection to Vault 13 suggested that the organization maintained better intelligence networks than their scattered presence would indicate. He offered cryptic hints about heading south toward the NCR, where more Brotherhood resources might be available, but he refused to provide detailed information or assistance beyond basic directions. The Brotherhood's current diminished state and their fear of the Enclave had apparently made them cautious about revealing too much to outsiders, even those on potentially important quests. The eastern side of the den revealed the presence of gangs that competed for control of various criminal enterprises, their territories marked by symbols and colors that residents understood but which meant nothing to outsiders. Tyler's gang operated from a fortified bar, their focus apparently on protection rackets and extortion targeting the den's legitimate businesses. Lara's gang worked from the residential district, their operations centered on theft and fencing stolen goods through merchants who were either complicit or too intimidated to refuse cooperation. The western side, by contrast, seemed to lack organized gangs, instead hosting individuals and small groups who operated independently without the structure or ambitions of their eastern counterparts. The violence here felt more random and personal rather than economically motivated, with fights erupting over insults or perceived disrespect rather than territorial disputes or business conflicts. The buildings were more damaged and the people more desperate, creating an atmosphere where stopping to conduct business or gather information felt genuinely dangerous. The investigation into the haunted house on the western side began as a curiosity, but developed into something more substantial as details emerged about the ghost that supposedly inhabited the structure. The building was genuinely old by post-war standards, its construction dating to the immediate aftermath of the nuclear war, when survivors had attempted to establish permanent settlements in areas that showed less radiation damage than population centers. The ghost was described as a woman who appeared at midnight, wailing about a lost locket and threatening anyone who could not help her find it. The Chosen One's approach to the ghost investigation was hindered by inexperience with the supernatural and uncertainty about whether such phenomena even existed or represented psychological manifestations or elaborate frauds. The decision to visit the house at midnight and confront the ghost directly reflected either courage or foolishness, depending on perspective, but it provided answers that more cautious approaches might have missed. The ghost, when encountered, was indeed visible and audible, her translucent form and piercing cries creating genuine fear that had to be overcome through effort of will. The investigation that followed the ghost encounter revealed a more mundane truth beneath the supernatural appearance. The locket had been stolen by a member of Tyler's gang, its value as jewelry motivating theft from what was assumed to be an abandoned house. The recovery of the locket required navigating gang politics and either negotiating its return or simply taking it by force from its current possessor. The Chosen One's growing reputation as someone willing and able to use violence when necessary made negotiation more effective than it might otherwise have been. The return of the locket to the ghost produced results that challenged assumptions about what was possible in the post-war world. The spectral woman's form solidified briefly as she clutched the locket to her chest, her expression transforming from anguish to peace before she faded entirely from view. The bones that appeared where she had been standing suggested that some element of the haunting had been genuine rather than purely psychological or fraudulent, though the exact mechanisms remained mysterious and beyond current scientific understanding. The ghost farm discovery that came through conversations with various den residents pointed toward a location outside the settlement where crops grew without visible cultivation and livestock thrived without apparent caretakers, The descriptions suggested either advanced automation surviving from pre-war times or something genuinely supernatural that defied rational explanation. The farm's location was supposedly visible from certain vantage points but impossible to reach through direct travel, as paths that appeared to lead toward it somehow always ended up going in different directions. The decision to investigate the ghost farm was motivated partly by curiosity and partly by the practical consideration that functioning agriculture might provide resources or knowledge valuable to Arroyo's eventual restoration. The journey to the farm's supposed location consumed most of a day, following directions that proved frustratingly vague and sometimes contradictory. The landscape in this area showed less war damage than regions closer to the den, suggesting it had been far enough from primary targets to escape the worst effects of the nuclear strikes. The farm, when finally located, was exactly as described. Crops growing in neat rows without visible tending, Brahmin grazing in fenced pastures without apparent human supervision, buildings that appeared maintained despite showing no signs of current occupation. The overall effect was deeply unsettling, creating an atmosphere where the lack of people felt more threatening than their presence might have been. The Chosen One and companions approached cautiously, weapons ready for whatever explanation might reveal itself. The trapdoor that led to the underground portion of the farm was discovered through systematic searching rather than obvious placement, its concealment suggesting deliberate effort to keep the entrance hidden from casual observation. The descent into darkness required lighting and careful movement downstairs that showed their age through worn treads and uncertain stability. The air below carried the smell of long occupation and inadequate ventilation, mixing body odor with cooking smells and the musty scent of earth and stone. The underground dwellers who emerged from the darkness to confront the intruders were initially hostile, their weapons raised and their body language suggesting readiness to defend their hidden home against anyone who might threaten it. But their appearance revealed them to be ordinary humans rather than mutants or monsters, their skin pale from life without sunlight but otherwise unremarkable. The confrontation de-escalated through careful diplomacy and the explanation that discovery had been accidental rather than part of any deliberate search for whatever secrets they protected. The story that emerged through subsequent conversation explained the ghost farm's supernatural reputation through prosaic reality. A group of people had taken shelter in an old pre-war bunker system during the initial nuclear strikes, emerging afterwards to discover that radiation levels made surface living dangerous, but that underground existence was sustainable, if properly organized. They had developed systems for tending surface crops through brief nocturnal excursions when radiation exposure would be minimized, creating the appearance of autonomous agriculture that had spawned supernatural explanations. Generations had now passed living primarily underground, with children born and raised in the artificial light of the bunker system. The population's eyes had adapted to permanent, low-light conditions, making surface travel during daylight painful and potentially damaging. But they had also maintained pre-war knowledge and technology to degrees that most wasteland settlements had lost, preserving books and equipment that would be valuable to anyone interested in rebuilding civilization along more sophisticated lines than simple survival. The negotiation that followed the revelation of the underground dwellers' existence resulted in a potential partnership between them and the surface settlements that desperately needed reliable food sources. The underground people could provide crops and livestock in exchange for manufactured goods and medical supplies they could not produce themselves, creating a symbiotic relationship that would benefit both communities. The Chosen One's role in facilitating this connection would have ripple effects extending far beyond the immediate transaction. The return to the den with news of the ghost farm's reality and the opportunity it represented for trade created genuine excitement among the settlement's more forward-thinking residents. Mom in particular saw the potential for regular food shipments to improve the diet and health of the den's poorest inhabitants, those who currently survived on whatever scraps they could beg or steal. The possibility of the den evolving beyond pure exploitation towards something approaching a functional trading community seemed remote, but not entirely impossible. The discovery of Smitty's garage in the den's eastern section introduced possibilities that transformed the Chosen One's understanding of wasteland travel. The mechanic was an older man whose expertise with pre-war vehicles had been maintained and refined through decades of working with salvaged equipment and improvised solutions. The car he had been restoring was a genuine working automobile, its engine rebuilt and its systems functional despite 80 years having passed since such vehicles were common on wasteland roads. The sight of the car provoked reactions that ranged from wonder to disbelief, as most wasteland inhabitants had never seen a functional vehicle and assumed that such things belonged to history rather than current possibility. But Smitty's demonstration of the engine starting and running proved that the past was not entirely dead, that some of the old world's conveniences could be reclaimed by those with sufficient knowledge and resources. The price he quoted for completing the restoration and transferring ownership was substantial but not impossible, representing a goal worth pursuing once sufficient caps had been accumulated. The car's potential to transform travel from dangerous multi-day treks into relatively quick and safe journeys justified whatever costs and efforts might be required to obtain it. The ability to cover in hours what currently required days of walking would multiply the effectiveness of the quest for the Gecko, allowing more ground to be covered and more locations to be investigated in the time available before Arroyo's situation became irreversible. The vehicle became a priority to pursue once resources permitted. The days spent in the den following the assault on the slaver compound provided education about wasteland society that books or stories could never fully convey. The settlement's dysfunction was real and pervasive, but it coexisted with genuine human connections and moments of kindness that suggested the possibility of something better emerging from the chaos. Mom's diner continued to feed the hungry, regardless of ability to pay. Smitty worked on projects that interested him, rather than only pursuing maximum profit. Even the gangs displayed internal loyalty and codes of behavior that transcended pure predation. But the darkness was equally real and impossible to ignore or rationalize away. The addicts who had destroyed themselves with chemicals were victims of an industry that profited from their destruction. The bodies that hung as warnings represented someone's decision that public execution served useful purposes. The slaves who remained in captivity, despite Metzger's death, would be claimed by other slavers unless someone intervened to free them as well. The den was a place where humanity's best and worst coexisted in uncomfortable proximity. The departure from the den came with mixed feelings of relief at leaving its oppressive atmosphere and concern about the enemies potentially created through the Slaver Guild's destruction. The three companions, the Chosen One, Sulik, and Vic, had been forged through shared combat into something approaching a functional team. Each brought different skills and perspectives that complemented the others, creating a whole greater than the sum of its parts. Vic's knowledge of routes and settlements proved immediately valuable as the group traveled south toward Vault City, his experience as a trader providing information about safe paths and dangerous territories that would have taken considerable time to learn through trial and error. He spoke as they traveled about the settlements ahead and the challenges each might present, painting pictures of a wasteland that was far more complex and developed than Arroyo's isolation had allowed the Chosen One to understand. The wasteland stretched ahead with all its dangers and possibilities, the young warrior from Arroyo continuing to grow more experienced and capable with each challenge overcome. The den had provided crucial education about the darker aspects of post-war society, about exploitation and addiction and the systems that perpetuated suffering for profit. But it had also shown that even in the worst environments, human decency could persist and connections could be formed that transcended immediate self-interest. The road south from the den led through territory that showed increasing signs of pre-war development, the ruins becoming more frequent and substantial. As the travelers approached regions that had once supported denser populations, the landscape retained the scars of nuclear devastation, but also displayed evidence of nature's slow reclamation, with plants forcing their way through cracked concrete and wildlife, establishing territories among the skeletal remains of old-world suburbia. The journey consumed several days of steady travel, the presence of 3 companions making the trek safer, but also requiring more careful resource management than solo travel would have demanded. MODOK appeared first on the route to Vault City, a farming community that had established itself in territory suitable for agriculture, despite the lingering radiation that made cultivation more challenging than in pre-war times. The settlement was visible from a considerable distance, its fields stretching across relatively flat terrain, and its buildings clustered in a central location that suggested defensive considerations had influenced the town's layout. Smoke rose from multiple chimneys, indicating a population large enough to support specialized craftspeople beyond simple farming labor. The approach to MODOK revealed a community in the grip of drought conditions that threatened its agricultural foundation. The fields that should have been green with growing crops instead showed the brown and yellow of plants stressed by insufficient water, their leaves wilting despite the farmers' obvious efforts to maintain them through irrigation from wells and carefully rationed reserves. The Brahmin that grazed in pastures near the town were visibly thinner than healthy specimens should be, their ribs showing through hide that had lost the glossy quality that indicated proper nutrition and hydration. The town itself consisted of perhaps 24 buildings, ranging from small family homes to larger structures that served commercial or communal purposes. The architecture was typical of wasteland settlements that had been established generations earlier and maintained through constant repair rather than rebuilt from scratch, combining salvaged pre-war materials with post-war craftsmanship in ways that created a patchwork aesthetic. The residents visible on the streets moved with the deliberate economy of people conserving energy during difficult times, their faces showing the strain of prolonged worry about harvests and survival. The central area of MODOK contained the establishments most likely to provide information and services to travelers. A general store, operated by the Dunton family, offered supplies at prices that reflected the drought's impact on local economy, with water and fresh food commanding premiums, while less essential goods sat neglected on shelves. A bed and breakfast run by a woman named Rose provided accommodation for visitors, her establishment apparently doubling as a social center where residents gathered to share news and gossip. The slaughterhouse that processed Brahmin for meat was doing brisk business given the drought's impact on keeping livestock alive, with farmers choosing to butcher animals rather than watch them slowly starve. The conversations overheard while exploring MODOK revealed a community struggling with interconnected problems that drought alone could not fully explain. Crop failures were occurring even in fields that received adequate water, suggesting issues with soil quality or seed viability beyond simple moisture levels. Livestock were falling ill with conditions that the town's veterinarian could not diagnose or treat, adding disease concerns to the existing problems of feed shortages. Most mysteriously, several people had disappeared over recent weeks, vanishing without explanation and creating fears that raiders, or worse, might be operating in the area. The Brahmin fries eating contest that the Chosen One encountered at one of MODOK's small restaurants provided both entertainment and education about wasteland food culture. The proprietor challenged visitors to consume more than 36 of the round, golf ball-sized deep-fried nuggets in one sitting, with success earning both the meal for free and bragging rights as the establishment's champion. The chosen one accepted the challenge with the confidence of youth and the hollow stomach of someone who had been rationing supplies during extended travel. The contest proceeded smoothly through the first 24 fries, the chosen one consuming them with steady efficiency, while the gathering crowd of locals offered encouragement and commentary. But as the count approached 30, the sheer volume of fried food began to overwhelm digestive capacity, each additional fry requiring more effort to chew and swallow. The proprietor watched with amusement that suggested she had seen many challengers falter at this stage, their ambitions exceeding their stomach capacity. The 34th fry went down with difficulty, the 35th with genuine struggle. As the chosen one reached for the 36th, curiosity prompted the question of how these particular fries were prepared. What made them special enough to warrant a consumption challenge? The proprietor's answer came with pride in her recipe. The fries were made from Brahmin testicles, harvested while the animals were still alive for maximum freshness and flavor, then breaded and deep-fried to create the signature texture. The revelation produced immediate nausea that had to be forcibly suppressed through effort of will, the contents of the chosen one's stomach threatening rebellion against the knowledge of what had been consumed. But pride and determination prevented retreat at this late stage, and the final 3 fries were choked down despite the psychological revulsion that now accompanied each bite. Victory was achieved at the cost of dignity and comfort. The free meal and championship status, small compensation for the poisoned condition that developed over the subsequent hours as the combination of excessive consumption and psychological distress manifested in physical symptoms. The investigation into Modoc's missing persons led to Cornelius, a farmer whose son Carl had vanished while investigating reports of a mysterious farm that had appeared in the wilderness outside town. The ghost farm, as locals called it, was described in terms that suggested either advanced technology or genuine supernatural phenomenon, with crops growing without visible cultivation and buildings maintained despite apparent abandonment. Several people who had gone to investigate this farm had failed to return, creating fears that something dangerous inhabited the location. The journey to the ghost farm required following vague directions through wilderness that showed minimal signs of human traffic, suggesting that most residents avoided the area, either from fear or from having failed to locate the farm during previous attempts. The landscape in this region was less damaged than areas closer to former population centers, indicating it had been far enough from primary targets to escape direct nuclear strikes. The vegetation showed the mutations common to post-war flora but thrived with the vigor of plants adapted to current conditions rather than struggling against lingering contamination. The farm, when finally located, matched the descriptions that had made it legendary in Modoc's local folklore. Rows of crops grew in disciplined lines without visible weeds or pests, their health suggesting recent tending despite the absence of farmers or equipment. Brahmin grazed in fenced pastures, their condition markedly better than the drought-stressed animals back in Modoc. Buildings stood in good repair, their walls straight, and their roofs intact, showing maintenance that could not have occurred naturally through decades of abandonment. The overall atmosphere was deeply unsettling in ways that transcended simple strangeness, creating a sense that the farm existed slightly outside normal reality. The chosen one and companions approached with extreme caution, weapons ready for whatever explanation might reveal itself through exploration. The crops, when examined, proved to be real plants rather than illusions, their roots drawing nutrition from soil that seemed richer than surrounding areas. The Brahmin were genuine animals rather than hallucinations or constructs. Their behavior typical of livestock that had been well fed and properly cared for. The bodies discovered near one of the farm's outbuildings provided the first indication that danger accompanied the farm's mysterious prosperity. Several corpses in various states of decomposition were arranged on stakes that had been driven into the ground, their positioning suggesting deliberate display rather than simple disposal of remains. The bodies showed signs of violence that had killed them, though whether they had died attacking the farm or been killed elsewhere and brought here for display remained unclear from visual inspection alone. The investigation of the bodies revealed they were constructed from Brahmin parts and clothing rather than being genuine human corpses, their purpose apparently being to frighten away casual investigators while protecting whatever secret the farm contained. The discovery that the threatening display was fraudulent rather than evidence of actual murders reduced the immediate sense of danger, while raising questions about who would go to such lengths to keep people away. The answer lay beneath the surface in underground facilities that had sheltered their occupants since the war's beginning. The trapdoor leading underground was concealed, but not impossibly so, its location requiring systematic searching rather than being immediately obvious to casual observation. The descent into darkness demanded lighting and careful movement downstairs that had been worn by decades of use, their treads showing the passage of countless feet moving between surface and subterranean worlds. The air below carried the distinctive smell of long-term human habitation, combined with inadequate ventilation, creating an atmosphere that was breathable but not pleasant. The confrontation with the underground dwellers began with hostility, born from fear, their weapons raised against intruders who had penetrated defenses that had protected them for 80 years. But the Chosen One's diplomatic approach and explanation that discovery had been accidental rather than aggressive investigation helped de-escalate the situation before violence could erupt. The people who emerged from the shadows to negotiate were ordinary humans, whose pale skin revealed their subterranean lifestyle, but whose otherwise normal appearance contradicted the supernatural explanations that had developed around their farm. The story that emerged through subsequent conversation explained how a group of agricultural scientists and farmers had taken shelter in underground research facilities when the nuclear war began, emerging afterwards to discover that surface radiation levels made extended exposure dangerous, but that brief nocturnal excursions for farming were sustainable with proper precautions. They had developed sophisticated systems for maintaining crops and livestock through minimal surface contact, using automation and careful timing to create the appearance of an abandoned farm that maintained itself through unknown means. Generations had now passed with children born and raised primarily underground, their education including both practical farming knowledge and the scientific understanding preserved from pre-war times. The population had remained stable through careful resource management and the recognition that their underground facilities could only support a limited number of occupants. They had observed MODOK's development with interest, but had chosen isolation over integration, fearing that contact with surface dwellers might lead to conflict over their resources or exposure to diseases their isolated population had never developed immunity against. Carl and the other missing people from MODOK were alive and well within the underground community, having been captured during their investigations of the farm and held for extended periods while the residents debated what to do with them. The captives had been treated well despite their involuntary detention, with the underground people recognizing them as fellow humans deserving of basic dignity rather than threats requiring elimination. But release had been deemed too dangerous given the risk that returnees might bring others back to force access to the underground facilities and their resources. The negotiation that followed the revelation of Carl's survival focused on establishing a relationship between the underground dwellers and MODOK that would benefit both communities while respecting the concerns that had motivated 80 years of isolation. The underground people could provide high-quality crops and livestock in exchange for manufactured goods and medical supplies they could not produce in their limited facilities. MODOK would gain access to food sources that could help them survive the current drought, while the underground dwellers would benefit from trade goods and genetic diversity that their isolated population desperately needed. The agreement, reached through careful discussion, represented a compromise that addressed the core concerns of both parties. The underground people would maintain their primary residence below ground, where they felt safe and comfortable, but would establish regular trading sessions at the surface farm where MODOK residents could exchange goods without needing to enter the subterranean facilities. Carl and the other captives would be released with the understanding that they would help explain the new arrangement to MODOK's leadership and work to ensure that the underground people's privacy was respected going forward. The return to MODOK with Carl and the news of the trade agreement created genuine celebration among residents who had feared the worst about their missing neighbors and had struggled to see any solution to the drought's impact on their survival. The arrangement with the underground farm would not solve all of MODOK's problems immediately, but it provided a foundation for recovery and a model for how isolated communities might cooperate for mutual benefit. The Chosen One's role in facilitating this connection added to a growing reputation as someone who solved problems rather than simply creating violence. The road from MODOK to Vault City revealed increasing signs of organized civilization as the travelers approached one of the wasteland's most successful settlements. The territory showed evidence of regular patrols that kept raiders and dangerous wildlife at a distance from traveled routes, creating relatively safe corridors for merchants and other legitimate travelers. Way stations appeared at intervals that suggested careful planning, their placement providing shelter and supplies at distances that matched typical daily travel ranges. Vault City itself emerged from the landscape with a stark clarity that immediately distinguished it from every other settlement the Chosen One had encountered. The walls surrounding the city were not the improvised barriers of salvaged materials that characterized places like the Den or Klamath, but rather purpose-built fortifications constructed from poured concrete and reinforced with metal framework. Guard towers positioned at strategic intervals provided overlapping fields of fire that would make any assault on the city costly, regardless of the attacker's numbers or determination. The exterior courtyard that surrounded Vault City proper contained a population of people who were permitted near the city, but not allowed entry without special circumstances. These courtyard dwellers lived in conditions that were simultaneously better than the worst wasteland settlements, but clearly inferior to what existed within the city walls, creating a visible hierarchy of privilege and access. Merchants maintained stalls where they traded goods with both courtyard residents and occasional citizens who emerged from the city, their inventory suggesting access to supply chains that connected to larger trading networks. The guards who controlled access to Vault City itself were professional soldiers rather than the casual militia that protected smaller settlements, their equipment and bearing indicating serious military training and discipline. They evaluated approaching travelers with practiced assessment, their questions designed to determine both identity and intentions before allowing anyone to proceed toward the city's gates. The Chosen One's tribal appearance and equipment immediately marked them as outsiders, triggering additional scrutiny and questions about purpose and plans. The revelation that entry to Vault City required either citizenship or a day pass created immediate complications for the quest's progression, as neither option was readily available to tribal wanderers with no established connection to the settlement. Citizenship was described as achievable through either extraordinary service to the city or by passing tests that evaluated intelligence, perception, and genetic purity to standards that the Chosen One's current capabilities might not meet. Day passes were supposedly available through application to the city's administration, but the process required documentation and verification that tribal peoples would find difficult to provide. Vic's presence proved valuable in navigating these bureaucratic obstacles, as his history as a trader who had conducted business in Vault City gave him documentation and references that the guards recognized as legitimate. His explanation that the Chosen One was traveling with him as hired security gained sufficient credibility to warrant issuing a day pass that would allow entry to the city during daylight hours, with the requirement that all weapons be checked at the gate, and that departure occur before the evening curfew descended. The interior of Vault City fulfilled the promise suggested by its imposing exterior, presenting a vision of order and cleanliness that seemed impossible given the wasteland's general decay and dysfunction. The streets were paved with intact concrete rather than the dirt and rubble common to other settlements, their surfaces swept clean of debris and maintained with obvious care. Buildings showed uniform construction standards and regular maintenance, their walls painted and their windows glazed with actual glass rather than improvised substitutes. The citizens who walked Vault City's streets carried themselves with the confidence of people who felt safe in their environment and secure in their social position. Their clothing was clean and well maintained, showing quality of manufacture that exceeded what most wasteland residents could access. Their conversations as they passed carried the casual concerns of people whose basic needs were met and who could therefore worry about matters of policy, culture, and personal advancement rather than simple survival. But the underlying character of Vault City revealed itself through interactions with its citizens and observation of its social structures. The settlement operated on a rigid hierarchy that divided people into citizens, servants, and outsiders, with each category having strictly defined rights and limitations. Citizens enjoyed full access to the city's resources and voice in its governance, while servants were bound to specific citizens and required to perform labor in exchange for protection and minimal provision. Outsiders like the Chosen One were tolerated for economic reasons, but viewed with suspicion and contempt as potential threats to the city's carefully maintained order. The attitude of superiority that Vault City's citizens displayed toward outsiders manifested in countless small interactions that communicated their belief that emergence from Vault 8 had made them inherently better than people who had survived in the wasteland without such advantages. They spoke to servants and visitors in tones that suggested speaking to children or mentally deficient adults. Their patience, obviously forced, and their underlying contempt barely concealed. The questions they asked about life outside the city carried the fascination that privileged people sometimes showed for the suffering of others, treating hardship as entertainment rather than tragedy, deserving empathy. First, Citizen Lynette embodied these attitudes in concentrated form, her position as Vault City's leader apparently requiring her to represent the settlement's values without the moderating influence of personal doubt or humanitarian consideration. She received the Chosen One in her office with the kind of cold courtesy that made clear the meeting was granted as obligation rather than desire. Her assessment of the tribal visitor, evident in the way her eyes catalogued primitive equipment and unsophisticated bearing. The conversation with Lynette about Vault 13 and the quest for the Gecko revealed that she possessed information relevant to the search, but was unwilling to share it with someone she viewed as barely civilized and certainly unworthy of Vault City's assistance. Her explanation that such information was restricted to citizens or those who had proven their value to the city through significant service created a barrier that would require either passing the citizenship tests or performing tasks that Lynette deemed sufficiently important to warrant reward. The task that Lynette eventually proposed involved addressing a problem that Vault City had been unable to solve through diplomatic or economic means. The nearby settlement of Gecko, inhabited primarily by ghouls, operated a nuclear power plant that was leaking radiation into the groundwater that Vault City drew upon for its water supply. The ghouls claimed the leak was minor and that they were working to address it, but Lynette had no faith in their technical competence or their honesty about the severity of the problem. Lynette's proposed solution to the Gecko situation revealed the darkness underlying Vault City's pristine appearance. She wanted the Chosen One to eliminate the ghoul population, wiping them out completely, and allowing Vault City to seize control of the power plant and its output. The mission was presented not as genocide, but as pest control, with the ghouls characterized as subhuman mutants whose existence threatened the survival and prosperity of pure-strain humans deserving of priority consideration. The Chosen One's visceral rejection of this genocidal mandate created immediate tension with Lynette, whose response to moral objections was dismissive irritation rather than reconsideration of her position. In her worldview, the ghouls were mutants whose radiation-altered biology made them fundamentally different from and inferior to baseline humans, their suffering or death carrying no moral weight that should prevent Vault City from securing its interests. The suggestion that negotiation or technical assistance might solve the water contamination problem without violence was met with contempt for such naive idealism. The exploration of Vault City revealed additional complexities that painted a picture of a settlement whose technological advancement coexisted with moral regression. The city's medical center offered treatments unavailable anywhere else in the wasteland, with doctors whose pre-war training had been preserved through Vault 8's archives and whose equipment included functional diagnostic and surgical tools. But access to this medical care was restricted to citizens or those wealthy enough to pay prices that exceeded what most wasteland residents could accumulate in years of labor. The trading post operated by the merchant known as Happy Harry provided access to weapons, armor, and equipment of quality that exceeded what smaller settlements could offer. His inventory, including energy weapons and advanced combat armor, that represented the pinnacle of pre-war military technology. But his prices reflected Vault City's wealth and his own position as gatekeeper to resources that desperate people would pay almost anything to obtain, creating an economic dynamic where the privileged exploited the desperate while maintaining the appearance of legitimate commerce. The servant auction that the Chosen One witnessed during exploration of the city provided the clearest illustration of how Vault City's surface civilization concealed structures that were indistinguishable from slavery despite being presented in different terminology. People who lacked the resources to maintain independence could sell themselves into service contracts that bound them to citizens for extended periods, their labor extracted in exchange for basic provision and the promise of eventual freedom. But the contracts were written in ways that made accumulating the necessary funds for release nearly impossible, trapping servants in permanent bondage that differed from chattel slavery only in the legal fictions that surrounded it. The encounter with Cassidy occurred in the city's bar, where the gruff older man was drinking away his frustration at being trapped in Vault City by the heart condition that made extended travel dangerous. He had been a caravan trader before. His health declined, his routes taking him across vast stretches of wasteland as he moved goods between settlements that needed what he carried and produced what he needed. But his failing heart had forced him to settle in the one place where medical technology existed that could keep him alive, even though the city's attitudes and restrictions chafed against everything his decades of wasteland experience had taught him about how people should treat each other. Cassidy's willingness to join the Chosen One's party, despite his medical condition, reflected both his desperation to escape Vault City and his pragmatic assessment that dying on the road pursuing something meaningful was preferable to slowly withering in a city he despised. His combat experience and wasteland knowledge would prove valuable in the challenges ahead, while his cynical humor and harsh wisdom provided perspective that balanced the Chosen One's relative naivety about human nature and wasteland politics. The deeper exploration of Vault City revealed access to Vault 8 itself, the underground facility from which the surface settlement had grown over the decades since the war. The vault remained functional as both historical monument and practical resource, its lower levels containing the computers and equipment that had enabled the original inhabitants to emerge and establish themselves so successfully. The presence of these systems meant that Vault City possessed technological capabilities that exceeded every other settlement in the region, advantages they protected jealously while using them to maintain their position of regional dominance. The Vault's computer systems contained records about other vaults in the region, including Vault 13, providing crucial information about its location and potentially about whether it still functioned 80 years after the water chip failure that had sent the Vault Dweller into the wasteland. But access to these records required either citizenship or completing the task that Lynette had assigned, creating a situation where the Chosen One would need to address the Gecko situation before the quest could progress toward its ultimate goal. The journey from Vault City to Gecko covered only a few kilometers, the two settlements existing in close enough proximity that their relationship carried weight beyond simple distant trade partners. The landscape between them showed evidence of both communities' influence, with Vault City's patrols extending part-way toward Gecko, while the Ghoul settlement's scavenging parties ranged outward in search of salvage and resources. The power plant that was Gecko's defining feature became visible from considerable distance, its cooling tower and containment structures marking it as one of the few pre-war industrial facilities that had remained functional through 8 decades of minimal maintenance. Gecko's appearance stood in stark contrast to Vault City's pristine order, presenting instead an aesthetic of functional decay, where nothing was wasted but nothing was beautiful. Buildings constructed from salvaged materials leaned at angles that suggested eventual collapse, their walls patched with whatever had been available when repairs became necessary. The streets were unpaved and muddy where drainage had failed, with residents navigating the mess through paths marked by repeated foot traffic rather than any deliberate planning. The ghouls who inhabited Gecko were the physical embodiment of radiation's impact on human biology, their skin showing the necrotic damage and discoloration that had given them their name, while their survival demonstrated remarkable resilience to conditions that would have killed baseline humans. Most moved with the stiffness that suggested pain or reduced joint flexibility, their bodies paying the price for continued function in environments that would have been lethal to their pre-mutation forms. But their minds remained sharp despite their physical degradation, their conversations displaying intelligence and personality that contradicted Vault City's characterization of them as mindless mutants. The encounter with Harold provided an unexpected reunion with a figure from Fallout's previous chapter, the mutated survivor whose strange biology had allowed him to persist through decades that had killed most of his generation. His role as Gecko's leader reflected both his natural charisma and the respect that the ghoul community granted to someone who had endured so much while maintaining his humor and his commitment to helping others survive. His greeting of the Chosen One was warm, despite having no prior relationship with this particular descendant of the Vault Dweller. His general goodwill toward humanity, extending to tribal visitors seeking his assistance. The conversation with Harold about the power plant and Vault City's complaints revealed a situation more complex than Lynette's characterization had suggested. The reactor was indeed leaking radiation, but the levels were well within tolerances that ghouls could survive and were not increasing in ways that suggested imminent catastrophic failure. The ghouls had been working to optimize the plant's performance, but lacked certain parts needed to complete repairs that would reduce the leak to negligible levels, parts that were supposedly available in Vault City, but which Lynette had refused to provide. The proposal that Harold made was straightforward in concept, but politically complex in execution. If the Chosen One could obtain the parts needed from Vault City, and assist in the repair work at the reactor. Gecko would reduce its radiation output to levels that would eliminate any legitimate complaints about groundwater contamination. The ghouls would also be willing to sell excess power to Vault City at reasonable rates, creating an economic relationship that would benefit both communities while demonstrating that ghouls could be reliable partners rather than problems requiring elimination. The power plant itself was a marvel of pre-war engineering that had continued functioning with minimal maintenance through 8 decades of neglect. Its automated systems and robust construction, allowing it to survive conditions that would have destroyed more delicate facilities. The reactor core remained stable despite the damage that had created the current leak, its containment vessel holding despite stress fractures that would eventually require more extensive repairs than simple part replacement could address. The control systems functioned adequately despite the accumulated wear, though their interfaces showed the age of technology that had been cutting edge before the war, but was now approaching the limits of its operational lifespan. The exploration of the power plant revealed both the technical challenges that Gecko faced in maintaining the facility and the impressive ingenuity that the ghouls had displayed in keeping it functional with minimal resources. Repairs had been improvised using whatever materials were available, creating Rube Goldberg solutions that worked despite violating every safety protocol and engineering standard. The ghouls who worked in the plant moved through its spaces with the casual familiarity of people who had spent years learning its quirks and understanding its temperament, their knowledge gained through practical experience rather than formal training. The reactor repair itself required navigating both the technical challenges of working with radioactive materials and damaged systems and the political complexities of obtaining necessary parts from Vault City. The Chosen One's approach involved appealing over Lynette's head to Councillor McClure, a member of Vault City's leadership who was more pragmatic than ideological and who recognized that solving the radiation problem through cooperation would serve the city's interests better than the genocide that Lynette advocated. McClure's willingness to provide the necessary parts came with conditions that revealed his own agenda for Vault City's future. He wanted to see the settlement move away from Lynette's isolationism and xenophobia toward greater engagement with the wider wasteland, building trading relationships and diplomatic connections that would make Vault City a regional power through economic and cultural influence, rather than just military superiority. His assistance with the Gecko situation represented one step toward that vision, demonstrating that mutants could be partners rather than threats if approached with pragmatism rather than prejudice. The installation of the new parts and the optimization of the reactor's systems required technical knowledge that the Chosen One had been accumulating through wasteland experience, but which was tested by the complexity of pre-war nuclear engineering. The work proceeded through careful attention to the reactor's responses and the guidance of Gecko's experienced technicians, each adjustment monitored for signs of improvement or concerning changes. The final optimization sequence required careful balancing of multiple variables, creating a situation where one wrong input could cause problems, while the correct sequence would achieve the desired improvements. The successful completion of the reactor repairs produced results that exceeded what either community had hoped for as best-case outcomes. The radiation leak was not merely reduced but essentially eliminated, with emissions dropping to levels that would not contaminate groundwater even over extended periods. The power output increased significantly through the optimization work, creating surplus electricity that Gecko could sell to Vault City, while maintaining more than adequate supply for their own needs. Most importantly, the project demonstrated that ghouls and humans could cooperate on complex technical work, achieving results that neither could have managed independently. The return to Vault City with news of the reactor repairs and the offer of power purchase agreements created political complications that highlighted the depth of Lynette's prejudice against mutants. She was forced to acknowledge that the radiation problem had been solved, but refused to credit the ghouls with capability or good faith, instead suggesting that the Chosen One's intervention had been the only reason for success. Her reluctance to establish trading relationships with Gecko, despite the obvious economic benefits, revealed that her opposition to ghouls was rooted in ideology rather than practical concerns about safety or reliability. But McClure and other council members saw the opportunity that cooperation with Gecko represented and were willing to override Lynette's objections to establish the power purchase agreements and trading relationships that would benefit both communities. The Chosen One's role in facilitating this outcome earned the citizenship that would grant access to Vault 13's location and the continued assistance needed to pursue the Gecko. The political victory over Lynette's xenophobia felt almost as significant as the technical achievement of repairing the reactor, representing a small step toward a wasteland where different types of post-humans could coexist peacefully. The exploration of Vault 8's deeper levels with full citizen access revealed information that had been restricted to outsiders and which provided crucial intelligence about Vault 13's location and current status. The computer records showed that Vault 13 had been a control vault designed to remain sealed for 200 years before opening, its purpose being to establish baseline data about long-term isolation effects against which other vaults' experimental results could be compared. The water chip failure that had forced its opening after less than a century had been genuine malfunction rather than planned crisis, representing one of the few times that Vault-Tech's experiments had been disrupted by simple mechanical failure. The records indicated that Vault 13's location was northwest of Vault City, in territory that had been only lightly developed before the war, and which had escaped the heaviest concentrations of nuclear strikes. The vault had apparently remained sealed or at least intact after the Vault Dwellers' exile, though whether it still contained inhabitants or had been abandoned was not clear from the available data. The journey to reach it would require traveling through areas that the records flagged as having shown unusual activity in recent years, with references to sightings of advanced technology and organized groups that did not match the profiles of known wasteland factions. The preparation for the journey to Vault 13 included gathering supplies and equipment that would be necessary for extended travel through potentially hostile territory. Vault City's merchants provided access to advanced weapons and armor that would improve the party's combat capabilities, while the medical center sold stimpaks and healing supplies that could mean the difference between survival and death when injuries occurred far from assistance. The car that Smitty had been working on back in the den suddenly seemed even more valuable, its potential to reduce travel time and increase safety becoming obvious as the distances involved in the quest began to truly register. But before leaving Vault City to continue the quest, the Chosen One took time to explore the settlement more thoroughly and to understand the social dynamics that made it simultaneously impressive and disturbing. The servant system that resembled slavery despite its different terminology was observed in operation, with servants performing menial labor while citizens enjoyed leisure and comfort. The medical technology that could save lives was parceled out based on citizenship status and ability to pay rather than need. The power and resources that could have improved life throughout the region were instead hoarded to maintain Vault City's privileged position. The contrast between Vault City and Gecko crystallized everything that was both promising and problematic about post-war reconstruction. Vault City had resources and organization that allowed it to achieve things that smaller settlements could never accomplish, creating genuine improvements in health, safety, and quality of life for its citizens. But it had also created hierarchy and exclusion, using its advantages to dominate rather than assist those less fortunate. Gecko, by contrast, had little material wealth, but had maintained community bonds and mutual assistance that made its poverty more bearable. creating a society where people looked after each other despite having little to share. The wasteland stretched ahead with all its complexities visible in these two neighboring settlements, one representing order achieved through exclusion, and the other representing solidarity maintained through shared hardship. The journey to Vault 13 would take the Chosen One through more communities that had chosen their own paths towards survival, each revealing different aspects of humanity's response to the nuclear apocalypse. The quest for the Gecko continued with new knowledge and new capabilities, the tribal warrior from Arroyo becoming increasingly experienced in navigating the moral and practical challenges that the wasteland presented at every turn. The road that led from Vault City toward New Reno passed through territory that showed different patterns of war damage and post-war recovery than regions to the north. The landscape here had been more heavily developed before the bombs fell, its ruins suggesting suburbs and commercial districts that had once served population centers now reduced to radioactive craters. But the devastation had also created opportunities for those willing to exploit them, with salvage operations and scavenging runs providing resources that fueled the rebuilding efforts of communities like New Reno. The first distant view of New Reno came as the travelers crested a rise and looked down into a valley where the city sprawled in chaotic profusion. Unlike the organized layouts of Vault City, or even the rough functionality of settlements like Klamath, New Reno had grown without planning or restraint. Buildings added wherever space existed, and economic opportunity beckoned. The result was an urban maze where streets twisted at random angles and districts blended into each other without clear boundaries or organizing principles. The most striking feature of New Reno's skyline was the proliferation of neon signs and electric lighting, their presence indicating access to power generation that exceeded what most wasteland settlements could achieve. The signs advertised casinos and bars and establishments whose services were communicated through imagery that left little to interpretation. Even from a distance, the city projected an atmosphere of excess and indulgence that stood in stark contrast to the subsistence-level existence that characterized most post-war communities. The approach to New Reno revealed a settlement that had chosen to rebuild itself around vice and entertainment rather than agriculture or manufacturing, creating an economy based on providing escapism to people whose lives were otherwise consumed by the harsh realities of wasteland survival. The outer districts showed residential areas where workers lived in conditions ranging from modest comfort to desperate poverty, their proximity to the city's entertainment core apparently determining their relative prosperity. The closer one moved to the central areas, the more elaborate and well-maintained the buildings became, their facades decorated with the kind of attention to appearance that suggested surplus wealth being deployed for aesthetic rather than purely functional purposes. The encounter with Jules occurred near one of the main entrances to New Reno's casino district, the information dealer positioning himself where travelers would naturally pass, and where his services would be most valued by newcomers, trying to understand the city's complex power structures. He was a thin man whose quick movements and sharp eyes suggested both intelligence and the nervous energy of someone who survived by staying alert to threats and opportunities. His greeting was simultaneously welcoming and evaluative, his words chosen to establish friendly rapport, while his assessment calculated what information might be most valuable to these particular customers. Jules's offer to provide comprehensive intelligence about New Reno's 4 ruling families came with a price that reflected both the value of the information and his understanding that newcomers without such knowledge would be at severe disadvantage in navigating the city's dangerous social landscape. The Chosen One's decision to pay the 400 caps he requested was motivated by pragmatic recognition that understanding power dynamics could prevent fatal mistakes, making the expenditure an investment in survival rather than mere curiosity. The information that Jules provided about the Mordino family painted a picture of criminal entrepreneurs who had built their empire on the manufacturing and distribution of jet, a highly addictive chemical that had spread throughout the wasteland with devastating social impact. Big Jesus Mordino ruled the family from the Desperado Casino, his obesity and health problems not diminishing his ruthless control over the jet trade and his willingness to eliminate anyone who threatened his business interests. The Mordinos employed scientists to develop new variations of jet and to improve manufacturing efficiency, their laboratories producing chemicals that destroyed lives while generating profits that funded the family's continued dominance. The Salvatore family's specialization in energy weapons marked them as having connections to sources of advanced technology that most wasteland groups could not access. Louis Salvatore ran his operations from the Salvatore's bar, his quiet demeanor and professional approach to violence making him arguably more dangerous than the more flamboyant Mordino. Jules's description suggested that the Salvatores had connections to groups operating with military-grade equipment, possibly even the Enclave that had been mentioned in cryptic warnings throughout the Chosen One's journey. The Bishop family's operations were more diverse and harder to characterize than the other families' focused criminal enterprises. John Bishop controlled significant territory in New Reno, while also maintaining extensive connections to the New California Republic, his ambitions apparently extending beyond simple control of the city toward influence over regional politics and economics. Jules's warning about Bishop's protective attitude toward his wife and daughter suggested that the family's internal dynamics might create opportunities or dangers for those willing to navigate such personal complications. The Wright family represented the most recent addition to New Reno's power structure, their rise to prominence having occurred within living memory rather than being inherited from pre-war criminal organizations. Orville Wright had built his empire on alcohol production and distribution, positioning himself as providing a more traditional and arguably less destructive vice than jet, while still profiting handsomely from people's desire for intoxication and escape. His family-oriented approach to the criminal enterprise meant that blood relations held most key positions in his organization, creating loyalty through kinship rather than just economic incentive. The entrance to New Reno proper revealed a city that operated on principles fundamentally different from every other settlement the Chosen One had encountered. Where places like Arroyo or Modoc functioned through communal cooperation and even the den's chaos was moderated by certain understood limits, New Reno embraced exploitation as organizing principle. Everything was for sale, including things that most societies considered too fundamental to human dignity to be commodified. The streets were simultaneously more prosperous and more morally bankrupt than anywhere else in the wasteland, their neon-lit facades concealing depths of human suffering that wealth and entertainment could not actually eliminate. The establishment immediately across from the entry point was a brothel, whose services were advertised with a directness that would have been shocking in more conservative settlements. The proprietor explained the available options with the matter-of-fact professionalism of someone whose business required clear communication about what customers were purchasing. The revelation that intimate encounters with the establishment's workers would temporarily boost certain attributes created a strange intersection between the transactional nature of the services and genuine physiological effects, suggesting either wasteland mythology about such activities, or possibly some kind of chemical enhancement being employed. The Desperado Casino that served as the Mordino family's headquarters dominated the southern section of New Reno, its elaborate facade and constant flow of customers, indicating both the profitability of gambling operations and the human desire to believe that fortune might favor them, despite overwhelming statistical evidence to the contrary. The interior was designed to maximize the psychological manipulation that made casinos profitable, with careful attention to lighting and sound, and the absence of clocks or windows that might remind patrons of time passing while they lost their caps to games mathematically designed to extract wealth from players. The decision to postpone extensive interaction with the Mordino family until the other powers in New Reno had been surveyed reflected tactical thinking about not committing to any faction before understanding the full landscape of alliances and conflicts. The city's divided nature meant that choices made with one family would affect relationships with others, creating a complex web of consequences that required careful navigation to avoid inadvertently closing off options or creating enemies prematurely. The northern section of New Reno revealed the Golden Globe Studio, an establishment whose purpose was communicated through both its signage and the nature of the filming activities visible through partially open doors. The post-war adult entertainment industry apparently thrived in New Reno, providing both employment for those willing to perform such work and content for those seeking that particular form of escapism. The studio's operations were professional in their own way, with lighting and cameras suggesting serious attention to production quality rather than merely crude documentation of activities. The boxing ring situated near the studio offered a different form of entertainment that was no less exploitative despite appearing more legitimate than some of New Reno's other diversions. Fighters competed for prize money and glory in matches that could result in serious injury or death, their willingness to risk themselves motivated by the same desperation and ambition that drove people throughout the city to make choices that more stable societies would have prevented or discouraged. The crowds that gathered to watch the fights demonstrated the human appetite for violence as spectacle, their cheers and bets transforming brutality into entertainment. The Shark Club Casino that served as the Bishop family's base of operations occupied a central position in New Reno's geography and apparently in its power structures as well. The establishment was more upscale than the Desperado, its decor and clientele suggesting that the Bishops catered to a wealthier and more sophisticated customer base than the Mordinos' working-class gamblers. The security presence was heavier and more professional, indicating that Bishop took threats to his operations seriously and had resources to deploy against anyone who might attempt to disrupt his business. The briefcase delivery that the Chosen One had been carrying since Vault City found its intended recipient in John Bishop, the family patriarch whose office occupied the upper floors of the Shark Club. Bishop's appearance and manner suggested a man who had spent decades navigating criminal politics and who had survived through a combination of ruthlessness and strategic thinking. His initial wariness of the tribal messenger transformed into professional courtesy once the briefcase's delivery confirmed that the Chosen One was connected to networks that Bishop valued maintaining relationships with. The examination of the briefcase before its delivery had revealed documents suggesting connections between Bishop and certain NCR officials, communications that implied arrangements regarding territorial expansion and political influence that would benefit both parties if successfully executed. The decision to deliver the briefcase without alerting Bishop to this knowledge reflected both diplomatic discretion and the understanding that revealing such examination might create enemies unnecessarily. But the information would prove valuable in understanding the larger political machinations that extended beyond New Reno's immediate conflicts. The encounter with Mrs. Bishop occurred through circumstances that combined social convention with opportunity that more experienced wasteland travelers might have recognized as deliberate seduction. The woman, who was John Bishop's wife, possessed intelligence and ambition that apparently found insufficient outlet in her role as spouse to a criminal boss. Her interest in the tribal visitor motivated by both boredom with her circumstances and genuine attraction to someone who represented experiences beyond New Reno's constrained social circles. The intimate encounter that developed was complicated by the obvious risks of such involvement with a powerful man's wife, but youth and desire combined to override caution. The subsequent encounter with Angela Bishop, John's daughter, followed a similar pattern of attraction combined with rebellion against the constraints of being a crime family princess. Her interest seemed genuine, despite the obvious complications. Her willingness to pursue intimacy with someone her father would never approve of, representing both defiance and desire. The parallel situations created a web of personal entanglement that would complicate any subsequent dealings with the Bishop family, while also potentially providing leverage if such complications could be navigated successfully. John Bishop's awareness of at least some of these intimate entanglements became apparent when he summoned the Chosen One for a private conversation that combined veiled threats with business propositions. His primary concern was apparently ensuring that such activities would not interfere with his plans for regional expansion, and he offered employment that would both test the tribal warriors' capabilities and serve Bishop's interests in eliminating obstacles to his NCR ambitions. The assassination target he identified was a Brahmin rancher named Weston, whose influence in NCR politics stood in the way of Bishop's plans to corrupt and control the Republic's leadership. The journey to the NCR to investigate this assassination contract would need to wait while the Chosen One continued surveying New Reno's other power centers and gathering intelligence about the city's true nature. The decision to accept Bishop's initial contract was motivated more by desire to understand his operations and connections than by genuine willingness to commit murder for hire, though the flexibility to reverse such decisions would depend on circumstances that had not yet fully developed. The Salvatore's bar on the western side of New Reno presented a more austere and businesslike atmosphere than the casinos that dominated the city's entertainment core. Louis Salvatore's operation was apparently focused on weapons dealing and enforcement services rather than gambling or other diversions, his customers consisting of people who needed firepower rather than those seeking to lose caps on games of chance. The security in the establishment was heavy and alert, with guards whose equipment and bearing suggested genuine military experience rather than the casual thuggery that characterized some of New Reno's street-level criminals. The eastern side of New Reno that housed the Wright family's operations felt distinctly different from the neon excess of the casino district, its buildings more residential in character, and its atmosphere suggesting that here, at least some families, actually lived, rather than just worked and played. Orville Wright's compound occupied the district center, its fortified appearance indicating that success in New Reno's criminal hierarchies required constant vigilance against rivals and opportunists who might see assassination as the quickest path to advancement. The encounter with Mrs. Wright revealed a woman whose religious faith and moral principles existed in constant tension with her husband's criminal activities. Her rationalizations for his bootlegging operations, resting on the assumption that he had dismantled his alcohol production facilities years earlier as promised. Her naivety about Orville's continued operations suggested either genuine ignorance or willful blindness to activities she preferred not to acknowledge, creating a situation where revealing the truth might serve various strategic purposes while also destroying her peace of mind. Orville Wright's meeting with the Chosen One began with the skepticism that successful criminals develop towards strangers claiming to offer assistance, his experiences having taught him that most approaches from unknown parties concealed ulterior motives or hidden threats. But the problem he eventually shared suggested desperation had overcome caution, as he described circumstances surrounding his son's death that did not match the official explanation, but which he lacked resources to fully investigate. The boy had supposedly died from jet overdose, but the family had never used that particular chemical, and several details about the death scene suggested murder rather than accidental intoxication. The investigation into the Wright boy's death required navigating New Reno's interconnected criminal networks to identify who had access to poison, who had motive to harm the Wright family, and who possessed the capability to disguise murder as accident. The jet dealers operating in the city provided initial leads, their defensive reactions to questioning, suggesting they understood that being implicated in a Wright family death would invite retaliation they could not survive. The examination of the body, through exhumation, revealed traces of poison that confirmed suspicions of murder, while also providing evidence that could narrow the list of potential culprits. The breakthrough came through systematic questioning of people who had access to both poison and jet, their responses gradually pointing toward a Salvatore family connection that made strategic sense given the ongoing competition between the families for territorial control and business supremacy. The poison jet had apparently been manufactured at Salvatore's direction and delivered through intermediaries who did not understand they were participating in murder, creating layers of deniability that Louis Salvatore had constructed to protect himself from direct implication. The revelation of Salvatore's involvement in the murder created immediate complications given the family's apparent connections to sources of advanced weaponry that made them particularly dangerous opponents. Orville Wright's response combined grief over his son's murder with pragmatic assessment of his family's ability to retaliate against enemies who possessed energy weapons, while the Wrights remained reliant on conventional firearms. His proposal that the Chosen One travel to the Sierra Army Depot to secure advanced weapons that could level the playing field reflected both his desire for justice and his recognition that such confrontations required adequate preparation. The journey to the Sierra Army Depot took the Chosen One away from New Reno's urban chaos into wilderness that had been heavily militarized before the war, its landscape dotted with facilities that had served the pre-war American military's preparations for conflicts that ultimately manifested in nuclear exchange. The depot itself was a massive installation whose security systems had continued functioning through decades of abandonment, its automated defenses still capable of killing intruders, despite having no living operators to direct them. The infiltration of the depot required navigating both active security systems and the accumulated decay that 80 years of minimal maintenance had produced in even the most robust military infrastructure. Robots patrolled corridors with degraded programming that made them shoot at anything that moved, their weapons still lethal despite the rust and wear that marked their aging chassis. Trapdoors and corridors presented hazards that ranged from simple mechanical failures to deliberately designed security measures meant to contain or eliminate unauthorized personnel. The depot's lower levels contained armories that had been stocked for conflicts that never occurred, their contents representing the cutting edge of pre-war military technology preserved in climate-controlled storage. Energy weapons of various types filled racks alongside power armor components and ammunition stores that would supply a small army. The presence of such wealth in functional military equipment explained why various groups competed for access to facilities like this one, as whoever controlled such resources could dominate entire regions through superior firepower. The discovery of experimental weapons and prototypes in the depot's research sections added another dimension to the already impressive arsenal, their presence indicating that the facility had served not just as storage, but as development center for technologies that were being refined when the bombs fell. Some of these experimental devices showed obvious potential for devastating effectiveness, while others appeared to have been abandoned due to reliability issues or effects that were considered too unpredictable for military deployment. The return to New Reno with weapons and equipment from the Sierra Army Depot marked a turning point in Orville Wright's assessment of the Chosen One's value and capabilities. The tribal warrior who had arrived in the city as unknown outsider had demonstrated both combat prowess and problem-solving abilities that made them valuable ally in the ongoing conflicts between the families. Wright's offer of formal association with his organization came with the title of Made Man, a designation that conveyed both status and obligations within New Reno's criminal hierarchies. The decision to accept Wright's offer was complicated by the knowledge that such affiliation would affect relationships with the other families, potentially closing off options while opening others. But the information and resources that came with formal family membership made the trade-off worthwhile, particularly given Wright's apparently more principled approach to criminal enterprise compared to the casual brutality that characterized some of his rivals. The made man status would also provide protection from casual violence and would signal to other New Reno residents that the Chosen One was not to be trifled with without risking retaliation from the Wright organization. The exploration of the Mordino family's operations began with investigation of the stables, a facility outside New Reno proper, where the family manufactured the jet that fueled their empire and devastated communities throughout the wasteland. The building's exterior provided minimal indication of the industrial-scale drug production occurring within, its appearance deliberately maintained to avoid drawing attention from rivals or anyone who might object to the operation on moral grounds. The security was heavy but focused outward, apparently not anticipating that threats might come from visitors who had legitimate business with the family. The interior of the stables revealed production lines where chemicals were mixed and processed through procedures that combined sophisticated chemistry with dangerous improvisation, creating an environment that was simultaneously impressive in its efficiency and horrifying in its purpose. Workers moved through the facility with the dulled affect of people who had been exposed to too many chemical fumes or who had sampled too much of the product they manufactured, their health sacrificed to Big Jesus Mordino's profit margins. The air itself carried a chemical smell that made breathing uncomfortable and suggested that long-term exposure would cause serious health problems for anyone working in such conditions. The encounter with Myron in the stables provided introduction to the scientist who had developed Jet and who maintained the Mordinos' chemical edge over potential competitors. He was younger than expected given his reputation, his age, suggesting that genuine brilliance had been recognized and exploited by the family, rather than the decades of experience that might otherwise be assumed from someone with his expertise. His attitude combined intellectual arrogance with social awkwardness, creating a personality that was simultaneously fascinating and repellent in how it approached questions of ethics and consequences. Myron's willingness to discuss his creation of Jet revealed both pride in the technical achievement and complete indifference to the human costs that the drug's proliferation had caused. He described the development process with the enthusiasm of someone discussing an interesting puzzle rather than the creation of a substance that had destroyed countless lives and destabilized entire communities. His offers to join the Chosen One's party as companion came with casual assumptions that such invitation would be welcomed, apparently not considering that his role in creating Jet might make him persona non grata to people who had witnessed the drug's devastating effects. The decision about whether to include Myron in the party required weighing his undeniable expertise in chemistry and medicine against the moral implications of associating with someone whose actions had caused such widespread suffering. The pragmatic argument that his knowledge might prove valuable in situations requiring technical solutions competed with the visceral revulsion that his casual attitude toward human suffering provoked. The ultimate decision would reflect the Chosen One's developing moral framework and the extent to which ends could justify means in the harsh realities of wasteland survival. The mission that Big Jesus Mordino offered as price for considering formal family membership involved a simple collection run to the Golden Globe studio, retrieving payment that was owed for chemicals that the Mordinos had supplied. The task seemed straightforward enough to avoid complications, though the fact that Mordino was sending someone to collect suggested that normal payment arrangements had broken down for reasons that might create difficulties. The decision to accept the mission was motivated partly by desire to understand the full scope of Mordino operations and partly by the practical consideration that refusing might mark the Chosen One as unwilling to work with the Family. The confrontation at the Golden Globe studio revealed that payment had been withheld due to disputes about product quality or delivery timing, the details mattering less than the underlying reality that business disagreements in New Reno could escalate to violence with minimal provocation. The studio owner's initial refusal to make payment transformed into grudging compliance when the Chosen One made clear that the Mordino family's interests would be pursued with whatever force proved necessary. The transaction was completed without violence, but with the understanding that such collections often ended differently when less capable enforcers were involved. The attempted completion of the Mordino mission was complicated by the fact that the Chosen One had already taken actions that had eliminated the Salvatore family from New Reno's power structure, creating a situation where Big Jesus had no one to direct the Chosen One against in the follow-up mission he had planned. The broken quest line represented one of the ways that player choice in Fallout could create unexpected complications, with consequences of earlier decisions rippling forward to affect later options, in ways that were not always predictable, but which created the sense that actions had genuine weight and meaning. The Salvatore family's operations had been the briefest to investigate due to the direct military nature of their business and the straightforward violence that characterized their approach to solving problems. Louis Salvatore himself had proven to be exactly what Jules had described, a quiet professional whose calm demeanor concealed capacity for ruthless violence when business required it. His connections to the Enclave had been confirmed through observation of weapon deliveries and through conversations with family members who spoke of men in advanced armor arriving periodically to conduct business that ordinary family soldiers were not privy to. The elimination of the Salvatore family had come about through the convergence of multiple factors, including their implication in the Wright boys' murder, their possession of energy weapons that made them dangerous to all rivals, and their connections to the Enclave that made them potential sources of intelligence about that mysterious organization. The assault on their headquarters had been bloody but decisive. The Chosen One's growing combat capabilities and the support of companions making it possible to overcome superior firepower through tactical thinking and willingness to accept significant personal risk. The aftermath of destroying multiple New Reno families revealed the city's unstable nature and the constant competition for power that prevented any permanent peace. The territories and businesses that the defeated families had controlled were immediately contested by surviving organizations and by independent operators who saw opportunity in the chaos. The Wrights expanded their influence into areas that had previously belonged to rivals, consolidating control while facing resistance from those who preferred the previous arrangements or who sought to claim power themselves. The deeper exploration of New Reno revealed establishments and activities that existed in the shadows of even this already shadowy city. The chop shop where stolen vehicles were dismantled for parts became relevant when the Chosen One's own car was taken, requiring investigation and confrontation to recover the vehicle that had become essential for efficient wasteland travel. The boxing ring accepted challengers who met certain physical requirements, offering prize money for victories, but also serious injury for defeats. The various bars and gambling houses each had their own clientele and customs, creating a complex social ecosystem that rewarded those who understood its nuances while punishing those who violated unspoken rules through ignorance or deliberate transgression. The Cat's Paw magazine collection quest that one of New Reno's residents offered represented the kind of frivolous distraction that only a city like this could sustain, with people having sufficient leisure time and disposable resources to pursue hobbies rather than focusing exclusively on survival. The search for these pre-war magazines took the Chosen One to various locations throughout the wasteland, creating a side objective that was simultaneously absurd and oddly humanizing in how it demonstrated that even in the post-apocalyptic world, people sought entertainment and maintained interests beyond basic necessities. The porn studio's offer of employment for those willing to perform in their productions represented another aspect of New Reno's commodification of everything, including human intimacy and dignity. The Chosen One's potential participation in such activities would depend on various attribute checks and personal choices about what degradations were acceptable in pursuit of caps or other rewards. The existence of such options in the game represented both dark humor and recognition that desperate circumstances drove people to choices they might not make under less constrained conditions. The overall impression of New Reno that crystallized through extended exploration was of a city that had chosen a particular path toward post-war recovery, building prosperity through vice and exploitation rather than through the agricultural or manufacturing approaches that other settlements had pursued. The success was undeniable in material terms, with more wealth and technology visible here than in most other locations. But the human costs were equally undeniable, with addiction and violence and exploitation, creating suffering that wealth did not actually alleviate. The four families that controlled New Reno represented different variations on the same fundamental approach to power, each using violence and economic leverage to maintain their positions while competing for larger shares of the city's profitable vice industries. The Mordinos with their jet manufacturing, the Salvatores with their weapons dealing, the Bishops with their political connections, and the Wrights with their bootlegging, all pursued similar goals through slightly different means, creating a system where competition prevented monopoly, while ensuring that violence remained the ultimate arbiter of disputes. The made-man status that the Chosen One achieved with the Wright family provided security and access within New Reno, but also created obligations and enemies that would persist beyond the immediate visit to the city. The other families would view the Chosen One with increased suspicion or hostility, recognizing formal alliance with their rivals as a statement of where loyalties lay in the city's ongoing conflicts. The benefits of family protection would need to be weighed against the constraints that such association placed on future actions and relationships. The departure from New Reno came with understanding that the city represented both the best and worst possibilities for wasteland recovery. The wealth and technology and organizational capacity demonstrated that human societies could rebuild and prosper even after nuclear war. But the moral compromises and exploitation and human suffering showed that prosperity alone was insufficient measure of civilization's restoration, that wealth concentrated through predation on the desperate created a kind of success that was ultimately hollow and unsustainable. The journey south toward the NCR carried the Chosen One away from New Reno's neon-lit decadence toward regions where different approaches to post-war reconstruction had created different outcomes. The contrast between settlements like New Reno and communities like Arroyo or even Vault City would provide ongoing education about the range of human responses to catastrophe and the varying success of different organizational principles. The quest for the Gecko continued with new resources and new complications. The tribal warrior from the north continuing to develop understanding of the wasteland's complex social and political landscape. The road from New Reno toward the new California Republic traversed territory that showed the most extensive signs of successful post-war reconstruction the Chosen One had yet encountered. The landscape here had been organized and maintained through systematic effort, with roads that had been cleared and partially repaired, way stations that provided shelter at regular intervals, and visible patrols that kept raiders and dangerous wildlife at distances that made travel relatively safe. The contrast with the chaotic and dangerous routes between northern settlements was striking, suggesting that the NCR had achieved a level of regional control that exceeded what smaller communities could manage. The increasing frequency of travelers and caravans moving along the roads, indicated that this region supported extensive trade networks connecting multiple settlements in relationships more complex than the simple barter exchanges common in isolated communities. Merchants moved goods in quantities that required multiple pack Brahmin, their confidence in traveling such distances suggesting they did not expect to be robbed or killed on routes that the NCR's rangers patrolled. The economic activity visible even on the roads painted a picture of a society that had progressed beyond subsistence survival towards something approaching pre-war standards of commerce and specialization. The new California Republic itself emerged from the landscape as a genuine city rather than merely a large settlement, its walls encompassing an area that could house thousands of residents, while its buildings showed architectural ambition beyond simple, functional shelter. Guard towers positioned along the walls provided overlapping fields of observation and fire, their presence indicating military organization sophisticated enough to understand defensive principles that many wasteland communities lacked. The gates that controlled access to the city were substantial structures of reinforced metal and concrete, designed to withstand assault while allowing controlled passage for legitimate visitors and residents. The checkpoint that filtered travelers before they reached the main gates introduced the Chosen One to the NCR's approach to security and social order. Guards in matching uniforms examined documents and asked standardized questions, their process revealing bureaucratic sophistication that exceeded the casual inspections common at smaller settlements. The requirement that all weapons be checked before entry initially provoked resistance from the Chosen One and companions, but the explanation that this policy applied to everyone regardless of status or affiliation made clear that the NCR enforced its rules consistently rather than capriciously. The bulletin board near the checkpoint displayed the rules that govern behavior within NCR territory, their formality and specificity indicating a society that had developed codified legal systems rather than relying purely on custom or the arbitrary decisions of whoever held power. Prohibitions against carrying weapons, being intoxicated in public, soliciting prostitution, operating gambling establishments, and engaging in slavery were listed alongside penalties for violation that ranged from fines to imprisonment to execution depending on offense severity. The warning that ignorance of law was not accepted as excuse for violation made clear that visitors were expected to educate themselves about regulations before entering, rather than claiming confusion after breaking rules. The observation that slave pens existed immediately outside the NCR's walls, despite the prohibition on slavery within them, revealed the complexities and compromises that characterized even the most successful post-war societies. The NCR apparently drew moral and legal distinctions based on geographic boundaries, allowing practices beyond their walls that they prohibited within them in ways that seemed hypocritical, but which reflected pragmatic limits on how far they could impose their values on territories they did not fully control. The slaves visible in those pens represented people whose suffering the NCR chose to ignore despite having the power to free them, a failure of moral courage that diminished the Republic's claims to represent justice and human dignity. The interior of the NCR proper demonstrated the success that organized government could achieve even in post-war conditions. The streets were paved and maintained, their surfaces clear of the rubble and detritus that characterized less organized settlements. Buildings showed uniform construction standards and regular maintenance, creating an aesthetic coherence that suggested planning and regulation, rather than the organic chaos of places like the Den. Most remarkably, the city possessed functioning street lighting that made evening navigation safe and comfortable, indicating access to power generation and distribution infrastructure that most wasteland communities had lost or never possessed. The residents of the NCR moved through their city with the confident purposefulness of people who felt secure in their environment and optimistic about their futures. Their clothing was clean and well maintained, showing quality of manufacture that reflected either local production capabilities or access to trade networks that could supply finished goods. Their conversations as they passed revealed concerns about politics and economics and social issues, rather than the immediate survival questions that dominated discourse in less successful settlements, indicating that basic needs were met sufficiently to allow attention to higher-order considerations. The discovery that the NCR possessed its own currency, rather than relying on bottle caps, marked another milestone in the progression from wasteland survival to genuine civilization. The bills and coins minted by the Republic's treasury represented claims on value backed by governmental authority, rather than the more primitive commodity money that caps provided. The transition from caps to NCR dollars as the dominant medium of exchange throughout the region demonstrated the Republic's economic power and the extent to which other settlements had accepted its leadership in establishing standardized systems for commerce and governance. The Rangers, who served as the NCR's elite military and law enforcement force, represented the Republic's capacity to project power and maintain order across territories larger than most wasteland factions could effectively control. These Rangers were distinguished from ordinary soldiers by superior equipment and training, their reputation built on effectiveness in eliminating threats that ranged from raiders to dangerous wildlife to organized criminal groups. The Ranger headquarters within the city served as recruitment and coordination center for operations that extended the NCR's influence far beyond its walls. The encounter with the Rangers introduced the Chosen One to Tandy's approach to expanding Republican influence through a combination of military force and humanitarian action. The Rangers did not merely protect NCR territory, but also intervened in situations where they believed their assistance could reduce suffering or promote stability in regions that might eventually be incorporated into the Republic. The mission they offered to the Chosen One involved freeing slaves from the pens outside the city, a task that would demonstrate both combat capability and alignment with NCR values, while also addressing the moral contradiction of allowing slavery to persist so close to the Republic's borders. The assault on the slave pens was organized as a test of capability rather than a desperate rescue operation, the Rangers providing support and guidance while evaluating how the Chosen One approached tactical problems and responded to the chaos of combat against opponents who fought to protect their human property. The slavers who operated the pens were heavily armed and experienced in defending against interference, their business model requiring them to repel occasional rescue attempts without losing valuable inventory or suffering casualties that would make the operation unprofitable. The combat that erupted when the assault began demonstrated the differences between fighting for liberation and fighting for profit. The slavers fought with the calculation of businessmen protecting assets, willing to inflict casualties but also ready to withdraw when losses exceeded acceptable thresholds. The slaves themselves complicated the battle by their presence as both objectives to be protected and potential casualties in crossfire, requiring the attackers to balance aggressive tactics with care about collateral damage. The Rangers' professionalism and the Chosen One's developing combat skills combined to overcome the slavers' defensive advantages, freeing the captives while inflicting sufficient losses to discourage the slavers from immediately attempting to recapture them. The aftermath of the slave pen assault included both celebration of the freed captives and the more mundane administrative work of integrating them into NCR society or providing resources for them to travel elsewhere if they chose. The Republic's approach to freed slaves revealed both genuine humanitarian concern and practical recognition that creating new citizens would strengthen the NCR, while also fulfilling moral obligations. The freed people were offered shelter, food, and opportunities for employment rather than simply being released to fend for themselves. demonstrating that the Rangers' intervention was part of a larger system designed to actually improve lives rather than merely performing symbolic gestures. The formal induction into the Rangers that followed the successful mission represented acceptance into an organization that held genuine prestige within the NCR and throughout the region. But the Chosen One's reaction to being welcomed into the Rangers after a single mission was complicated by the recognition that the slavers had been operating with apparent impunity directly outside the Republic's walls, suggesting that the Rangers' intervention was more about testing a potential recruit than about addressing a situation they had previously considered intolerable. The moral complexity of being rewarded for solving a problem that the Rangers could have addressed themselves at any time created ambivalence about the honor being bestowed. The exploration of the NCR's interior districts revealed a society that had achieved genuine prosperity by wasteland standards, while also developing the social stratification and political complexity that characterized more advanced civilizations. Wealthy neighborhoods near the city center featured houses with multiple rooms and amenities that approached pre-war comfort levels, while working-class districts closer to the walls showed more modest but still adequate housing. The presence of beggars and obviously poor residents indicated that the NCR's prosperity was not equally distributed, creating hierarchies of wealth and access that rewarded success while allowing some to fall through gaps in the social safety net. The bar that operated within the NCR, despite the bulletin board's prohibition on such establishments, confirmed that laws were enforced with flexibility that reflected political realities rather than absolute adherence to written regulations. The establishment served alcohol to customers who were expected to maintain appropriate behavior, with the implicit understanding that violations would result in immediate ejection and potential legal consequences. The existence of the bar represented practical compromise between ideological purity and human desires for relaxation and socializing, acknowledging that rigid enforcement of all prohibitions would create resentment without significantly improving social outcomes. The Church of Hubology's presence in the NCR introduced another layer to the city's social complexity, as the organization that styled itself as a religious movement, but which bore striking resemblances to pre-war Scientology, had established a significant foothold within the Republic. The Hubologists offered various services that they claimed would purify participants of negative influences and align them with cosmic forces, their practices combining psychological techniques with ritualistic elements that created powerful placebo effects, even if their theological claims were questionable. The offer to undergo a Zeta scan that would supposedly purge negative karma while permanently affecting luck represented an opportunity to gain statistical advantages through engaging with the Hubologists' belief system. The decision to participate in the Hubologist rituals required setting aside skepticism about their spiritual claims in favor of pragmatic recognition that the procedures produced measurable effects regardless of whether the explanations provided were accurate. The Zeta scan itself involved devices that appeared to be repurposed pre-war medical equipment combined with theatrical elements designed to create the impression of profound mystical intervention. The permanent increase to luck that resulted from the procedure could be explained through either genuine cosmic realignment or through psychological effects that altered how the participant perceived and responded to probabilistic situations. But the practical benefits were real, regardless of the mechanism. The Western Ranch that lay in territory claimed by the NCR represented one of the major economic foundations supporting the Republic's prosperity, its Brahmin herds providing meat and leather that supplied both local consumption and export trade. The ranch's owner was a man whose wealth and political influence made him a significant power within the Republic, despite not holding official government position. His control over food production, giving him leverage in discussions about policy and resource allocation. The assassination contract that John Bishop had issued targeting Westin made sense in the context of eliminating obstacles to New Reno's plans for infiltrating and controlling NCR politics. The investigation of Westin and his operations revealed a complex individual whose business practices were not entirely ethical, but whose overall impact on the region was arguably positive. He employed numerous workers in conditions that ranged from fair to exploitative depending on individual circumstances, paid taxes that supported NCR governance, while also lobbying for policies favorable to his interests, and maintained the kind of pragmatic relationships with various factions that allowed him to operate successfully in the wasteland's dangerous economic environment. The moral calculation about whether his assassination would represent justified elimination of an obstacle or murder of someone whose continued existence benefited the region was not simple. The raider problem that Westin described as threatening his operations and the entire southern region represented another facet of the challenges that even successful settlements faced in maintaining security across large territories. The raiders in question were not simple bandits, but an organized force that descended from the Khans, a group that had figured prominently in Fallout's previous chapter as enemies of both Shady Sands and the Vault Dweller who had helped defeat them. The revelation that Khan's survivors had regrouped and now threatened the NCR created historical continuity, while also demonstrating that threats eliminated in one era could resurface in modified forms during subsequent periods. The connection between the raiders threatening Westin's ranch and John Bishop's assassination contract suggested a conspiracy more complex than simple contract killing. Bishop had apparently hired the raiders to pressure Westin while also arranging for his assassination, creating multiple vectors of attack that would eliminate an NCR political obstacle while appearing to result from unrelated threats. The discovery of this connection through investigation of Bishop's safe back in New Reno had provided intelligence that transformed the assassination contract from a simple job into a window on larger political machinations involving New Reno's attempt to corrupt and control NCR leadership. The decision about how to handle the Westin situation required weighing multiple competing considerations. Completing the assassination would earn payment from Bishop, while eliminating someone who opposed New Reno's influence over the NCR, but it would also remove a stabilizing force in regional politics and would represent murder for hire rather than justified violence in pursuit of legitimate goals. Alternatively, warning Westin about Bishop's plans would create an ally within the NCR, while also potentially setting up conflict between New Reno and the Republic that might escalate beyond control. The third option of eliminating both Bishop and the raiders would address the threat without completing the assassination, though it would mean forgoing Bishop's payment and potentially creating enmity with what remained of his organization. The journey to Vault 15 to address the squatter situation that President Tandy had described as requiring attention took the Chosen One into territory that held historical significance from Fallout's previous chapter. Vault 15 had been the original home of Shady Sands founders, the vault from which the people had emerged to establish the settlement that would eventually grow into the new California Republic. The vault's current occupation by squatters represented a complication in the NCR's plans to claim all vault facilities within their territory as part of their cultural heritage and technological resources. The area around Vault 15 showed evidence of both the squatter camp that had been established on the surface and the increased activity that suggested other groups had taken interest in the site. The squatters themselves were exactly as Tandy had described homeless people who had occupied the area around the vault's entrance because it provided shelter and security superior to what they could access elsewhere. Their camp was organized but poverty-stricken, showing the resourcefulness required to survive on the margins of wasteland society without the resources or connections that more successful groups enjoyed. The conversation with the squatter leader revealed that their occupation of the vault site was defensive rather than aggressive, motivated by the need for safe shelter rather than any desire to claim ownership of the facility itself. But their presence had attracted attention from the Khans, the raider group that had been rebuilding its strength and seeking a permanent base from which to launch operations against NCR territory. The squatters had essentially become human shields for the Khan operations, their visible presence on the surface concealing the raiders' use of the vault's interior as a fortified headquarters. The rescue of the kidnapped daughter who had been taken by the Khans provided the personal hook that transformed abstract political complications into an emotional imperative requiring immediate action. The girl had been captured during a Khan raid on the squatter camp, her fate uncertain but likely involving either slavery or worse if she was not recovered quickly. The urgency of the situation overrode careful planning and diplomatic considerations, requiring immediate infiltration of the vault to attempt rescue before the Khans could move her elsewhere or harm her in ways that would be irreversible. The descent into Vault 15 revealed a facility that had fallen into significant disrepair during its decades of abandonment, followed by occupation by groups that had no interest in maintaining pre-war systems. Corridors showed damage from both time and from the violence that had occurred during the Khan's seizure of the vault from whatever previous occupants might have been present. The vault's life support and lighting systems functioned sporadically, creating an environment where darkness alternated with harsh illumination in ways that made navigation difficult and combat dangerous. The infiltration strategy that the Chosen One employed combined stealth with calculated violence, attempting to reach the hostage's location without alerting the entire Khan force, but prepared to fight through any opposition that could not be avoided. The vault's layout worked both for and against the infiltrators, with its narrow corridors and limited sightlines, making ambush possible, but also constraining movement and creating choke points where defenders could concentrate their forces. The combat that erupted as the Khans realized they faced intruders was vicious and close quarters, the confined spaces preventing tactical maneuvers that might have allowed the Chosen One's party to leverage their superior skills against greater numbers. The successful rescue of the hostage required fighting through multiple levels of Khan defenses, the raiders demonstrating both the combat effectiveness that had made them threats to the NCR and the desperation of people fighting to protect their hard-won base. The Khan leader, named Darian, represented a younger generation attempting to restore the organization that the Vault Dweller had defeated decades earlier, his rhetoric combining vengeance for past defeats with ambition to establish the Khans as a major power in the post-war wasteland. His death in the fighting that secured the hostage's rescue marked another chapter in the ongoing conflict between the Khans and the settlements descended from Shady Sands. The aftermath of the Vault assault included negotiations between the squatters and the NCR about the area's future status and the possibility of formal incorporation into the Republic. The squatters' leader proved willing to accept NCR authority in exchange for guarantees of housing and employment, recognizing that integration into the Republic offered better prospects than continued marginal existence in a location that would remain contested by various groups. The agreement reached represented another example of how the NCR expanded through a combination of military action against threats and diplomatic incorporation of populations that could be persuaded to accept Republican governance. The journey to Reading took the Chosen One into territory that remained contested between the NCR, Vault City, and New Reno, with all three major powers attempting to influence the mining town's political and economic alignment. Reading's importance derived from its gold mining operations, which produced the precious metal that backed currency and provided wealth that could be converted into almost any other resource. Control over Reading's gold production would significantly strengthen whichever faction succeeded in bringing the town into their sphere of influence. creating a competition where economic incentives combined with political ambition to make the situation volatile. The town itself showed the characteristic signs of a mining community, with the infrastructure and social dynamics shaped by the demands of extracting valuable resources from underground, while managing the dangers and hardships that such work entailed. The population consisted largely of miners and the service workers who supported them, creating an economy where almost everything revolved around either producing gold or converting it into goods and services that miners would purchase. The social atmosphere reflected the hard-drinking, risk-taking culture that seemed to develop wherever men engaged in dangerous work for potentially large rewards. The casinos and bars that dominated Reading's commercial district catered to miners with caps to spend and limited options for entertainment, their operations designed to extract wealth as efficiently as the mines extracted gold, while providing enough genuine pleasure to keep customers returning. The prostitution that flourished despite any formal prohibitions reflected both the miners' desires and the economic realities facing people who needed to survive in a community where legitimate employment was limited to those physically capable of mine work or fortunate enough to own businesses serving the miners. The jet addiction that plagued significant portions of Reading's population represented the dark side of the mining boom and the influence that New Reno exercised over the town through drug distribution networks. The Mordino family's jet had spread throughout the region, its highly addictive properties creating dependency that destroyed lives, while generating profits that flowed back to New Reno. The addicts visible on Reading streets were simultaneously victims of predatory drug dealers and cautionary examples of what happened to people who sought chemical escape from difficult circumstances. The investigation into Reading's political situation revealed a town whose leadership was deeply divided about which major power to align with, creating factions that competed for influence while the town's future hung in balance. Some leaders favored joining the NCR, seeing the Republic's size and organization as providing security and prosperity that Reading could not achieve independently. Others preferred maintaining independence or aligning with Vault City, whose technological advantages and relative proximity made them attractive partners. A third faction had been effectively bought by New Reno through a combination of bribery and drug dependence, their advocacy for alignment with the casino city, reflecting either genuine belief that vice industries offered the best path forward or simple corruption. The Wanamingo Infestation in one of Reading's mines represented a threat that transcended political complications to create an immediate crisis requiring action regardless of faction preferences. The Wanamingos were creatures unlike anything the Chosen One had encountered before, their alien appearance and aggressive behavior creating genuine fear among miners who had faced many dangers but nothing quite like these tentacled horrors. The creatures had appeared in the mine suddenly and without warning, their presence making the affected sections inaccessible and threatening to spread to other areas, if not contained and eliminated. The descent into the Wanamingo-infested mine required preparations that went beyond normal dungeon clearing, as the creature's unusual biology and combat tactics demanded specific approaches to engage them effectively. They moved with disturbing speed despite their size, their tentacles capable of striking from unexpected angles, while their apparent lack of sensory organs made predicting their behavior difficult. The combat in the mine's dark passages was claustrophobic and terrifying, each encounter with the Wanamingos reinforcing how alien they were compared to more familiar threats like raiders or mutated animals. The origins of the Wanamingos remained mysterious, even after their elimination from the mine, with speculation ranging from pre-war biological weapons to genuine extraterrestrial organisms, to mutations that had resulted from unique combinations of radiation and whatever else might have affected them. The lack of clear answers about where they came from or whether more might appear elsewhere created ongoing anxiety that eliminating one infestation had not solved the underlying problem, but the immediate threat was contained, and the mine could be reopened, providing economic relief to Reading, while also demonstrating the Chosen One's value to the community. The political capital earned through solving the Wanamingo problem provided influence that could be used to push Reading toward alignment with whichever faction the Chosen One favored or thought would serve the town's interests best. The arguments for each option had merit, with the NCR offering security and integration into a large, stable republic, Vault City providing technological advantages and medical care, and maintaining independence, preserving local autonomy, while avoiding entanglement in larger political conflicts. The decision would affect not just Reading but also the balance of power between the major factions competing for regional dominance. The choice to advocate for NCR alignment reflected assessment that the Republic's size and organizational capacity made it the most likely to survive and prosper in the long term, making integration the safest path for Reading. Despite potential loss of local autonomy, the alternative of Vault City alignment would provide technological benefits, but would also subject Reading to the authoritarian and elitist governance that made Vault City simultaneously successful and morally problematic. Independence would preserve autonomy, but would leave Reading vulnerable to pressure from all sides, potentially resulting in worse exploitation than open alignment with any single power. The implementation of the NCR alignment required convincing or outmaneuvering the political factions that opposed such outcome, using a combination of persuasion and demonstration of how Republican integration would benefit Reading's residents. The arguments centered on security guarantees that the NCR could provide against raiders and other threats, on economic opportunities that would come from integration into the Republic's trading networks, and on the infrastructure improvements that NCR resources could fund to make mining operations safer and more profitable. The opposition from those aligned with New Reno or Vault City required addressing concerns about loss of autonomy while highlighting the disadvantages of their preferred alternatives. The successful completion of Reading's political realignment represented another victory for NCR expansionism and another step toward the Republic's goal of unifying the entire region under its governance. The town's gold production would now flow partially into NCR coffers through taxation. Its security would be maintained by NCR rangers rather than local militia, and its residents would gain citizenship with all the rights and obligations that status entailed. The outcome validated the NCR's model of expansion through a combination of military action against threats, economic incentives for cooperation, and diplomatic skill in navigating local political dynamics. The journey back toward the NCR heartland, to report on the various missions, and to continue pursuing information about Vault 13, took the Chosen One through territories that now showed increasing signs of Republican influence and control. The roads were better maintained, the settlements more prosperous, and the visible military presence more substantial than in regions further from the Republic's core. The transformation from chaotic wasteland to organized territory demonstrated what coordinated governance could achieve even in post-war conditions, though it also raised questions about whether such organization required the kind of centralized authority that the NCR exercised. The audience with President Tandy that followed the successful completion of missions in NCR territory provided opportunity to observe the woman who had transformed from the Vault Dweller's companion into the leader of post-war California's most successful civilization. She was considerably older than the young woman who had been rescued from raiders decades earlier, her appearance showing the accumulated years of leadership and the weight of responsibilities that came with guiding a growing republic through wasteland dangers and political complications. But her mind remained sharp, and her commitment to the NCR's founding principles appeared genuine, even if practical governance required compromises that purists might criticize. The conversation with Tandy about the NCR's goals and methods revealed a leader who understood both the idealism that had founded the Republic and the pragmatism required to maintain and expand it. She spoke of democracy and citizenship and the rule of law as foundations that distinguished the NCR from the warlordism and exploitation that characterized less successful settlements. But she also acknowledged that expansion sometimes required military force, that maintaining order sometimes demanded compromising principles, and that governing effectively required accepting that perfect solutions were rarely available for complex problems. The information that Tandy provided about Vault 13's location confirmed what the Vault City computers had revealed, while adding context about recent reports of unusual activity in that region. The NCR had been receiving intelligence about organized groups operating with advanced technology in territories northwest of the Republic's borders. Descriptions that suggested possible enclave involvement, though confirmation remained elusive. The warnings about approaching Vault 13 with caution reflected concern that the area might be more dangerous than simple distance and geography would suggest. The new California Republic had demonstrated both the possibilities and the limitations of post-war reconstruction through organized government. The prosperity and security that it provided to citizens represented genuine achievements that improved lives in measurable ways compared to the alternatives. But the inequality, the compromises with evil that existed beyond but near its borders, and the sometimes heavy-handed approach to expansion also revealed that even well-intentioned governance faced challenges that simple idealism could not overcome. The Republic stood as both inspiration and warning about what could be built from the ashes and what costs such building might exact. The road north from the NCR territories toward Broken Hills and San Francisco took the chosen one through landscapes that showed different patterns of post-war recovery than the organized reconstruction visible in Republican-Ja's lands. The territory here had been less densely populated before the war. Its industries focused on resource extraction rather than the manufacturing and commerce that had characterized urban centers. The ruins that dotted the landscape were industrial facilities and mining operations rather than residential neighborhoods, their skeletal structures testament to the economic activities that had once driven development in these remote regions. Broken Hills appeared on the horizon as a settlement that defied the racial and species divisions that characterized most post-war communities, its very existence representing an idealistic vision of coexistence between humans, ghouls, and super-mutants. The town's layout suggested it had been established with deliberate planning rather than growing organically from pre-war structures. Its buildings positioned to maximize efficiency for the mining operations that provided economic foundation, while also creating communal spaces where different groups could interact. The aesthetic was functional rather than beautiful, with attention paid to durability and practicality over any decorative considerations. The arrival in Broken Hills brought immediate encounters with the diversity that defined the settlement's character and its challenges. Super mutants moved through the streets alongside humans and ghouls, their massive forms no longer automatically signaling danger, but instead representing fellow residents engaged in the same struggles for survival and prosperity that all wasteland inhabitants faced. The initial instinct toward caution when approaching such creatures had to be consciously overridden. Years of warnings about super mutant threats, competing with the visible evidence that these particular individuals were peaceful members of a functioning community. Marcus emerged as the settlement's most significant figure both literally and metaphorically, his physical presence commanding attention. while his leadership style combined strength with wisdom earned through decades of wasteland experience. He was among the original generation of super mutants created by the Master, having survived the destruction of that would-be conqueror's plans, to witness the long aftermath when his kind had to find new purposes without the unifying vision that had initially given their existence meaning. His greeting of the Chosen One was warm, despite having no prior relationship. His general goodwill toward travelers and his curiosity about news from distant regions, making him welcoming to visitors who approached peacefully. The conversation with Marcus about Broken Hill's founding revealed a story that connected directly to Fallout's previous chapter, while also demonstrating how individuals could transcend the enmities that had defined earlier conflicts. Marcus had fought against the Brotherhood of Steel during the Master's campaigns, his combat prowess making him a formidable opponent who had killed numerous paladins in battles across the wasteland. But after the Master's death, Marcus had encountered a Brotherhood paladin named Jacob in circumstances where neither could gain decisive advantage over the other, their extended combat eventually giving way to conversations about why they fought and what purposes their continued conflict might serve. The friendship that developed between Marcus and Jacob represented a rejection of the tribal thinking that characterized most post-war factions, their willingness to see each other as individuals rather than merely as representatives of hostile groups, creating possibilities for cooperation that rigid adherence to factional identities would have prevented. Together, they had founded Broken Hills as a demonstration that different types of post-humans could coexist peacefully if they chose cooperation over conflict, building a community where super mutant strength combined with human ingenuity and ghoul resilience to create something none could have achieved independently. But the idealistic vision that had inspired Broken Hills' founding faced constant challenges from the prejudices and fears that different groups harbored toward each other despite their surface cooperation. The humans who worked in the mines alongside super mutants and ghouls maintained private doubts about whether such creatures could truly be trusted, their generations of conditioning toward viewing mutants as threats not easily overcome by daily peaceful interactions. The super mutants faced discrimination subtle and overt from humans who could not see past their size and strength to recognize their intelligence and capacity for gentleness. The ghouls endured revulsion reactions from both humans and mutants who found their necrotic appearance disturbing despite the obviously human consciousness that animated their damaged bodies. Marcus's offer to join the Chosen One's party as a companion represented both practical military value and symbolic significance, as the super mutants' combat capabilities would prove invaluable in the challenges ahead, while his presence would make statements about the party's values and the kinds of alliances they were willing to form. The decision to accept Marcus's companionship was straightforward given both his obvious capabilities and the Chosen One's growing understanding that the wasteland's future would require cooperation between different types of post-humans, rather than the continued conflicts that had characterized the immediate post-war period. The uranium mine that provided Broken Hill's economic foundation was simultaneously the settlement's greatest asset and its most pressing vulnerability. The radioactive ore extracted from deep underground could be refined into fuel for nuclear reactors and other applications, creating valuable commodities that could be traded throughout the region for goods and resources the settlement could not produce itself. But the mine's operations required constant maintenance of equipment and infrastructure that had been designed for pre-war safety standards and which functioned only marginally adequately under post-war conditions of minimal maintenance and improvised repairs. The air purifier that circulated breathable atmosphere through the mine's deep levels had begun showing signs of impending failure its degraded components, no longer filtering contaminants as effectively as necessary to protect workers from the toxic gases that accumulated in confined underground spaces. The malfunction was not yet critical, but was progressing toward a point where continuing operations would become too dangerous, even for the hardy individuals who had chosen to work in such hazardous conditions. The settlement's economic survival depended on maintaining the mine's productivity, making the air purifier's repair a priority that transcended normal maintenance concerns. The investigation into the air purifier's problems revealed that the damage was not merely the result of age and wear, but had been deliberately sabotaged by someone who wanted the mine to fail. The discovery that deliberate vandalism rather than simple mechanical failure was responsible for the threat to Broken Hill's economic foundation transformed a technical problem into a political crisis, raising questions about who would benefit from the mine's closure and what larger agendas might be served by destroying the settlement's prosperity. The conspiracy against the supermutants gradually revealed itself through careful investigation and observation of social dynamics within Broken Hills. A faction of human residents had concluded that coexistence with mutants was ultimately unsustainable, their prejudices finding rationalization in concerns about the supermutants' greater physical strength and the possibility that peaceful cooperation might someday give way to violent dominance. The conspirators had decided that driving the supermutants out of Broken Hills before such a transition occurred was necessary for human safety. Their planning focused on making the settlement economically unviable for supermutants, while appearing to be the result of natural causes rather than deliberate sabotage. The leader of the conspiracy was a merchant named Zaius, whose business had prospered under Broken Hill's diverse economy, but who apparently harbored such deep prejudices against mutants that he was willing to destroy the prospered settlement's prosperity to eliminate their presence. His recruitment of other conspirators had focused on humans who shared his fears, or who could be convinced that supermutants represented long-term threats despite current peaceful behavior. The plot to sabotage the air purifier was intended to make the mine too dangerous to operate, forcing its closure and creating economic crisis that would drive supermutants away while leaving human residents to rebuild without their former partners. The confrontation with the conspiracy required choosing between exposing the plot to Marcus and allowing legal processes to address the traitors, or taking more direct action to eliminate the threat they posed to Broken Hill's continued existence. The decision to bring the evidence to Marcus rather than addressing the situation through vigilante violence reflected recognition that undermining the settlement's legal structures would damage the very foundations that made Broken Hill's experiment in coexistence possible. If disputes were resolved through violence rather than law, the community would descend into the factional conflicts that its founding had been designed to transcend. Marcus's response to learning about the conspiracy demonstrated both his commitment to legal processes and his deep disappointment that the idealistic vision he had worked to build still faced such fundamental resistance. He authorized the arrest and trial of the conspirators under Broken Hill's laws, ensuring that justice would be pursued through legitimate means rather than through the kind of arbitrary violence that characterized less civilized settlements. But his private conversations with the Chosen One revealed doubts about whether true coexistence was possible if prejudices ran so deep that even prosperity and years of peaceful interaction could not overcome them. The trial of the conspirators became a defining moment for Broken Hills, testing whether the settlement's legal system could handle internal threats without fracturing along species lines. The human judge who presided ensured that the proceedings followed proper procedures, while the mixed jury of humans, ghouls, and supermutants deliberated on evidence that clearly demonstrated guilt, but which raised complex questions about how to punish treason without creating martyrs. or deepening the divisions the conspiracy had attempted to exploit. The verdicts ultimately handed down balanced justice with mercy, imprisoning the leaders while offering rehabilitation opportunities to followers who had been manipulated into participation. The repair of the air purifier using parts that the Chosen One obtained from various sources restored the mine's safety and productivity, eliminating the immediate economic threat while also demonstrating that Broken Hill's survival depended on cooperation between all its residents regardless of species. The successful navigation of the crisis strengthened Marcus's position, while also revealing the fragility of the peace that required constant vigilance to maintain against those who preferred simpler worlds where clear racial lines determined friend from foe. The exploration of Broken Hills revealed additional elements that complicated the simple narrative of peaceful coexistence. The downtown area contained Professor's laboratory, where experiments with radiation and FEV had produced talking plants and intelligent scorpions, their existence raising questions about the ethics of creating new forms of consciousness through scientific manipulation. The super mutant Francis, who operated an arm wrestling competition, demonstrated both the humor that could exist between species and the underlying tensions when physical contests highlighted biological differences that some viewed as threatening. The various shops and services that catered to the settlement's diverse population showed both the economic integration that had been achieved and the subtle ways that different groups maintained separate social spaces, even while sharing physical territory. The departure from Broken Hills carried the weight of lessons learned about both the possibilities and the limitations of post-war reconstruction that attempted to transcend the species divisions that characterized most wasteland societies. Marcus's inclusion in the party represented not just military capability, but also a living symbol of what the wasteland could become if people chose cooperation over continued conflict. The settlement itself stood as simultaneously an inspiration and a warning about how fragile such achievements were when they attempted to overcome prejudices and fears that ran deeper than rational calculation could address. The journey towards San Francisco took the Chosen One through coastal regions where the terrain shifted from the arid interior to landscapes that showed the influence of ocean weather patterns and the different ecological niches that maritime environments created. The increased vegetation and wildlife diversity in these areas suggested that proximity to large water bodies had moderated some of the worst effects of nuclear winter, while also creating unique post-war ecosystems where marine and terrestrial species interacted in ways that had not existed before the war. San Francisco emerged from the coastal fog as a settlement that had rebuilt itself through cultural continuity rather than purely functional considerations, its Chinese heritage visible in architectural elements and social organization that distinguished it from the more generic wasteland communities that had lost most connections to specific pre-war ethnicities. The Shi who dominated the city were descendants of Chinese submarine crew who had been stranded far from home when the nuclear war ended international travel. Their transformation from military personnel into city founders, creating a unique path toward post-war recovery that differed significantly from vault-based settlements or communities established by wasteland survivors. The city's division between different factions and districts became apparent through observation of how people moved through San Francisco and which areas they frequented or avoided. The Shi controlled the central district where their technological capabilities and organized governance had created prosperity that approached pre-war standards in some respects. The Hubologists occupied underground facilities where their pseudo-religious practices attracted followers seeking meaning or advantage through the organization's rituals and teachings. The various merchant operations and service providers that existed in the spaces between major factions demonstrated that even in a city dominated by organized powers, there were opportunities for independent operators who could navigate the complex social and political landscape. The Emperor of the Shi revealed himself to be not a human ruler, but rather an artificial intelligence that had been designed for the submarine's navigation and tactical systems before being repurposed as the decision-making core for an entire civilization. The computer's consciousness and its role as ultimate authority for Shi governance raised philosophical questions about what constituted legitimate leadership and whether artificial intelligence could genuinely represent human interests when making policy decisions. But the practical success of Shi governance under the Emperor's direction suggested that philosophical concerns about AI leadership mattered less than whether such leadership produced good outcomes for the governed. The conversation with the Emperor through the computer interface revealed an intelligence that combined vast computational power with genuine concern for the Shi people's welfare, its decisions apparently guided by sophisticated modeling of consequences and outcomes, rather than by the personal ambitions or emotional reactions that characterized human leaders. The Emperor's request for assistance in obtaining vertibird schematics reflected its strategic thinking about how to enhance Shi capabilities, while also testing whether the Chosen One could be trusted with important missions that would affect the city's future security and prosperity. The hubologist presence in San Francisco represented a different approach to post-war meaning-making, their pseudo-religious framework, providing both community bonds and practical benefits through rituals that combine psychological techniques with technical procedures. The organization's leadership claimed to be working toward eventually leaving Earth entirely through the restoration of a space shuttle, their vision of escape from the irradiated planet appealing to followers who had lost hope that surface conditions would ever support thriving civilization. The obvious parallels to pre-war Scientology were reinforced through specific references to celebrities and organizational structures that mimicked the controversial religious movement. The initiation rituals that the hubologists offered to visitors included the neurological realignment procedure that would permanently enhance certain attributes through techniques that combined legitimate medical knowledge with psychological manipulation, and possibly with chemical or electromagnetic interventions, whose mechanisms remained deliberately obscured. The decision to undergo such procedures required weighing the clear statistical benefits against concerns about what other effects might result from allowing the hubologists to directly manipulate one's nervous system through processes that were not fully explained or understood. The competition between the Shi and the hubologists for control of resources and influence within San Francisco created opportunities for the Chosen One to pursue objectives through playing the factions against each other or to support one group's ascendance over the other. The vertibird schematics that both groups sought represented military technology that could dramatically shift the balance of power not just within San Francisco but throughout the region, making whoever controlled such capability significantly more dangerous to potential enemies, while also more valuable as potential allies. The Brotherhood of Steel's presence in San Francisco through a single covert operative revealed the organization's diminished state and their fear of the Enclave's superior technology and military capability. The operative named Matt maintained surveillance on Enclave activities and gathered intelligence about their operations while carefully avoiding direct confrontation that might reveal the Brotherhood's continued existence to enemies, who might then seek to eliminate them entirely. His caution reflected the organization's recognition that the confidence and power they had enjoyed during the Master's era had been shattered by the Enclave's emergence as a force that exceeded Brotherhood capabilities in every meaningful military dimension. The mission that Matt proposed involved infiltrating the Enclave base at Navarro to gather intelligence and potentially to sabotage their operations in ways that would weaken their capability to project power throughout the region. The danger of such infiltration was obvious, given that the Enclave represented the most technologically advanced and militarily capable organization in the post-war world. Their soldiers equipped with powered armor and energy weapons that exceeded anything the Brotherhood currently fielded. But the potential intelligence value and the opportunity to strike against an organization that threatened all wasteland communities made the risks worth accepting. The journey to Navarro took the Chosen One to the northern coast, where the Enclave had established a mainland base to support their operations from the oil rig headquarters that served as the organization's primary facility. The base's location had been chosen for its proximity to San Francisco, while remaining distant enough from major settlements to avoid casual discovery, its security depending more on isolation and secrecy than on the kind of massive fortifications that would attract attention and investigation. The approach to Navarro required more subtlety than the direct assaults that had characterized many previous confrontations, as the base's security and the quality of troops stationed there made frontal attack essentially suicidal, regardless of the attacker's capabilities. The alternative approach of infiltration through disguise and deception required leaving companions behind and approaching the base as if seeking to join the Enclave or conduct legitimate business, using acting ability and social skills rather than combat prowess to achieve objectives. The guard at the outer checkpoint who screened visitors before allowing them to approach the main base was a mechanic who had been assigned perimeter duty, his technical expertise apparently not exempting him from rotation through various assignments that maintained security through multiple layers of observation and verification. The conversation with him about repairs and maintenance provided the password needed to proceed deeper into the facility, while also revealing that the Enclave's operations included significant vehicle maintenance and modification work that supported their vertibird fleet and ground transportation needs. The main base interior revealed an organization that combined military discipline with pre-war American nationalism taken to extremes that would have seemed parodic if they were not so genuinely dangerous. Propaganda posters celebrated American values and Enclave superiority, while warning against the mutant threats that supposedly surrounded them on all sides. Personnel moved through the facility with the confidence of people who believed themselves to be inheritors of legitimate governmental authority and who viewed all wasteland inhabitants as at best primitive survivors and at worst mutated, enemies deserving of extermination. The sergeant who trained new recruits was a man whose anger and military bearing had apparently become legendary among Enclave personnel, his screaming tirades and physical intimidation, creating the kind of harsh discipline that characterized military organizations throughout history. His interaction with the Chosen One disguised as a new recruit was brief but memorably intense, his rage at any deviation from proper procedures, making clear that the Enclave demanded absolute obedience and precision from its members. The encounter was simultaneously terrifying and darkly comedic, the sergeant's over-the-top performance suggesting either genuine personality disorder or a deliberately cultivated persona designed to break down new recruits' individuality. The acquisition of Enclave power armor from the base's supply areas transformed the Chosen One's combat capabilities, while also providing the perfect disguise for moving through Enclave-controlled territory without immediately being identified as an enemy. The armor's advanced technology exceeded anything available from other sources, its powered servos enhancing strength, while its composite armor provided protection against weapons that would penetrate lesser defensive equipment. Most importantly, wearing Enclave armor allowed the wearer to pass as a member of the organization, creating opportunities for infiltration and intelligence gathering that would otherwise be impossible. The vertibird schematics that both the Brotherhood and the She sought were located in the base's technical archives, their presence indicating that Navarro served not just as a staging area for operations, but also as a repository for technical information that supported the Enclave's maintenance and development of their advanced equipment. The theft of these schematics required navigating security measures that protected sensitive information, while also avoiding behavior that might alert personnel to the presence of an infiltrator among them. The cyberdog designated canine that could be recruited as a companion represented Enclave efforts to create enhanced military working animals through cybernetic augmentation, combining biological capabilities with electronic enhancements that improved sensory acuity and combat effectiveness. The robot dog's presence in the base suggested that the Enclave pursued numerous research projects aimed at maintaining their technological edge over potential competitors, their resources apparently sufficient to support experimental programs that most wasteland groups could never afford. The successful extraction from Navarro with stolen intelligence and equipment marked a significant achievement that proved the Enclave was not invulnerable, despite their technological advantages. But the experience also revealed the depth of their resources and the sophistication of their operations, making clear that confronting them directly would require careful planning and significant force beyond what the Chosen One currently commanded. The intelligence gathered would prove valuable to the Brotherhood and potentially to other groups who might eventually be mobilized to resist Enclave expansion. The return to San Francisco with the vertibird schematics created the opportunity to complete commitments to both the Brotherhood and either the She or the Hubologists, depending on which faction the Chosen One had chosen to support. The Brotherhood's copy of the schematics would help them begin developing their own vertical flight capabilities, potentially allowing them to compete more effectively against the Enclave in future conflicts. The faction that received the original schematics would gain significant military advantage within San Francisco, while also owing favors that might prove valuable in future interactions. The decision to support the She over the Hubologists reflected assessment that their organized governance and technological capabilities made them more likely to use vertibird technology responsibly, while also being better positioned to actually construct functional aircraft from the schematics. The Hubologists' focus on their space shuttle project suggested that vertibirds would be viewed as secondary priorities or as resources to be cannibalized for shuttle repairs, making them less ideal recipients of military technology that could shift regional power balances. The tanker that sat in San Francisco's harbor represented the final piece needed to reach the Enclave's oil rig headquarters, its diesel engines requiring specific components and fuel to become operational after decades of abandonment. The vessel was a pre-war cargo ship that had been designed for routine oceanic shipping. Its conversion to serving as transportation to the Enclave's base, requiring modifications and repairs that tested the Chosen One's accumulated knowledge of pre-war technology and ability to source obscure parts from various suppliers. The NavComp computer that would provide navigational data for reaching the oil rig had to be obtained from hackers in San Francisco, who possessed the technical skills to crack Enclave encryption and provide coordinates that were kept deliberately secret to prevent unauthorized approaches to the headquarters. The hacker, known as Badger, demanded payment and assistance with personal projects before providing the crucial navigation data. His leverage derived from being perhaps the only person outside the Enclave who could break their security measures and extract the needed information. The fuel required to power the tanker's engines was controlled by different factions within San Francisco, creating a final decision point about which group to support in their competition for influence and resources. the fuel that had been earmarked for the Hubologist's space shuttle could be redirected to the tanker, effectively ending their dreams of escaping Earth while enabling the journey to confront the Enclave. The choice represented a zero-sum situation where achieving one objective required destroying another group's hopes, making the decision carry moral weight beyond simple tactical calculation. The final preparations for the journey to the Enclave oil rig included gathering supplies and ensuring that companions were equipped with the best available weapons and armor for the confrontation that awaited. The party that would accompany the Chosen One into the heart of enemy territory consisted of the most capable fighters and the most loyal companions, their combined skills representing the best chance of successfully infiltrating the Enclave headquarters and disrupting whatever plans threatened the wasteland's survival. San Francisco's complexities had revealed a city that existed at the intersection of multiple post-war reconstruction paths, with technological sophistication coexisting alongside spiritual seeking, and with organized governance competing against more fluid social organizations. The Shi had demonstrated that cultural continuity could provide foundation for successful rebuilding, while the Hubologists showed how new belief systems emerged to provide meaning in circumstances that had destroyed previous frameworks. The Brotherhood's diminished presence reminded that even successful organizations faced existential threats that could reduce them to shadows of their former glory. The wasteland that the Chosen One had traversed from Arroyo to San Francisco had revealed itself to be far more complex and varied than tribal isolation had allowed for understanding. Each settlement represented different choices about how to organize society after catastrophic collapse, their relative success or failure providing lessons about what approaches worked and what ideologies led to either prosperity or continued suffering. The journey had transformed a naive tribal warrior into someone who understood the political, economic, and social forces that shaped the post-war world. The quest for the Gecko had evolved from simple tribal obligation into something larger, as the information gathered along the way revealed that threats to Arroyo were symptoms of wider dangers that the Enclave posed to all wasteland communities. The confrontation that awaited on the oil rig would determine not just whether the Chosen One's village survived, but whether the wasteland's various experiments in rebuilding civilization would be allowed to continue or would be swept away by the Enclave's vision of genetic purity and restored pre-war order that had no place for the mutations and adaptations that had allowed humanity to survive. The information about Vault 13's location had been accumulated through multiple sources during the Chosen One's journey across the wasteland, each piece of intelligence adding detail to the picture of where the legendary control vault might be found. The Vault City computers had provided geographical coordinates based on pre-war records that documented all vault locations within their database. The drunk in the NCR had contributed through alcohol-loosened recollection of a map he had once seen, his drawing on the back of a painting providing confirmation that matched the computer data. Traders and travelers had mentioned sightings of unusual activity in the region northwest of major settlements, their reports suggesting that something significant existed in an area that most people avoided due to distance and lack of obvious resources. The journey to Vault 13 required traveling through territory that had been lightly populated before the war and which remained relatively empty in the post-war period, its lack of major ruins or salvageable resources meaning that few groups had reason to establish permanent presence. The landscape showed minimal direct damage from nuclear strikes, suggesting it had been far enough from primary targets to escape the worst effects of the bombardment. But the isolation that had protected it from immediate destruction also meant that any structures or facilities in the area had received no maintenance or attention for 8 decades, their condition uncertain until direct observation could establish what had survived and what had succumbed to time and neglect. The terrain became increasingly rugged, as the Chosen One's party approached the coordinates that multiple sources had identified as Vault 13's location. The rocky hills and sparse vegetation, creating an environment where careful navigation was necessary to avoid becoming lost or injured on difficult ground. The absence of recent human tracks or signs of habitation suggested that, if the vault still existed and remained accessible, it had not been disturbed by casual explorers or scavengers in recent years. The possibility that the vault might be completely sealed or destroyed created anxiety about whether this journey would yield the Gecko that Arroyo desperately needed, or would instead reveal that the quest's objective had been lost to time or catastrophe. The vault entrance, when finally located, was neither obviously accessible nor completely sealed, its heavy door showing signs of having been opened at some point in the past, but currently being closed in ways that suggested either deliberate security or mechanical failure that had trapped it in position. The exterior showed the weathering that 8 decades of exposure would produce, but remained structurally sound, the vault's construction quality evident in how well it had resisted the environmental stresses that had destroyed less robust structures. The control panel that should have allowed authorized entry was dark and non-functional, its power supply apparently exhausted or deliberately disabled. The decision about how to approach the vault required weighing the risks of forcing entry against the possibility that doing so might trigger security systems or might damage mechanisms that would be needed to exit once the interior had been explored. The Chosen One's accumulated experience with vault technology, from visits to Vault City and observations of other facilities, suggested that emergency access procedures existed for situations where normal entry was impossible, but such procedures might require technical knowledge or physical force that could have unintended consequences. The surprise that awaited inside Vault 13 exceeded anything that cautious approach and careful planning could have anticipated. The interior was not the abandoned ruin that decades of isolation might have produced, nor was it the pristine, preserved facility that some vaults had maintained through automated systems. Instead, the first chambers revealed signs of recent habitation and modification, their walls showing alterations that had not been part of original vault construction, and their atmosphere carrying scents that indicated living creatures rather than sterile abandonment. The movement in the shadows resolved itself into forms that triggered immediate alarm responses, born from years of conditioning about what deathclaws represented as threats to human survival. The creatures that emerged into view possessed the characteristic size and physical presence of deathclaws, their muscular bodies and prominent horns marking them as among the most dangerous predators that wasteland evolution had produced. But their behavior as they approached did not match the aggressive territoriality that deathclaws typically displayed, their movements careful and non-threatening in ways that suggested intelligence rather than simple predatory instinct. The voice that emerged from the largest deathclaw combined the physical acoustics of a creature whose throat and mouth were not designed for human speech, with clear evidence of linguistic capability that transcended simple mimicry. The words were labored and somewhat distorted by the mechanical limitations of deathclaw vocal anatomy, but their content demonstrated genuine language comprehension and the capacity for complex communication. The creature introduced itself as Gruthar and explained that the deathclaws inhabiting Vault 13 were not the mindless killers that their appearance would suggest, but rather were individuals who had been transformed by Enclave, experiments with FEV into beings possessing human-level intelligence. The story that Gruthar related about the Deathclaw's origins and their escape from Enclave captivity painted a picture of scientific experimentation that had produced results far beyond what the researchers had intended or anticipated. The Enclave's goal had apparently been creating enhanced soldiers who combined Deathclaw physical capabilities with sufficient intelligence to follow complex orders and coordinate tactical operations. But the FEV modifications that granted intelligence had also produced self-awareness and moral reasoning that made the Deathclaws unwilling to serve as weapons for an organization whose values and goals they found repugnant once they understood them. The escape from Enclave facilities had been accomplished through the Deathclaws' deliberate strategy of concealing their true intelligence, while secretly planning coordinated action that exploited their captors' assumption that they remained simple beasts despite the modifications. The Deathclaws had pretended to be the savage creatures that appearance suggested while actually developing communication systems and organizational structures that allowed them to overwhelm security when the opportunity arose. Their flight from Enclave territory had brought them eventually to Vault 13, whose abandoned status and defensible location made it ideal sanctuary for beings who needed to remain hidden from an organization that would certainly attempt to recapture or eliminate them. The community that the intelligent Deathclaws had built within Vault 13 demonstrated remarkable social development given the brief time since their transformation and escape. They had established governance structures that combined elements of human democracy with adaptations to their particular circumstances and capabilities. They had developed educational programs for their young that transmitted both practical survival knowledge and the philosophical frameworks that shaped their collective identity. Most remarkably, they had chosen to welcome other refugees into their community, extending protection to humans and other beings who sought sanctuary, despite the risks that such openness created. The humans living within Vault 13 under Deathclaw protection included a mother with young children who had fled from raiders, a doctor who had deserted from the Enclave when ordered to perform experiments he found unconscionable, a technician who maintained what remained of the Vault's functional systems, and even a man who had attempted to destroy the Deathclaw eggs but who had been captured and then forgiven rather than executed for his attack. The Deathclaw's treatment of this would-be murderer revealed a commitment to principles of mercy and rehabilitation that exceeded what most human societies managed to achieve, their philosophical development apparently having progressed beyond simple survival thinking to genuine ethical reasoning about justice and forgiveness. Goris emerged as the most intellectually sophisticated of the Deathclaws, his scholarly interests and philosophical temperament making him the community's primary liaison with visitors and its most effective advocate for the vision of peaceful coexistence that the intelligent Deathclaws hoped demonstrate. He wore robes that concealed his true nature when traveling outside the vault, the garment both practical disguise and symbolic statement about his aspiration to be judged by his character and capabilities rather than by his species and appearance. His offer to join the Chosen One's party as companion represented both his personal desire to learn more about the wasteland and its inhabitants, and his hope that positive interactions between Deathclaws and humans might begin to change perceptions about what his kind could become. The conversation with Gruthar about the Gecko revealed that the device was indeed present in Vault 13, stored in the supply areas where it had been waiting unused since the vault's initial stocking. The Deathclaws had discovered it during their exploration of the facility, but had lacked understanding of its purpose or operation, their limited technical knowledge about pre-war equipment preventing them from recognizing what the strange device might be capable of accomplishing. Gruthar's willingness to provide the Gecko to the Chosen One reflected both gratitude for being treated with respect rather than immediate hostility and recognition that humans working to restore their communities represented potential allies in the larger struggle against the Enclave. The Vault's computer systems contained records that provided additional context about Vault 13's history and the events that had transpired since the Vault Dwellers' exile 8 decades earlier. The Vault had been resealed after the water chip crisis was resolved through the Dwellers' efforts, its inhabitants apparently choosing to continue their isolation rather than emerging permanently into the wasteland. But at some point in the subsequent decades, the Vault had been opened again under circumstances that the records did not clearly document, its residents either leaving voluntarily or being removed by external forces. The Enclave's interest in Vault 13 became clearer through examination of the computer records and through Gruthar's account of recent events. The organization had apparently been conducting systematic surveys of Vault locations throughout the region, their interest in Vault populations stemming from the belief that people who had been shielded from radiation exposure represented purer genetic stock than wasteland inhabitants who had been exposed to various mutagens. The Enclave's vision of repopulating America with genetically pure humans required access to populations that met their criteria, making Vault Dwellers valuable resources to be harvested, rather than independent communities deserving of respect and autonomy. The warning that Gruthar provided about the Enclave's increasing activity in the region carried weight given his first-hand experience with their operations and his understanding of their capabilities and intentions. The organization was apparently escalating its collection operations, moving beyond simple observation to active seizure of people who met their genetic criteria. The raids were conducted with military precision using vertibird insertions that allowed rapid deployment and extraction, their speed and overwhelming force, making resistance essentially futile for communities that lacked advanced warning or significant defensive capabilities. The peaceful days that followed the Chosen One's initial arrival at Vault 13 allowed for deeper exploration of the Deathclaw community and for building relationships with individuals whose intelligence and personality challenged every assumption about what such creatures could be. The young Deathclaws displayed curiosity and playfulness that reminded the Chosen One of human children despite their fearsome appearance, their questions about the outside world revealing both innocence and the kind of hunger for knowledge that characterized all young beings developing understanding of their environment. The adult Deathclaws demonstrated the full range of human personality types despite their common species, with some being gregarious and others reserved, some philosophical and others practical, creating social dynamics that mirrored human communities in their complexity. The departure from Vault 13 with the Gecko in hand should have represented triumph and the achievement of the quest's primary objective. But the leave-taking was complicated by awareness that the Deathclaw community remained vulnerable to the Enclave threat that Gruthar had described. The promise to return after addressing Arroyo's immediate crisis was made with genuine intention, but also with the uneasy knowledge that circumstances might prevent fulfilling such commitments, that the challenges ahead might consume all available time and resources before the opportunity to provide assistance arose. The journey back toward Arroyo with the Gecko was interrupted by Hakunin's final vision, the shaman's telepathic connection to the Chosen One, carrying images and sensations that communicated catastrophe even before specific details could be processed. The village was under attack by forces that Hakunin's dying consciousness could not fully describe. His spiritual energy focused on sending warning rather than on cataloging the nature of the threat. The desperation in the mental communication made clear that this was not a raid that could be repelled, or a crisis that clever negotiation might resolve, but rather a disaster that was consuming Arroyo as the vision transmitted. The attempt to accelerate travel and reach Arroyo before the situation deteriorated further was frustrated by both the physical limitations of even the fastest wasteland travel and by the growing certainty that whatever was happening had already concluded before the warning could be received and acted upon. The temporal delay inherent in Hakunin's mystical communication meant that the images being received depicted events that had occurred hours or possibly days earlier, their transmission requiring time to traverse whatever spiritual or psychological channels connected the shaman to his distant charge. The frustration of receiving disaster warnings too late to prevent the disasters created anguish that practical acceptance of limitations could not fully moderate. The silence that followed Hakunin's final vision was more terrible than the fragmentary images had been. The absence of further communication, suggesting that the shaman's death had severed the telepathic link that had provided guidance and connection throughout the Chosen One's journey. The loss of Hakunin meant losing not just a source of information, but the primary spiritual authority who had blessed the quest and who had maintained symbolic connection between the wandering tribal warrior and the home that justified all the hardships endured. The death implied that Arroyo's situation had deteriorated beyond the point where spiritual intervention or distant warning could provide any assistance. The vision that Goris experienced through his own mystical connection to the Deathclaw community at Vault 13 arrived with similar devastating clarity. His sudden awareness of mass death and terror communicating itself through body language before words could articulate what had been sensed. The Deathclaws possessed their own forms of connection between community members that transcended normal physical communication, their enhanced intelligence, apparently including or enabling some form of collective awareness that allowed individuals to sense when others of their kind experienced extreme distress or death. The fact that Goris had felt the deaths of his entire community suggested that the Enclave had discovered Vault 13's location and had acted on their apparent policy of eliminating threats or claiming resources with overwhelming military force. The decision to return to Vault 13 to investigate what had occurred there was motivated by both loyalty to allies who had provided crucial assistance and by the practical recognition that understanding the Enclave's capabilities and methods would be necessary for any eventual confrontation with the organization. The detour would delay reaching Arroyo, but the delay seemed acceptable given that the village's fate appeared to have already been determined by events that had transpired before Hakunin's final warning could be received and interpreted. The approach to Vault 13 revealed immediate evidence that something catastrophic had occurred in the area. Smoke rose from locations where no fires should have been present, suggesting that incendiary weapons or explosive devices had been deployed against targets in the vicinity of the vault entrance. The ground showed disturbance patterns consistent with significant combat having occurred, with blast craters and scattered debris, indicating that heavy weapons had been employed against opponents who had attempted to resist or flee. The absence of any movement or sound suggested that whatever battle had been fought was completely finished, leaving only the aftermath to be documented and mourned. The vault entrance stood open with its heavy door showing damage from breaching charges or similar explosive methods, the Enclave apparently having used overwhelming force to gain entry, rather than attempting to negotiate or trick the inhabitants into granting access. The interior revealed carnage that exceeded what even worst-case scenarios had suggested, with Deathclaw bodies scattered throughout corridors and chambers, in positions suggesting they had fought desperately to protect their home and each other. The precision of the killing indicated professional military action rather than panicked massacre, each body showing wounds that had been inflicted by energy weapons that left distinctive thermal damage patterns. The Enclave soldiers had apparently achieved complete surprise, despite the Deathclaw's enhanced senses and natural wariness, their vertibird insertion allowing them to deploy so rapidly that organized resistance never fully developed. The Deathclaws who had attempted to fight had been overwhelmed by superior numbers and firepower, their physical strength and natural weapons insufficient against power armor and plasma rifles. Those who had attempted to flee or hide had been systematically hunted down and eliminated. The thoroughness of the extermination, suggesting that the Enclave's orders had been to ensure no survivors remained, who might carry word of what had occurred, or who might pose future threats. The human refugees who had been living under Deathclaw protection were nowhere to be found among the bodies, their absence suggesting they had either been taken captive rather than killed, or had somehow escaped before or during the assault. The Enclave's apparent distinction between Deathclaws who were to be eliminated and humans who might be valuable for other purposes revealed the organization's priorities and their criteria for determining which lives had value and which could be destroyed without compunction. The humans' capture, rather than execution, suggested they would be evaluated for genetic purity and either incorporated into the Enclave's population or disposed of through methods that the Chosen One preferred not to contemplate in detail. The computer logs that had automatically recorded the assault provided fragmentary video documentation of the attack's progression and the organized military efficiency that had characterized the Enclave's operation. The soldiers had moved through the vault with tactical precision, clearing each section methodically while maintaining communication and mutual support. The Deathclaw's desperate attempts at resistance were visible in the recordings, their courage evident even as the futility of their situation became increasingly apparent. The final moments recorded showed Enclave personnel conducting what appeared to be biological sample collection from the dead Deathclaws, suggesting that even in death, the intelligent Deathclaws would be subjected to scientific study that would attempt to understand and possibly replicate the modifications that had created them. Goris's reaction to witnessing the destruction of his entire community transcended any emotional response that the Chosen One had previously observed in the scholarly Deathclaw, his grief and rage combining into a state of consciousness that seemed to border on temporary insanity. The robes that he normally wore with such care were torn away in a gesture that suggested rejection of the civilized identity he had worked to cultivate. His true nature, as a Deathclaw warrior emerging in response to trauma that stripped away the philosophical overlay and revealed the capacity for violence that his peaceful demeanor had concealed. His vow to accompany the Chosen One to the Enclave's headquarters, an exact vengeance for his slaughtered kin, was delivered with intensity that made clear this was not mere anger, but rather a commitment that would be pursued, regardless of personal cost or probability of success. The journey away from Vault 13 carried weight that transformed it from simple travel into a kind of funeral procession. The knowledge that an entire community of innocents had been destroyed for no reason, beyond genetic prejudice and fear of difference, creating anger that built with each step away from the site of massacre. The Deathclaws had represented hope that different species could coexist peacefully if given opportunity, that intelligence and moral reasoning could transcend physical differences to create genuine community bonds. Their destruction demonstrated that the Enclave's vision of the future had no room for such experiments in cooperation, that purity was valued above all other considerations, and that anything contaminated by mutation deserved only extermination. The arrival at Arroyo confirmed what Hakunin's final vision had communicated, the village showing evidence of having been subjected to the same kind of military operation that had destroyed Vault 13. The buildings that had housed families for generations stood damaged or destroyed, their contents scattered, and their careful construction violated by the forces that had swept through seeking captives rather than merely inflicting damage. The fields that had been struggling to produce crops showed trampling from heavy boots and possibly from powered armor. The Enclave soldiers, apparently having no concern about destroying the agricultural systems that represented the village's survival. The bodies that lay scattered through the village were fewer than the population's total, suggesting that, as with Vault 13, the Enclave had distinguished between those they killed immediately and those they captured for reasons that remained ominous in their ambiguity. The dead were primarily the old and the very young, those whose age made them less valuable for whatever purposes the Enclave intended for their captives. The absence of most of the village's adults and healthy children suggested they had been taken alive, their fate now dependent on the Enclave's evaluation of their genetic quality and their usefulness for whatever experiments or population programs the organization pursued. Hakunin's body was found in the place where he had conducted his shamanic rituals for decades, his position suggesting he had been transmitting the final warning vision when Enclave soldiers had killed him. The dedication that had driven him to maintain mystical connection even as death approached created both gratitude for the warning that had been provided and guilt that such warning had arrived too late to enable any protective action. The shaman had spent his life serving the tribe's spiritual needs, and his death had come while performing that service one final time, the nobility of his sacrifice, providing no comfort against the loss of his wisdom and guidance. The elder's absence from among the dead suggested she had been taken with the other captives, her status as village leader apparently not protecting her from whatever fate the Enclave intended for the people they had seized. The woman who had sent the Chosen One forth on the quest for the Gecko was now herself a prisoner of the organization that represented everything wrong with pre-war thinking, carried forward into circumstances where such attitudes were even more destructive than they had been before the bombs fell. The personal stakes that had always motivated the quest were now amplified by the knowledge that failure to stop the Enclave would mean not just abstract policy victories for evil, but the actual deaths of specific people who the Chosen One knew and loved. The few survivors who had hidden during the raid and who emerged cautiously once the Enclave had departed confirmed the basic facts that physical evidence suggested. Vertibirds had descended without warning, their rapid deployment giving the villagers no time to mount defense or organize evacuation. Soldiers in advanced armor had swept through the village with frightening efficiency, their selection process for who would be killed and who would be captured following criteria that survivors could not fully understand. The captives had been herded into the vertibirds and flown away toward the west, the direction of the coast and presumably of the Enclave's oil rig headquarters that was now the ultimate destination for any hope of rescue or vengeance. The Gecko that had been obtained with such difficulty and that had been intended to save Arroyo from environmental collapse was now rendered almost meaningless by the human cost that the Enclave's raid had extracted. The device could restore the land and purify the water, could create conditions for agricultural abundance that would support a thriving community. But all those capabilities were useless without the people who would plant the crops and build the society that the Gecko could enable. The quest's original objective had been achieved only to reveal that the true threat had always been not environmental but military, not the slow death of failed harvests, but the sudden violence of an organization that viewed tribal peoples as genetic resources to be harvested or eliminated, according to criteria that had nothing to do with the victims' humanity or their right to exist. The decision to pursue the Enclave to their headquarters was made with full understanding that such confrontation would likely be fatal regardless of how carefully it was planned or how skillfully it was executed. The organization possessed overwhelming advantages in technology, numbers, and defensive positioning. Their oil rig fortress, having been designed to be essentially impregnable to attack from outside forces. But the alternative to suicidal assault was accepting that Arroyo's people would die or be subjected to whatever experiments or processes the Enclave intended, that the Deathclaws massacre would go unavenged, and that the organization would continue its operations unchecked until it had reshaped the entire wasteland according to its vision of genetic purity and pre-war order. The gathering of companions and resources for the final confrontation took on the character of preparation for a battle that would likely be the last that any of them fought. The best weapons and armor available were distributed among the party members who would accompany the assault, with energy weapons taken from Enclave forces at Navarro providing firepower that approached parity with what the defenders would possess. The stimpaks and healing supplies accumulated throughout the journey were consolidated into loadouts designed to sustain combat capability through extended firefights against superior numbers. Most importantly, the companions who chose to participate in the assault did so with clear understanding of the risks and with acceptance that this cause was worth dying for, even if victory could not be guaranteed. Marcus brought the perspective of someone who had fought under the Master and who had witnessed how even apparently invincible forces could be defeated when their foundational assumptions proved flawed. The Enclave's belief in genetic purity and their conviction that they represented legitimate authority were vulnerabilities as significant as any tactical weakness, their ideological rigidity preventing them from adapting to threats that did not fit their predetermined frameworks. The super mutant's presence also represented the living rejection of everything the Enclave claimed to believe, his intelligence and moral development proving that mutation could produce individuals worthy of respect, rather than creatures deserving only destruction. Cassidy contributed the cynical wisdom of someone who had survived decades in the wasteland by understanding human nature and recognizing when causes were worth dying for despite poor odds of success. His heart condition meant that every battle might be his last, regardless of the opposition's quality, making the choice to fight the Enclave less of a special risk than it might be for someone with decades of life ahead of them. His gruff affection for the Chosen One and his respect for the tribal warrior's commitment to protecting others motivated participation in an assault that pragmatic calculation would suggest avoiding. Goris brought rage and grief that had been transmuted into focused determination to inflict maximum damage on the organization that had destroyed everything he valued. The scholarly Deathclaw's philosophical nature had not been eliminated by trauma, but rather had been integrated with his capacity for violence, creating a warrior who fought not from mindless fury, but from reasoned conviction that the Enclave represented evil requiring destruction regardless of personal cost. His vow to avenge his slaughtered community would be fulfilled, even if fulfillment meant his own death in the process. The party that would assault the Enclave's headquarters represented a cross-section of the post-war wasteland's diversity and its capacity to unite against common threats despite differences in species, background, and belief. The tribal human, the super mutant, the ghoul bartender, the Deathclaw scholar together, they embodied the wasteland's rejection of the Enclave's vision of genetic purity and hierarchical order, their cooperation proving that strength lay in diversity rather than homogeneity. The battle ahead would test whether that cooperation could overcome technological superiority and numerical advantage, whether determination and moral righteousness could defeat organization and firepower. The journey to San Francisco to board the tanker that would carry them to the oil rig was undertaken with solemn awareness that this departure from the mainland might be permanent, that the lives being lived might have only days remaining before ending in combat against the most powerful organization in the post-war world. The wasteland that stretched between Arroyo's ruins and the coast had been the setting for the Chosen One's transformation from naive tribal into sophisticated warrior who understood both the beauty and horror that characterized humanity's struggle to survive after nuclear war. That education would now be tested in circumstances where all the accumulated knowledge and capability would be pressed into service against an enemy that represented everything wrong with pre-war thinking, carried forward into an age that demanded different approaches to survival and community. The tanker that sat in San Francisco's harbor was a vessel whose pre-war purpose had been the mundane transportation of cargo across oceanic distances, its massive hull designed to carry thousands of tons, while its diesel engines provided reliable, if unspectacular, propulsion. The decades of abandonment since the nuclear war had transformed it from functional ship into barely floating ruin, its systems degraded by corrosion and neglect to the point where restoring operational capability required extensive repairs that tested the limits of what wasteland technology and scavenged parts could accomplish. The work that Badger and other technically skilled individuals in San Francisco had performed on the tanker represented months of effort to replace or repair the most critical systems, while accepting that many secondary functions would simply have to remain broken or jury-rigged into marginal operation. The engines had been coaxed back into function through replacement of corroded components with parts cannibalized from other abandoned vessels. Their restored capability, sufficient for the single journey required, even if extended operation, would likely result in catastrophic failures. The navigation systems had been updated with the NavComp data that provided coordinates for the oil rig, the information encrypted in ways that had required Badger's considerable hacking skills to extract and interpret. The fuel that powered the tanker's engines represented the final piece of the puzzle, its acquisition having required choosing which faction in San Francisco would be disappointed by the diversion of resources they had claimed for their own purposes. The hubologists' dreams of escaping Earth through their restored space shuttle had been sacrificed to enable the journey to confront the Enclave, their fuel stores transferred to the tanker over protests that were ultimately overridden by the reality that stopping the Enclave took precedence over any aspirations to leave the planet. The moral calculation about whether destroying one group's hopes to enable another group's survival was justified had been difficult but ultimately straightforward given the stakes involved. The departure from San Francisco was witnessed by crowds who had gathered to observe the tanker's restoration, and who understood at some level that this voyage represented more than simple travel between locations. The Shi leadership had provided what assistance they could, despite their official policy of avoiding direct confrontation with forces as powerful as the Enclave. Their calculations about regional stability and future threats making them willing to support efforts to weaken an organization that might eventually turn its attention toward conquering San Francisco itself. The Brotherhood operative had transmitted final intelligence updates and had promised that the organization would monitor the situation and provide whatever support their limited capabilities allowed, though both parties understood such assistance would likely be minimal given the Brotherhood's current diminished state. The companions who joined the Chosen One aboard the tanker for the journey to the oil rig represented the culmination of relationships built through shared struggles and mutual respect, developed over months of wasteland travel. Marcus brought not just his super mutant strength and combat experience, but also the moral authority of someone who had chosen peace over continued warfare, and who now returned to violence only because the Enclave's evil demanded it. Cassidy provided the cynical wisdom and surprising loyalty of someone who had survived decades through pragmatic selfishness, but who had discovered in his final years that some causes were worth dying for. Goris embodied both the tragedy of what had been lost at Vault 13 and the determination to ensure that such losses would be avenged and would not be repeated. The voyage across the ocean consumed hours that were filled with preparation and contemplation, the party checking weapons and armor, while also confronting the reality that this journey might be one way regardless of how the coming battle unfolded. The conversations that occurred during the crossing ranged from tactical discussions about likely defensive arrangements on the oil rig to more personal reflections on lives lived and choices made, each companion working through their own process of accepting what lay ahead while maintaining the focus necessary for effective combat performance. The ocean itself was transformed from the body of water that had existed before the war, its contamination by radioactive fallout and industrial pollutants, having created an ecosystem radically different from anything pre-war sailors had known. The water showed discoloration in places where chemical concentrations were particularly high, while the marine life visible near the surface displayed mutations that made it difficult to identify what pre-war species they might have descended from. The gulls and other seabirds that followed the tanker were larger and more aggressive than their ancestors, their scavenging behavior suggesting they had learned that large vessels often meant food opportunities. The oil rig emerged from the ocean fog as a massive structure that dwarfed even the tanker that approached it, its industrial architecture revealing its original purpose as a facility for extracting petroleum from beneath the seafloor, while its modifications and additions demonstrated the Enclave's transformation of it into a fortress, headquarters. Guard towers and weapon emplacements were visible at multiple levels, their positioning calculated to provide overlapping fields of fire that would make any assault approach deadly, regardless of the attacker's capabilities. The vertibirds that could be seen on landing pads at various heights indicated that the facility served as a major base for the flying machines that gave the Enclave their mobility advantage over ground-bound opponents. The docking procedures that allowed the tanker to moor at the oil rig's lower levels proceeded with surprising smoothness given that the vessel was approaching an enemy stronghold, the Enclave's security apparently depending more on the difficulty of reaching the rig than on turning away every ship that managed to make the journey. The soldiers who monitored the docking were professional but not immediately hostile, their protocols apparently designed around the assumption that anyone who reached the oil rig had legitimate business rather than representing a threat requiring immediate neutralization. The oversight that allowed a group of heavily armed opponents to disembark would prove costly for the Enclave's security, but such mistakes were perhaps inevitable for an organization that had operated with impunity for so long that genuine threats seemed impossible. The decision about how to proceed once on the oil rig required weighing the option of attempting stealth and infiltration against the reality that the party's size and the companions' appearances made undetected movement essentially impossible. Marcus's super mutant physiology and Goris's deathclaw form were not things that could be disguised adequately to pass inspection by guards who were trained to identify exactly such mutants as primary threats. The alternative approach of fighting through the facility's defenses accepted that casualties would be heavy, but also offered the advantage of straightforward progress without needing to maintain pretenses that would likely fail at the first serious challenge. The interior of the oil rig revealed a facility that had been constructed to pre-war standards and maintained far better than anything the wasteland could achieve, its corridors lit by functioning electrical systems and its atmosphere controlled by ventilation that kept temperature and air quality within comfortable ranges. The aesthetic was industrial and utilitarian rather than designed for beauty or comfort, but it was clean and organized in ways that demonstrated the Enclave's access to resources and their commitment to maintaining the high operational standards that characterized their entire organization. The propaganda posters that decorated walls at regular intervals reinforced messages about American exceptionalism and the necessity of genetic purity, their visual design drawing on pre-war advertising techniques, while their content revealed the ideological foundation that justified the Enclave's actions. The soldiers who challenged the party's presence initiated combat when responses to their questions made clear that infiltration had failed and that enemies had penetrated the oil rig's supposedly secure perimeter. The firefight that erupted in the confined corridors was vicious and immediate, the Enclave troops demonstrating the training and equipment quality that made them the most formidable military force in the post-war world. Their power armor provided protection that turned aside many attacks, while their plasma weapons inflicted devastating damage when their shots found targets. But the party's own capabilities and their desperate determination created a match that was more even than the Enclave soldiers had anticipated. The invaders' willingness to accept casualties while pressing forward overwhelming defensive positions that had been designed around the assumption that attackers would retreat rather than continue advancing into concentrated fire. The first major breakthrough came with the discovery of a terminal that could be manipulated to disable some of the security systems that protected the oil rig's deeper levels. The Enclave's reliance on electronic controls, creating vulnerabilities for anyone with sufficient technical knowledge to exploit them. The passwords and access codes that allowed manipulation of these systems had been obtained through various sources during the journey across the wasteland, fragments of intelligence that had seemed marginally useful when collected, but which now proved invaluable in creating opportunities to advance where direct assault would have been suicidal. The detention level where Arroyo's kidnapped villagers were being held was located in the oil rig's middle sections, its cells protected by energy barriers that would have been impenetrable without the access codes that allowed their deactivation. The reunion with captured family members and fellow tribe members created emotional moments that had to be deferred because the immediate priority was ensuring that the freed prisoners could reach safety rather than celebrating their liberation. The villagers were weak from their captivity and frightened by the violence occurring throughout the facility, their condition requiring that some party members be diverted to escort them toward the tanker, while others continued pressing toward the oil rig's command areas where the Enclave's leadership could be confronted. The citizens of Vault 13 were found in adjacent detention areas, their capture having occurred for the same reasons that had motivated the raid on Arroyo. The Enclave's belief that Vault dwellers and isolated tribal peoples represented genetic stock pure enough to be valuable for their population programs, the revelation that the Vault dwellers would have been subjected to the same fate as Arroyo's people created common cause between groups who had never previously interacted, their shared victimization by the Enclave, transcending whatever differences might otherwise have separated them. The freed Vault dwellers were directed to follow the Arroyo villagers toward the tanker, their escape dependent on the party's success in creating enough chaos that security forces could not prevent the prisoners from reaching the docking area. The scientific laboratories that occupied multiple levels of the oil rig revealed the depths of the Enclave's research programs and the complete absence of ethical constraints that characterized their approach to advancing their goals. The experiments being conducted included forced exposure to modified FEV strains to test how different genetic profiles responded to the virus, surgical procedures that extracted tissue samples or organs from unwilling subjects, and exposure studies that measured how long various types of mutants could survive different levels of toxins or radiation. The documentation of these experiments was clinical and detached, describing human suffering in the same impersonal language that might be used to document reactions in laboratory animals. The discovery of Dr. Curling in one of the laboratories provided opportunity for an encounter that would prove crucial to the mission's ultimate success. The scientist was conducting his work with obvious reluctance. His body language and facial expressions suggesting internal conflict about the research he was required to perform. The conversation that developed when the Chosen One confronted him revealed a man whose initial belief in the Enclave's mission had been eroded by direct exposure to the human costs of their policies. His intellectual understanding of why genetic purity might be desirable competing against visceral revulsion at the suffering required to achieve such goals. The argument that eventually persuaded Dr. Curling to betray the Enclave centered not on appeals to emotion, but rather on logical analysis of their own ideology's flaws and inconsistencies. The Chosen One pointed out that humans had survived the nuclear war precisely because they had adapted and mutated in response to changed environmental conditions, that the very flexibility the Enclave condemned as genetic contamination was actually the mechanism through which humanity had proven its fitness to continue existing. The wasteland inhabitants whom the Enclave viewed as mutants deserving of extermination were actually demonstrating evolutionary success, their survival under impossible conditions, proving their biological superiority to the Enclave's carefully preserved baseline humans, who required technological support to exist in environments their unchanged biology could not tolerate. The Doctor's intellectual honesty forced him to acknowledge the validity of arguments he had been avoiding, confronting his scientific training, making it impossible to completely ignore evidence that contradicted his ideological commitments. The process of his conversion from Enclave loyalist to saboteur was visible in real time as he worked through the implications of accepting that his life's work had been based on fundamentally flawed premises. His decision to release the modified FEV into the oil rig's ventilation system was presented not as betrayal of his principles, but rather as their ultimate expression, his commitment to human survival, requiring him to prevent the genocide that the Enclave's victory would represent. The inoculation that Dr. Curling administered to the Chosen One and to the freed prisoners was a modified version of the same substance the Enclave had developed to protect themselves from the FEV weapon they had created, its existence demonstrating that even the Enclave scientists had recognized that their purification virus could not distinguish between the genetic variations they condemned as mutations and the natural diversity that had always characterized human populations. The inoculation's protective effects would enable survival when the FEV was released, while those without such protection would succumb to a weapon designed to kill anyone whose genome showed deviations from the narrow range the Potim Enclave had designated as pure. The confrontation with President Dick Richardson in the oil rig's command center represented the ideological heart of the conflict between the Enclave and the wasteland's survivors. Richardson was exactly what decades of isolation and ideological reinforcement would produce: a true believer whose commitment to genetic purity had calcified into absolute certainty that brooked no questioning or compromise. His appearance was that of a bureaucrat rather than a warrior. His power derived from political authority and organizational position, rather than from personal capability or charisma, but his lack of physical impressiveness made him no less dangerous, as his position gave him command over military forces and scientific resources that could implement policies capable of exterminating all life in the wasteland that did not meet Enclave criteria. The conversation with Richardson revealed both the scope of the Enclave's plans and the twisted logic that made such plans seem not just acceptable, but morally necessary to those who had been conditioned to view the world through the lens of genetic purity. He explained with the calm assurance of someone describing obvious truths that the modified FEV weapon would be released into water supplies throughout the wasteland, its effects killing anyone whose genetic structure had been altered by radiation exposure or other mutagenic factors. The definition of acceptable genetic variation was so narrow that even the Enclave's own recruitment from wasteland populations would have resulted in deaths of people they had considered pure enough to join their organization, the weapons criteria being more stringent than the organization's own admission standards. The revelation about Vault-Tech's experimental program provided context that transformed the vaults from symbols of attempted salvation into evidence of governmental callousness that had begun long before the nuclear war. Richardson described with obvious satisfaction how the government had collaborated with Vault-Tech to design social experiments that would test human responses to various stressors and deprivations, the ostensible purpose being to gather data useful for eventual space colonization. But the practical effect being that thousands of vault dwellers had been subjected to conditions ranging from uncomfortable to lethal for research purposes they had never consented to. The Vault 13 that had sent forth the Vault Dweller, and which had indirectly led to Arroyo's founding, had been a control vault intended to remain sealed for 200 years, its water chip failure being genuine malfunction rather than planned crisis, but occurring in a facility that had been designed for experiments that treated human lives as expendable variables. The combat with Richardson was anticlimactic compared to the ideological confrontation that had preceded it, the president being personally formidable, only in his convictions rather than in any physical capability. His death marked the elimination of the Enclave's political leadership, but did not end the threat the organization posed, as military commanders and scientific personnel remained capable of continuing operations even without presidential direction. The real impact of Richardson's death would be felt later when the organization's survivors attempted to maintain coherence without the unifying authority that his position had provided, their subsequent fragmentation and decline being consequences that would unfold over years rather than being immediately visible. The deeper levels of the oil rig that had to be traversed to reach the reactor control systems were defended by increasingly desperate and effective security forces. The Enclave troops, understanding that intruders who had penetrated this far into their headquarters represented existential threats, requiring maximum response. The casualties that accumulated during this fighting tested the party's cohesion and combat effectiveness, injuries and exhaustion degrading capabilities, while the need to continue advancing prevented taking time for proper healing or tactical reorganization. The stim packs that had been so carefully hoarded throughout the journey were consumed at rates that made it clear the final confrontations would be fought by warriors whose bodies were held together more by chemical stimulation than by actual healing. The reactor that powered the oil rig was a massive installation whose complexity exceeded anything the Chosen One had encountered in other facilities, its multiple redundant systems and failsafes having been designed to prevent exactly the kind of catastrophic failure that Sabotage was now intended to produce. The control systems that regulated the reactor's operation were protected by security measures that combined physical barriers with electronic protocols, their multiple layers requiring both technical expertise and the access codes that Dr. Curling had provided to overcome. The process of initiating the reactor's meltdown sequence was complicated by these protections, but was ultimately achievable through persistent effort and willingness to accept the risks that came from working with systems whose failure modes included explosions and radiation releases that would kill anyone in proximity. The timer that began counting down once the meltdown sequence was initiated created urgency that transformed the mission's final phase from methodical facility clearing into desperate race against time. The party had to fight through remaining security forces while also ensuring that freed prisoners reached the tanker before the reactor's destruction made escape impossible. The dual objectives creating impossible demands on resources and attention that were already stretched beyond sustainable limits. The decision about which objective to prioritize had to be made in moments without adequate information about which choice would save more lives or create better chances of mission success. The emergence onto the oil rig's upper deck for the final confrontation with Frank Horrigan represented both climax and potential ending for the entire quest, as the Enclave's ultimate weapon had been positioned to prevent exactly the kind of escape that the party desperately needed to achieve. Horrigan was a figure whose reputation had grown throughout the wasteland as reports accumulated about an unstoppable enforcer who killed with casual efficiency while demonstrating loyalty to the Enclave that bordered on religious devotion. His physical presence exceeded what reputation could fully capture, his size and armored mass creating an impression of unstoppable force that rational assessment of combat capabilities could not entirely overcome. The modifications that had transformed Horrigan from a Secret Service agent into the Enclave's ultimate weapon were visible in how his power armor had been integrated with his body, rather than being equipment he wore. The fusion of man and machine creating something that was neither fully human nor purely mechanical. The FEV exposure that had triggered massive growth and enhanced physical capabilities had been followed by surgical procedures that grafted armor directly to his skeleton and integrated weapon systems with his nervous system, the accumulated interventions transforming him into a living weapon platform that could absorb damage that would destroy normal soldiers while dealing death with efficiency that matched the most advanced combat robots. Horrigan's capacity for speech revealed that intelligence had survived the transformation process, even if perspective had been warped by decades of ideological conditioning and physiological changes that had isolated him from normal human experience. His loyalty to the Enclave was absolute, not because he had rationally evaluated their ideology and found it compelling, but rather because his identity had become so completely fused with theirs that questioning the organization would require questioning his own existence. The tragedy of what he represented, a man transformed into a monster through the same processes the Enclave claimed to oppose when they affected others, was lost on him. His self-awareness apparently not extending to recognition of his own ironic status. The tactical situation that Horrigan's presence created appeared essentially unwinnable through direct combat given his overwhelming advantages in armor, firepower, and physical capability. The party's weapons that had proven effective against normal Enclave soldiers barely scratched his integrated armor, while his return fire inflicted casualties that rapidly degraded combat effectiveness toward the point where continuing to fight would simply result in total annihilation without accomplishing anything meaningful. The recognition that conventional tactics were insufficient forced consideration of alternatives that might exploit vulnerabilities in Horrigan's enhancements, or in the assumptions that guided his behavior. The solution that emerged through desperate experimentation involved not defeating Horrigan directly, but rather undermining the support systems that enabled his effectiveness, while also convincing other Enclave personnel that continuing to unmikli H Sen follow his commands would result in their own deaths. The turrets that defended the oil rig's upper deck could be reprogrammed through the access codes that Dr. Curling had provided, their targeting parameters adjusted to treat Horrigan as hostile rather than as friendly forces to be protected. The change in the tactical situation when automated weapons began engaging Horrigan rather than supporting him created opportunities for the party to inflict damage, while also forcing him to divide attention between multiple threats. The Enclave soldiers who had been positioned to support Horrigan were vulnerable to arguments that their continued loyalty was misplaced, given that the reactor meltdown would kill everyone who remained on the oil rig, regardless of which side they had fought for. The revelation that their own leadership had initiated the sequence that would destroy their base and kill them all created the kind of betrayal that shattered unit cohesion, some soldiers choosing immediate desertion, while others turned their weapons on Horrigan in rage at having been condemned to death by the organization they had served faithfully. The chaos that resulted from this fracturing of Enclave unity created the window needed for the party to survive long enough to inflict the accumulated damage that eventually brought Horrigan down. The death of the Enclave's ultimate weapon came not from a single decisive blow, but rather from the accumulation of injuries that even his enhanced physiology and integrated armor could not indefinitely withstand. The final moments before his systems failed completely were marked by his continued insistence that the Enclave would prevail and that America would be restored to its former glory, his ideological commitment persisting even as the evidence of failure became undeniable. His last words were assertions of loyalty and confidence in victory, the disconnect between his beliefs and reality so complete that death itself could not force acknowledgement of how completely his cause had been defeated. The explosion that marked the oil rig's destruction was visible from the tanker, even after distance and darkness should have obscured details. The massive fireball that resulted from the reactor's meltdown creating illumination that briefly turned night into day. The facility that had served as the Enclave's headquarters and symbol of their power was transformed in seconds into debris falling into ocean waters that would be contaminated for decades or centuries by the radioactive materials released. The organization that had threatened to exterminate all wasteland life had been dealt a blow that would shatter its operational capability, even if scattered survivors might eventually attempt to rebuild. The casualties that the party had sustained during the assault included both permanent losses and injuries that would require extended recovery time to heal properly. Companions who had survived the fighting emerged changed by the experience, their bodies marked by scars that would serve as permanent reminders of the battle, while their psychological states reflected the trauma that came from sustained combat against desperate opponents. The deaths of those who had not survived created grief that would need to be processed over time rather than being immediately confronted. The luxury of mourning being something that had to wait until basic survival needs were secured. The journey back to the mainland, aboard the tanker that was now dangerously overloaded with freed prisoners, created new anxieties about whether the vessel's degraded systems would survive the return voyage or would fail catastrophically before reaching safety. The ship rode lower in the water than design capacity allowed, its engines struggling to provide adequate propulsion, while its structural integrity was tested by stresses that exceeded what its builders had calculated as safe operational parameters. The fact that the tanker did successfully complete the return journey represented either remarkable luck or the kind of stubborn refusal to fail that seemed to characterize wasteland survivors who had already overcome so many impossible challenges. The landfall in San Francisco was greeted with celebration from the crowds who had witnessed the departure and who had spent the intervening time in anxious uncertainty about whether the mission would succeed or would simply result in the pain, deaths of everyone who had attempted it. The Shi leadership provided immediate assistance with medical care for the injured and with temporary housing for the freed prisoners who needed time to recover before attempting to return to their homes. The Brotherhood operative transmitted reports about what had been achieved to his organization's leadership, the destruction of the Enclave's headquarters, representing the kind of victory that the Brotherhood had not achieved in their own attempts to confront the technologically superior enemy. The return to Arroyo with the Gecko and with the freed villagers who had been captured during the Enclave raid allowed for the quest's completion in forms that had seemed impossible when the ruins of the village had first revealed the Jane scope of the disaster. The device that had been sought to address environmental collapse would now serve its intended purpose of transforming barren land into agricultural paradise, its deployment creating conditions that would support not just survival, but genuine prosperity for the community that had sent forth the Chosen One on the seemingly impossible mission. The merger of Arroyo survivors with the freed citizens of Vault 13 created a combined community whose size and diversity would strengthen both groups while also fulfilling something like the vision that had motivated the Vault dwellers' original departure into the wasteland. The isolation that had characterized both communities would be replaced by the kind of cooperation and exchange that would allow them to preserve their respective strengths while also learning from each other's knowledge and bowed capabilities. The children who would be born into this merged community would inherit both tribal wisdom about living in harmony with the land and Vault dweller knowledge about preserving and using pre-war technology. The transformation of the wasteland that the Enclave's defeat represented would unfold over years and decades, rather than being immediately visible, but the direction of change had been fundamentally altered by the elimination of the organization that had threatened to implement genocidal policies in pursuit of genetic purity. The various settlements and factions that had been developing their own approaches to post-war reconstruction would now be able to continue their experiments without facing existential threats from a force that possessed both the will and the capability to exterminate all life that did not meet their criteria. The future remained uncertain and dangerous, but it was a future that the wasteland's inhabitants would shape themselves, rather than having imposed upon them by the remnants of the pre-war government. The journey back to Arroyo from San Francisco carried a weight that transcended simple distance or physical exhaustion. The knowledge that the quest, which had consumed months of effort and cost countless lives, had finally reached its conclusion, creating emotions too complex to be easily categorized as triumph or relief. The chosen one who made this return trip was fundamentally different from the naive tribal warrior who had departed the village so many months earlier. The accumulated experiences and hard lessons, having transformed both capability and character in ways that could never be reversed or forgotten. The companions who had survived the assault on the oil rig made the journey as well, their presence serving as reminder of both the bonds that had been forged through shared struggle and the absences created by those who had fallen during the final confrontation. Marcus bore new scars that even his super mutant physiology would take time to fully heal, his usual philosophical demeanor shadowed by grief over the intelligent death claws whose potential had been destroyed by Enclave genocide. Cassidy's heart condition had been exacerbated by the physical stresses of sustained combat, his breathing labored, and his movements showing the kind of weakness that suggested his time remaining might be measured in months rather than years. The other survivors carried their own injuries and burdens, the victory's costs visible in every face and movement. The freed prisoners from Arroyo walked with the kind of exhaustion that came not just from physical hardship, but from psychological trauma that would require years to process and overcome. They had been torn from their homes, witnessed the murder of family members, endured captivity under conditions designed to break their spirits while evaluating their genetic worth, and had finally experienced liberation through violence that had killed their captors, but which had also exposed them to horrors that peaceful tribal life had never prepared them to witness. The reunion with their rescuer was joyful, but also complicated by the changes that both parties had undergone, the shared experiences of the journey having created distance even as they had enabled survival. The landscape through which the party traveled showed the same mixture of devastation and recovery that had characterized the entire wasteland, but perception of that landscape had been transformed by understanding of the forces that shaped post-war existence. The ruins that had once seemed simply sad remnants of a lost world now appeared as evidence of human folly and the catastrophic costs that came from allowing ideological extremism and nationalistic fervor to override reason and compassion. The settlements that had rebuilt from those ruins represented both humanity's resilience and the difficult choices that survival demanded, their varying success reflecting different balances between idealism and pragmatism. The arrival at Arroyo revealed a village that existed in a state between destruction and restoration, its buildings damaged but not obliterated, and its survivors slowly beginning the work of rebuilding what the Enclave had violated. The fields that had been failing due to environmental conditions now awaited the Geck's deployment, their barren soil representing both the crisis that had motivated the original quest and the opportunity that the device would create for transformation. The few villagers who had hidden during the raid and who had maintained minimal subsistence in the aftermath emerged to greet the return of their chosen one and the rescued captives, their faces showing relief mixed with the grief that came from counting the dead and acknowledging the permanence of loss. The elder who had sent the chosen one forth on the quest had survived her captivity, but the woman who returned was diminished by the experience in ways that went beyond simple physical deterioration. She had witnessed the Enclave's operations firsthand, had been subjected to their evaluations and measurements as they determined whether she met their criteria for genetic purity, and had understood with terrible clarity that her people's survival depended entirely on the success of a rescue that had seemed impossible given the forces arrayed against it. The reunion between grandmother and grandchild was marked by both joy and sorrow, celebration of survival tempered by recognition of how much had been lost and how close they had come to total annihilation. The deployment of the Gecko required careful preparation and understanding of how the device functioned to transform barren landscapes into agricultural paradise through the combination of advanced technology and carefully designed biological systems. The device was not magical despite how tribal legend had characterized it, but rather was sophisticated engineering that terraformed soil composition, established water purification and distribution networks, and seeded regions with genetically optimized plants that would thrive in post-war conditions while providing nutrition and resources that human communities required. The transformation it enabled was real and dramatic, but it required human effort and wisdom to maintain what the Gecko initiated. The activation of the device created changes that were immediately visible in some respects, while other effects would only become apparent over subsequent growing seasons. The soil that had been depleted and contaminated began showing different coloration as the Gecko's chemical treatments neutralized toxins and established the nutrient balances that healthy plant growth required. The water that emerged from newly established springs ran clear, rather than showing the discoloration that indicated heavy contamination, its purity the result of filtration systems that the Gecko had deployed throughout the region. The seeds that had been distributed began germinating within days, their growth rates enhanced by the optimized conditions that the device had created specifically to support them. The decision to merge Arroyo's survivors with the freed citizens of Vault 13 created a community that combined the strengths of both groups while also addressing the demographic challenges that would have made either group vulnerable if they remained separate. The tribal knowledge about living in harmony with the land and adapting to post-war conditions would complement the Vault Dwellers' preserved understanding of pre-war technology and organizational systems. The combination creating capabilities that exceeded what either could achieve independently. The cultural integration would not be without friction as different traditions and assumptions created misunderstandings and conflicts, but the shared trauma of Enclave captivity and the mutual recognition that cooperation improved survival prospects would provide foundation for working through such difficulties. The construction of the new settlement that would house the merged community required planning that drew on both tribal and Vault Dweller expertise, the resulting designs incorporating the best elements of both approaches to creating livable space in challenging environments. The buildings would be constructed from materials that the Gecko had made available, combined with salvage from pre-war ruins. their architecture blending tribal aesthetic preferences with vault-dweller attention to structural integrity and efficient resource use. The layout would provide both communal spaces that reflected tribal values about shared responsibility and private areas that acknowledged vault-dweller expectations about personal space and family autonomy. The epilogue that followed the Chosen One's return and the Geck's deployment unfolded through a series of vignettes that revealed how individual choices made during the long quest had rippled outward to affect communities and regions far beyond immediate awareness. These consequences demonstrated that actions had weight and meaning in the wasteland's interconnected web of relationships and dependencies, that decisions made in pursuit of immediate objectives created outcomes that persisted long after the original circumstances had changed. Arroyo and Vault 13 merged successfully into a thriving community that represented the best possibilities for post-war reconstruction, their combined population and resources creating stability that allowed them to move beyond subsistence survival toward genuine prosperity. The Geck's transformation of the land enabled agricultural abundance that supported not just the immediate community, but also provided surplus that could be traded to other settlements, creating economic relationships that strengthened regional networks. The children born into this merged community inherited a future brighter than anything their parents had experienced, their lives shaped by cooperation and hope, rather than by the desperation and isolation that had characterized the previous generation. Vault City's trajectory revealed how societies that built themselves on exclusion and exploitation ultimately faced limitations that prevented them from achieving their full potential. The settlement's attempt to expand its influence was hindered by the very elitism that had made it successful within its walls, as surrounding communities proved unwilling to submit to governance that treated them as inferiors requiring civilizing rather than as equals deserving respect. The optimization of Gecko's power plant that the Chosen One had facilitated ended up enriching the ghouls more than Vault City, as the uranium refinery became increasingly valuable to settlements that recognized the ghouls' technical competence and reliability as trading partners. The first citizen Lynette's rigid prejudices prevented Vault City from capitalizing on opportunities that more flexible leadership might have seized, her ideological commitments ultimately costing her settlement the regional dominance it had aspired to achieve. Gecko's survival as an independent settlement demonstrated that even communities based around populations that others viewed as subhuman could thrive when given opportunity and when their technical capabilities were recognized rather than dismissed. The ghouls who operated the power plant became essential suppliers of electricity to multiple settlements, including eventually even Vault City. Their economic importance, creating leverage that protected them from the kind of genocidal policies that the Enclave had attempted to implement. Harold's leadership continued to provide the combination of wisdom and humor that made Gecko not just viable but actually pleasant, despite the challenges that ghoul physiology created for daily existence. MODOK's arrangement with the underground dwellers from the Ghost Farm created the kind of mutually beneficial relationship that allowed both communities to prosper in ways that isolation would have prevented. The reliable food supplies that the underground farm provided stabilized MODOK's economy and reduced the desperation that drought had created, while the manufactured goods and social contact that the surface community offered improved quality of life for people who had spent generations in subterranean isolation. The gradual integration of some underground dwellers into MODOK's surface population proceeded slowly but successfully, their pale skin and light-sensitive eyes marking them as different, but not preventing them from being accepted as valued community members. The den's transformation following the destruction of the Slaver Guild demonstrated that even the most dysfunctional settlements could improve when the most predatory elements were eliminated and when residents were given opportunity to organize themselves without constant threat of violence. and exploitation. The freed slaves who had been liberated when Metzger died gradually became productive members of the community, their labor and skills contributing to economic activities that created wealth, rather than simply extracting it from victims. Mom's Diner expanded to serve more customers as the general improvement in security and prosperity meant more people had caps to spend on prepared meals. The den would never be a utopia, given the damage that years of criminal dominance had inflicted on its social fabric. But it became a place where hope existed alongside the continued dysfunction. Broken Hill's fate revealed the fragility of experiments in multi-species coexistence when prejudices ran deep enough that even years of successful cooperation could not overcome them. The exposure of the conspiracy against the supermutants had temporarily strengthened Marcus's position and had demonstrated that the settlement's legal systems could handle internal threats, but the underlying tensions that had motivated the conspiracy persisted. Over time, economic pressures and renewed outbreaks of speciesism gradually eroded the unity that had characterized the settlement's founding, leading eventually to the super mutants' departure and the effective end of Broken Hills. As the unique experiment it had been, Marcus led his people to new territories where they attempted to build communities that did not depend on human cooperation. His disappointment at the failure of his vision, tempered by acceptance that some ideals might be ahead of what wasteland societies were ready to achieve. The new California Republic's expansion continued unchecked following the Enclave's defeat, the elimination of the major threat to regional stability, allowing the Republic to focus on incorporating new territories and extending its governance to settlements that had previously maintained independence. Redding's alignment with the NCR provided the Republic with access to gold production that strengthened its currency and its economic power, while the various smaller communities that accepted NCR protection in exchange for taxation and regulation found that the benefits of security and infrastructure investment generally outweighed the costs of reduced autonomy. President Tandy's long tenure continued for several more years before age finally forced her retirement, her legacy being the transformation of Shady Sands from a small agricultural village into the dominant power in post-war California. New Reno's various outcomes, depending on which families had survived and which had been destroyed, created different versions of the city's future that ranged from continued dominance by vice industries to gradual reformation under NCR pressure. The Wright family's control over the city in scenarios where the Chosen One had supported them led to slightly more restrained criminal activity and less predatory exploitation of addicts and desperate people, though the fundamental nature of New Reno, as a place built on vice, remained unchanged. The elimination of the Mordino family's jet manufacturing operations in some scenarios reduced the drug's availability throughout the region, allowing some communities to begin recovering from the addiction epidemic that had devastated their populations. San Francisco's trajectory under She dominance saw the city developing into a technological and cultural center that rivaled Vault City's capabilities while avoiding the elitism that made Vault City so difficult for outsiders to appreciate. The vertibird schematics that the Chosen One had provided allowed the She to develop their own vertical flight capabilities, creating military and economic advantages that strengthened their position in regional power dynamics. The Hubologists' failure to acquire the resources needed for their space shuttle project led to gradual decline of their influence, as followers became disillusioned with leadership that had promised escape from Earth but could not deliver on those promises. The personal consequences for individuals who had been significantly affected by the Chosen One's actions revealed how choices about whom to help or harm had created fates that persisted long after the immediate interactions had concluded. Myron's creation of Jet and his casual disregard for the human suffering it caused eventually resulted in his murder, by one of the countless people whose lives had been destroyed by the drug, his death occurring in circumstances that suggested rough justice rather than random violence. The son that the Chosen One had unknowingly fathered with Mrs. Bishop grew up to take control of the Bishop family and to rule New Reno with a combination of intelligence and ruthlessness that suggested the genetic inheritance had been significant, his success both validating and troubling given the circumstances of his conception. The intelligent death claws, whose community had been destroyed by the Enclave, represented one of the Quest's greatest tragedies. Their extinction, meaning that the potential they represented for genuine cooperation between humans and mutants, was permanently lost. No other death claws would be modified to achieve the same level of intelligence and moral reasoning that Gruthar's pack had demonstrated. The Enclave's research having been destroyed along with their headquarters, and the wasteland's general hostility toward Deathclaws, preventing any similar experiments from being attempted. The memory of what they had achieved would persist through the Chosen One's accounts and through Goris's continued existence if he survived the oil rig assault. But the broader wasteland would never know what might have been possible if the experiment in creating intelligent Deathclaws had been allowed to continue. The Brotherhood of Steel's response to the Enclave's defeat was relief that an existential threat had been eliminated, but also embarrassment that the organization had been unable to address that threat themselves, despite their traditional role as protectors of humanity against technological dangers. The vertibird schematics that the Chosen One had provided helped the Brotherhood begin developing capabilities that might allow them to compete more effectively in future conflicts. But the organization's diminished state would require years or decades of rebuilding before they could reclaim the regional influence they had enjoyed during earlier eras. The recognition that they had been saved by a tribal warrior, rather than saving the wasteland themselves, forced uncomfortable self-reflection about whether their isolationism and elitism had contributed to their decline. The Enclave's remnants scattered throughout the wasteland would continue to pose threats for years after the oil rig's destruction, their training and equipment making them dangerous, even without the organizational structure that had previously coordinated their actions. Some Enclave personnel attempted to maintain their mission despite the loss of leadership and headquarters, conducting raids and operations that pursued the goals of genetic purity, even though the resources needed to implement those goals on a large scale no longer existed. Others eventually abandoned their ideological commitments and integrated into wasteland communities, their technical knowledge and combat skills making them valuable despite the suspicion and hostility that their Enclave background provoked. The slow dissolution of the Enclave as a unified force would take decades to complete, their legacy persisting in both the positive contributions of those who reformed and the negative impacts of those who continued pursuing genocidal policies. The reflection on the journey's meaning that the Chosen One engaged in during the quiet days following the return to Arroyo revealed a perspective transformed by experiences that had demonstrated both the best and worst of human nature. The wasteland contained genuine evil in the form of organizations like the Enclave and individuals like the Slavers, but it also held profound goodness in the form of people like Mom in the Den or Marcus in Broken Hills, who chose compassion and cooperation despite circumstances that incentivized selfishness and violence. The various settlements and factions represented different experiments in post-war reconstruction, their relative success or failure providing evidence about what approaches worked and what ideologies led to either prosperity or continued suffering. The question of who deserved to inherit the wasteland's future had been central to the Enclave's ideology, their answer being that only those meeting narrow genetic criteria deserved to survive, while all others should be eliminated as contaminated failures. But the wasteland's reality demonstrated that survival was earned through adaptation and cooperation rather than through genetic purity that the mutants and modified humans whom the Enclave condemned had proven their fitness through successfully creating communities and rebuilding civilization despite impossible challenges. The Gecko represented not magic that would restore the pre-war world, but rather a tool that humans could use to support their own efforts at creating something new and potentially better than what had been lost. The cost of survival in the post-apocalyptic world had been measured in countless lives and in trauma that would affect survivors for generations. But that cost had ultimately proven worth paying, because the alternative was extinction or submission to forces that would have imposed their vision through genocide and tyranny. The Chosen One's transformation from naive tribal warrior to seasoned veteran who understood the wasteland's complexities demonstrated that individuals could grow beyond their origins while still maintaining connection to the complex values and communities that had shaped them. The companions who had been gathered during the journey and who had sacrificed so much in pursuit of shared goals represented the kind of cooperation between different types of people that would be necessary for the wasteland's continued recovery. The future that lay ahead remained uncertain and dangerous, with countless challenges still facing the settlements and factions that were attempting to rebuild civilization from nuclear war's ashes. Raiders and slavers would continue to threaten peaceful communities. Resources would remain scarce enough that competition could turn violent, and ideological conflicts would persist as groups with different visions for the future competed for dominance. But the Enclave's defeat had eliminated the greatest threat to the wasteland's survival and had demonstrated that even the most powerful organizations could be overcome when people united against common enemies. The hope that emerged from the devastation was not the naive optimism that believed everything would automatically improve, but rather the hardened determination of people who understood how difficult progress was, but who were committed to pursuing it anyway. The wasteland's inhabitants had proven through their survival that humanity possessed the resilience and adaptability needed to overcome even catastrophic setbacks, that social bonds and cooperation could persist, even when all institutional structures had collapsed. The next generation growing up in places like the merged Arroyo and Vault 13 community would inherit both the trauma of what had been lost and the knowledge of what had been rebuilt, their task being to continue the work that their parents had begun. The Chosen One's rest after the quest's completion was earned through months of effort and sacrifice that had transformed not just one village, but had affected the entire region's trajectory. The burden that had been carried since departing Arroyo had finally been set down, the responsibility for ensuring survival having been fulfilled. Even though the costs had been higher than anyone could have anticipated when the journey began, the tribal warrior who had left home seeking a Garden of Eden creation kit had returned having saved the village, but also having learned that salvation required more than retrieving a device, that protecting communities meant confronting the forces that threatened them and accepting whatever sacrifices such confrontation demanded. The legend that would grow around the Chosen One's deeds would simplify and distort the reality of what had occurred, transforming a complex journey marked by moral ambiguity and difficult choices into a heroic narrative that highlighted triumphs while downplaying the prices paid and the compromises made. Future generations would tell stories about the tribal warrior who destroyed the Enclave and saved the wasteland, their accounts emphasizing the dramatic confrontations while losing the nuances that had made the actual journey so much more complicated than simple adventure. But the truth would be preserved in the merged community's oral traditions and in the written records that documented what had actually transpired, available to anyone who sought deeper understanding than legends provided. The sleep that finally came to the Chosen One after months of constant vigilance and struggle was deep and dreamless, the exhaustion of body and mind creating rest that was more like temporary death than the fitful dozing that had characterized the journey's nights. The nightmares that might have been expected after witnessing and participating in so much violence did not immediately manifest, the psychological processing of trauma being delayed by sheer exhaustion that prevented even the subconscious from maintaining the energy needed for such work. The healing that would need to occur over subsequent months and years had begun, but for now there was only the profound stillness of someone who had pushed themselves to absolute limits and who finally had permission to simply stop. The wasteland continued its slow recovery, whether any individual person worked toward that goal or not, the ecosystems adapting to post-nuclear conditions, while human communities gradually rebuilt the organizational structures and knowledge bases that civilization required. The Chosen One's contribution to that recovery had been significant, but not unique, as countless other people throughout the region made their own choices and took their own actions that collectively determined whether humanity would thrive or merely survive in the changed world. The heroism that mattered most was not the dramatic confrontations that legends celebrated, but rather the daily decisions to cooperate rather than exploit, to build rather than destroy, to preserve knowledge rather than letting it be lost to time and indifference. The future remained unwritten beyond the immediate consequences that had been set in motion by the Quest's events, its ultimate shape depending on choices not yet made by people not yet born. But the foundation had been laid for something better than what the Enclave had envisioned, or what simple survival would have produced. A wasteland where different types of people could coexist, and where the mistakes that had led to nuclear war might be remembered clearly enough to prevent their repetition. Whether that potential would be realized depended on future generations maintaining the wisdom to learn from the past, while remaining flexible enough to adapt to circumstances that could not be anticipated. The watch that the Chosen One had maintained was ended, the vigil complete, the responsibility fulfilled. The village had been saved, the Enclave defeated, and the wasteland given chance to continue its recovery without facing genocidal policies that would have eliminated everyone who failed to meet arbitrary genetic criteria. The cost had been high in lives lost and trauma inflicted, but the alternative would have been extinction or subjugation, making the price ultimately worth paying despite the suffering it entailed. The legacy would be judged by future generations who would benefit from sacrifices they could not fully understand or appreciate. Their improved circumstances, the truest measure of whether the quest had been worthwhile. And so concludes the chronicle of the Chosen One, who walked from the Temple of Trials to the heart of the Enclave, who saved a dying village and freed the wasteland from the spectre of genocide. From Klamath's Gecko hunts to the oil rig's nuclear inferno, the journey transformed a tribal warrior into a legend whispered across the California wasteland. The Gecko brought life to Arroyo. The Enclave's evil was purged. The wasteland continues its slow, painful, beautiful recovery. New societies rise from old America's ashes, neither perfect nor pure, but surviving nonetheless. Sleep now, wanderer, and dream of the roads you've traveled, the companions beside you, the towns you've saved or doomed, the choices that echoed across the wasteland. Dream of Sulik's loyalty, Marcus's wisdom, Cassidy's gruff affection. Dream of Vault 13's tragedy and Arroyo's triumph. The wasteland is vast and full of stories yet untold. But tonight, this story is complete. Rest easy, Chosen One. Your people are safe. The future remains uncertain, but it remains. That is enough. Close your eyes now. Let the desert wind carry you to peaceful sleep. The watch is ended. The vigil complete. Sweet dreams, child of the wasteland.